We are about to watch the final of the Women's AC World Championships being held at United Club, Hagley Park, Christchurch. We have a lovely day, some blue sky, the sun is out, and it's really going to be a much more pleasant day, I think. And I'm here with my co-presenter, Peter Philby. Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Nelson.
Looks like a nice day, doesn't it?
Well, it's certainly, the sun's out right from the very start, and that's the first time.
Absolutely.
So,
I'm starting to feel a little warmer this morning.
I have a feeling you may be slightly overdressed, Nelson.
Never. Anyway, our two finalists are both English. We have Debbie Lyons and Gabrielle Higgins. Gabrielle was a finalist in the last Worlds in Nottingham in 2015, and this is the first time that Debbie has played in the Women's World Championships. There are other finals going on today as well. There is the final of the bowl, and that is between Cindy Clark from New Zealand and Kerry Ann Organ from Australia. We have the final of the Shield, which is played between Miranda Chapman from New Zealand and Alison Robertson from New Zealand. And the final of the plate is Jackie Lynch and Lois Kirk, both from Australia.
Yeah, there's a couple of New Zealanders there that have done really well. Cindy Clark in particular came here with very few expectations. While she was a named member of the tournament from New Zealand, this is her first, I guess, foray into anything to be played at this level, and to get through to a final has been a major effort on her part.
Yes, absolutely. She's done extremely well,
and she fought almost into the night last night to get there.
Yes, I think she finished here. I don't know what time it was, but it certainly was about 7ish, I think, something like that.
It might have even been slightly later.
Right, yeah. Anyway, the players are having a warm-up. We're playing on a lawn which was cut this morning, and the new hoop holes have been set, so the hoops will be quite tough this morning.
They've also been set at 0.6.
0.6, right.
Is, down from 0.8 of yesterday, so
yep.
We're expecting a few hoops being rejected, shall we say, or balls being rejected at hoop level.
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure what the lawn speed is. Yesterday we were running at about 12.5 seconds. This lawn is typically a little bit slower than the lawns we were playing on yesterday, but with the sun out, I think that we will be probably getting up to a similar lawn speed today.
I see there's a very green patch around hoop 2, Nelson.
Yep.
Just in this... The lawn is overshadowed by some very large trees, and obviously keeps the sun off some of the lawn. It's quite interesting to watch the practice routines here, and I think generally the players are practicing not so much their shots, but attempting to get the pace of the lawn. To see how far and how hard they've got to hit particular shots to achieve particular results. And there may also be, and I know in my own case, I like to actually run each hoop in the warm-up just to make sure that I can get through the things.
Yeah, I'm also, but I also I probably concentrate more on just getting the feel of the pace of the lawn.
Yeah.
You know, that's quite important. You know. sometimes if you start running hoops and failing them, it's not good for the headset.
Well, no, but I like to have it in my head that the ball will actually go through, even if I end up putting it right in front,
right,
and putting it through.
Yep, and a couple of I find a couple of long takeoffs at the end of my practice routine. It helps with knowing the lawn speed as well.
A number of people also run a ball down the lines to see what sort of runoff there is on the edge of the lawn
For their lift shots.
Well, any takeoffs as well.
Yes, but also for the lift shots, just to explain, a lift shot is when one back or a four back hoop is run. The player has the choice of picking up one of their balls and taking it to A balk or B balk and having a lift shot.
Yeah, so quite often those shots are played down the line,
yep.
Either the east or the west boundary. So knowing whether the ball falls away or the lawn falls away,
yep.
At those points.
Yeah. John Christie is the referee of the match. He's just tossed the coin for the players to decide who will take play or have choice of balls. John is shaking hands with the two players, I'm sure, wishing them luck.
He's an experienced referee and player, has been to a number of world championships himself.
Yeah. And he's my long-term doubles partner.
That's right, yeah.
We have played doubles in both GC and AC many times. So Debbie is black and blue, and she has taken play, and she's having a standard opening going to the east boundary. And what sort of response are we going to see from Gabrielle?
I'm pretty sure it'll be a corner 2 response, Nelson. I've only seen one player deviate from that, and that was Alison Sharp.
Yes, and she did the Duffer Tice to 6, didn't she? So this is a best of 3 match. The time limits are 4 hours for the first game, 3 for the second, and 3 for the third.
And the time unused in any one of those games carries over to the rest of the games.
So you're right, it is a corner 2, just out of corner 2 opening. So she's about 3 or 4 inches from the corner.
About a ball's width.
Yep. So if Debbie was to shoot for this, it would leave Gabrielle a double. So Debbie is going to shoot her own ball. It's not. I'm not getting on this.
And she's connected with blue, and I'm unsure what she is likely to do now. She may well come and shift this red ball and put it into the centre of the lawn and then go back to the blue ball. So Nelson, Debbie's connected with her second shot.
Oh, right. So, yeah, 2 choices of actually either setting or coming up and removing the red baller down into the centre of the lawn.
The issue here is that the shot over to red is, in terms of an opening, one of the shorter shots available.
I'm getting it, so.
So players probably like to create a longer shot, I guess. once again, we're very close to play here. Sitting just outside corner 2. So we may suspend broadcast when players are in the area.
Yes, we'll just... The two previous winners of this event, who are both playing in this event, have not qualified for this final. Jenny Clark won the first women's title, and Miranda Chapman won the second. So there'll be a new name on the cup today.
And are you making any predictions for this game, Nelson?
I'm not. I think it's pretty evenly balanced.
Yeah, it is. I think so.
It's really going to come down to who makes less errors, of course, and who is probably going to be hitting those lifts, you know.
And of course, those two performances varied from day to day.
They do, and from game to game.
Yes.
We will have the luxury today of having a few guest commentators as well. Some of the ladies who actually have played in this event have agreed to also do some commentary. So you won't have to listen to Peter and I all day.
Well, you of course may be regretting that possibility. I think it is, and in fact certainly when we had Debbie with us last night, it was very interesting to get her insights into the play.
Absolutely. And also, you know, we've been, you know, probably saying the same thing a few times, I think, and so it's quite nice to have some other players' perspective and also comments on the play.
So with the fourth ball, Gabrielle is shooting at the blue and black over on the east boundary. Big rewards potentially should she hit.
You're looking at two different styles of play here. They both cast, but Gabrielle actually hits the ball on her last cast, whereas now she's hit, and whereas Debbie actually casts, but she grounds her mallet before she actually hits the ball.
I've noticed that Debbie casts. It's almost as though she's got it right the first time, because she doesn't move her feet once she takes her stance, and she casts for quite a while and then grounds her mallet. And yet it does seem to me that if the casting created a situation where she wasn't happy with the line, then she would shift.
Yes, I suppose it's just really to relax her arms and just make sure that she just feels confident in her shot.
So Gabrielle's engineered a rush across to red, which is south of blue, of hoop 2, and just in from the west boundary.
She's rushed that, coming very nicely across to exactly where she wants it. Yep, that's a lovely shot.
Yep.
Perfect weight and perfect angle.
I'm going to disagree with you, Nelson. I think it should have gone to the line and she would have had a little more room to get that ball over to 2.
Well, you're talking about 3 inches. I think you're being picky.
There's little doubt.
I would be 100% happy with that shot.
Yeah.
So she's engineered a little dolly rush to hoop 1.
There's a slight cut on it.
Yep. And as we said yesterday, we've been very impressed with the way these top lady players have been cutting the ball.
However, she has just
slightly overcut that, but
I think slightly so.
yeah,
It's a bit rough.
I'm being kind this morning.
She's about, I would say,
5 yards.
five yards.
Yeah,
out
5
from the
yards. Yeah.
hoop. She's down in front of the hoop, effectively on the playing side of the hoop. But
Anyway, so she's going to roll to the hoop. It's
and
looking pretty good.
Yeah, that's a nice place.
Gabrielle is good at those shots, I have to say. She's got a good touch.
So this will be an interesting test of the hoop width. And it's been rejected.
Yes, that first hoop is always...
Sorry, there's a bit of confusion there.
Are you getting feedback from him? Is he
I
coming
don't
through?
think it's got to be right here.
Well, yesterday was second, so...
We have the cameraman right beside us here, just in case you're wondering what some of the... you may be getting some comments from him, but it's what he's saying has very little to do with Croquet. So Debbie's eyeing up this shot, and I suspect she'll be shooting with black at red. Looking at the ball from here, I don't know that yellow's in a position to run the hoop. And again, and certainly yellow can't go back to Roki black. So we're looking pretty well right down the line of this shot. Yes, she's made contact. And sent the red ball sufficiently far away that she should be able to load two and go to the yellow, which is on hoop one.
Yep, so we're in the first game. We have been playing for about 10 minutes. So Debbie has a good chance here of getting a break started. She'll be putting the red ball down towards two and going to the ball that Gabrielle failed at hoop one.
That was quite an interesting shot there. Debbie didn't accentuate the stop.
It's not her, I don't think it's her way of playing from what I've seen. She doesn't go for those...
and there's no real stop with her mallet on the ball.
Yes, watching Alison Sharp yesterday, she plays a very good stop shot, doesn't she?
Yes,
it's a very good ratio.
Quite accentuated.
Did I say Alison Sharp? Yes, I did.
You did.
Yeah. Sorry, there's so many Alisons at this tournament that you get a little confused at times.
There's two, isn't there?
Well, there's just...
and you're thinking of Alison Moore.
Yes, yes, there's just so many Alisons, I should say, in the game.
So Debbie's through hoop one because she was certainly a lot closer to the hoop and right in front. I'm sure Alison Robinson also has a very good stop shot.
Yeah, yes, I think she does.
Yes. So it looks as though she's going to load hoop three and come down to the ball that's onto two, and she's got a really nice rush on the red ball to two, and yellow's in a pretty acceptable position as well.
You wouldn't have complained about that Stop shot? It wasn't
Well,
really
I
a stop
didn't
shot.
say
No,
I
it was
don't
a,
call that
no,
stop shot,
no. But
it was-
no, but it's a
It was a drive.
drive. Yeah. I really meant the ratio there.
Yes. Well, she got the balls where she wanted them, and that's actually the point of it. So she's rushed red to just on the playing side of hoop 2 and about a couple of feet out to the side. She has got a couple of options after this shot. She appears to be right in front of the hoop and about less than a foot out.
She's through hoop 2.
And has gone, in her terms, possibly slightly too far.
Yes, she would have liked to have had that rush down to blue. But it's not, it's still
cuttable
workable and
certainly cuttable over to hoop 4, and from there she can access blue to come down and
you think that's
simplify
cuttable to
the
hoop 4?
approach to
Well,
yellow.
I wouldn't like to be cutting that to 4. That's quite a tough shot.
I think you'll find. Well, I'd like to think that's what will happen, but we've been wrong before, Nelson.
I think she'll certainly be cutting it in field, but whether she'll get it to hoop 4 will be interesting to see.
I'm resting my case.
Yeah, no, she did it very well. No, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well. I mean, it's not 4. I mean, you're level with 5, but
Well, yeah, but I mean in that
direction.
In
Yeah,
that
yeah.
direction.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she would hit in that direction, but whether she'd get there was what I was questioning. So she's taking off to her blue ball.
Blue ball, and I would imagine she'll organise a rush
Yep, up to yellow.
back down to yellow,
Yep.
so that she can simplify the access to yellow. And she's got.
Is she up to yellow or down to yellow?
She's heading north.
Yes.
Which I presume is up.
The English language can be so, so hard sometimes, kind of.
It must be one of the harder languages to learn.
Yeah, yes.
I imagine.
Especially with prepositions.
Oh, stop using big words now.
Trying to confuse you, Peter.
It's just that sometimes words said one way and then another mean two completely different things.
Absolutely. And even how it's said can have a completely different meaning as well.
Yes.
Anyway, there's a few spectators arriving, but we look like we're really into for a glorious day. I mean, it's just so nice for the final day to actually have some lovely sunny weather. And it'll be perfect conditions for the players, I think.
Would this be one of the flattest lawns at United?
It probably is, yes. I think it has less anomalies than the lawns we were playing on yesterday.
Yeah. By that we mean little hills around the hoops in particular.
And the reason they're really using this lawn is that it's much easier for spectators to be able to watch.
Yes.
Round lawns 1 and 2, it's a bit more difficult to get any
And
number
it's
of
also
spectators.
further away from the facilities.
That's right. I don't know if we can see the flags of the 6 countries represented here, which were obviously Australia and New Zealand, America, England, Scotland and Ireland.
No Welsh.
No Welsh.
We should also, just while we have the chance, Nelson, give a vote of thanks to the ladies that are giving us lunch every day.
That's right, yes. We've been provided with lunch, and I know that the satellite clubs of Kashmir and St James have really looked after the players very well with their food. So Debbie is through hoop 3 and now is starting to look like having a very well constructed break. So she hasn't quite got her a good pioneer at 4 yet, but I think in another couple of balls we should see the breaks.
Yellow going to 5, and the blue ball rushed up to red, so she can be very careful about the rush into hoop 4.
Get a dolly rush there. So probably within a couple of shots she should have
expression dolly rush. How does that occur?
I don't know. So it's usually a little rush which is nice and close, but where these expressions come from originally, it's they get lost in the annals of time, don't they?
I can't say it gets used in Taranaki particularly often.
Doesn't it? Perhaps they're not capable of doing them.
It would be more like a newborn calf rush, perhaps. Now she's created a situation here where the yellow ball could foil her chances.
I think she's now going to put blue to 5, obviously. Yeah. She didn't get the yellow there, so
no, and I think you might have wanted a bit more distance on the blue ball.
Anyway, you don't, as we all say, play the one shot at a time. Because you can always,
Well, the joy with croquet shots is that
that's a bit short again, a bit short. So the lawns haven't quite sped up yet.
No.
So she's got a bit of a cut rush now.
I bet. You were worried about the cutout at hoop 4.
I mean, at least this is not such a long distance. I mean,
in fact, if she cuts it quite thinly, she'll probably
but she doesn't want to, as we saw the other day, go for a thin cut rush and end up actually missing it.
She's done that really well.
She has, yeah.
So she's possibly a metre out to the side of the hoop, but still on the playing side of the hoop. So it's
a nice little approach she can do.
A croquet shot as opposed to a takeoff.
Yep.
But it's the sort of shot that becomes a bit pivotal in terms of the break. So it looks as though she's got an angly hoop.
Slightly angly, yes.
Close in.
But as we found yesterday, if you get too close with these slight angle hoops, these hoops can reject. But she's run that nicely, right through to the boundary, I think, more or less.
It's interesting, but at this point the hoops don't look as though they're that.
Well, Gabrielle said, well, that first one did,
but she was back a bit.
She was back a bit.
And, well, no, she's probably hit that to a very good length, and just with a stop shot she can load hoop 6 and remain in rushing distance on yellow. When we had Debbie in the commentary box yesterday. We were talking about loading 2 back from hoop 5, and she gave her reasons for not doing it. And
mainly was because she said her break was not really in control, at that stage.
And the other comment was that she felt that you needed a very good pioneer at 6 in order to do that. I've always actually looked upon it as a means of correcting a poor pioneer.
I mean, here she's got a perfect, it's a perfect example where she can actually get her pioneer to back.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, she's going to have yellow in a very good position, blue will be in a good position. Yeah. So,
and I think just looking at where she's pointing the yellow, she's going to take our advice.
Perhaps we've been putting, thoughts coach together. I don't know, we can call it coaching, but we certainly perhaps put that seed of thought into her head.
And we're currently about to be joined, along with Teapot, or Coffee Pot, as Sonia Sedgwick, who's New Zealander, who's now, I guess from her point of view, regrettably out of the tournament, but I'm sure has some worthwhile comments to add.
Morning, Sonia.
Morena, Nelson, and Atamari, Peter. Ngā mihi, kia ora. Thank you both for having me here in the commentary section. And isn't it very exciting this morning?
Yep, we've got 2 very good players playing in this final. They both have played extremely well all week. I think they've both been the most consistent players in the event.
Oh, very much so.
How have you enjoyed your event? Or is that a loaded question?
Well, this is the first ever Worlds women's event, all wahine here, wahine toa here at this complex, 3 complexes, and so it's been a great learning experience, as many of the women, the wahine, who have spoken to me during this week have commented about how much they've learned about playing in an international event against players that we've never met before, or perhaps met at the GC Worlds that was held at Heretaunga, Te Matawa Maui, a couple of years ago. Yeah, however, so I did have a bit of a rough start, but you've got to chalk these things down to experience, don't you, Nelson?
Absolutely, yeah.
So things warmed up during the week. They're one of the biggest challenges, like many people say, with this sport and with many sports, is that you're playing yourself. You're not having direct contact with your opponent. No. It's not a ball going over a net. It's not fast. You've got to hold your mental stamina. So, wahine toa, they have to be strong, they have to be consistent, and have a lot of kia kaha inside themselves, and have that confidence and backing themselves. And Debbie Lyons is a great example of that. She's had to play from the beginning of her croquet career some really tough players like Chris Clark, Robert Fulford, just to name 2. And Debbie said to me the other day, I never used to win, but I was always playing those top players, and I learned that I had to do triples and I had to never give up. And so here she is in the finals today as a real example of somebody who's been around top quality players for all of her croquet career.
Yes, it's the old adage, you only get better by playing better people. Yes. And you never get better by playing people who are worse than you.
That's it, exactly. And we've got some beautiful lawns here at Ototahi. Ototahi is the Te Reo Māori name for Christchurch, which is the New Brighton estuary. So that's the river mouth, the estuary, of course, being a food basket traditionally for Māori in this region. Could have imagined all that beautiful kai moana coming in.
Yeah, Debbie has ignored our advice to load
Yes, and yes, and also she wasn't very happy with her position of yellow. It was a bit little, but I actually don't mind it there personally. But
It's not. I don't think it was yellow. I think she never quite got up to the red ball to rush it.
Right. Yeah. True.
I didn't realise we were in a place of privilege. We could be giving Debbie some advice. Do you think she'll be listening back to this and learning from us all?
Well, we were actually asking her yesterday, that we have noticed that none of the players here load two-back after 5. In fact, I know that your father's not a great fan of that either.
I was certainly not raised on the two-back load after 5, but it was Nina, I believe, who taught me the ropes on that one. We had a game at Hiratonga a few years ago, and she said, why don't you load that? And so I do, if it's looking like it's good.
Yeah, as long as you've got good pioneers at 6 and,
Yes, and you've got to be careful if the lawns are fast and that thing rolls past and you don't feel comfortable with it.
Yep.
It might be better if you just leave it for later. And of course there could be, that chance to move balls around, but she's got her sequence out, I think, pretty happily on this anyway, hasn't she?
Yeah,
she is. She's got the yellow.
But you're playing a much bigger shot to get that ball at two-back from this situation, and I personally agree with Peter. I like to play that shot from 5 because you're playing a much smaller shot.
Yeah, kapai, that's right, it is shorter. And so let's just go through our colour sequences here for us all. So we have, she's playing at the moment with kikorangi, that's blue, kikorangi, and her partner ball is pango, the black ball. And the opponent's balls are kowhai, the yellow one, and whiro, the red ball.
So
it looks a pretty nice shot, doesn't it? But blue's could be a lot better. But at least she's got it on.
I think this is our point.
Our point here. And it's and as we've said before, Peter, you do want a good pioneer at two-back, don't you? It's sort of one of those ones you really crave for a good pioneer at two-back because of the lift shots going to be made after one back, and therefore you don't want to be breaking down at two-back because you're going to be offering an opponent a very near shot.
Well, when you're getting to this stage of the break with the first ball around, it is really going to start working away on your hinenaro, your mind, if you don't have a good two-back ball. Same with the three-back one, because that's always a big one to get that down there after the one-back hoop.
Yeah, but you don't often need to do that because if you often maybe putting a ball from one back at the centre of the lawn and then taking a rush out to the west boundary. You're then actually playing on a very good line if you've got a good pioneer at two back.
Now Debbie's called in the referee. She's having some difficulty in.
I think it's because of the ground.
Croquet, on yellow, the balls won't stay together.
No, and
potentially the hoop holes.
Yeah, it's the old hoop hole. Yeah, and very dry ground there too.
And when we're talking about wobbles in the mind, Hene Naro, certainly that blue placement might have played on her mind a little bit.
Well, I don't know. Neither of these players have gone specifically for really strong leaves or strong loading of two-back, have they, Nelson?
No.
They've not, don't appear to be concerned about it.
No. So anyway, John Christie, the referee of this match, is probably going to get some soil or something else to help level that area so that the balls can sit together.
Will they stop the clock here, Nelson?
They're certainly entitled to. I don't know whether they have stopped the clock, but they're certainly entitled to stop the clock while the referee is doing this.
Because this is a fairly major interruption.
It is.
Play,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah. Someone was asking, what is the difference in between a referee and an umpire? an umpire can come onto the lawn and watch for faults and hand-pitch shots. A referee deals with that plus the laws of the game.
Correct. And Nelson transgressed yesterday, so he's actually obviously been boning up on the laws. And had as it happens, potentially had a major effect on the result of one game.
No, I didn't, no. And I don't call it a transgression myself. And actually, Gabrielle actually has seen that exactly the same time.
Had she? Yeah.
No, the situation was that Alison Sharp was sending a ball over to corner 3.
Corner 1.
Corner 1. He said corner 1. And there was a shadow in that corner, and she was then going to carry on and hit Gabrielle's ball in hoop 4, and the ball actually went off the lawn, but because of the shadow, she was unaware the ball had gone 2 feet off the lawn.
Well, she'd also played the shot, I think, with no concept that it might go off the lawn.
Yeah.
And
But visually, it was hard for her to see.
Yeah, and the lawns had sped up to such an extent.
Yeah.
So we're just, Debbie's just checking that she can get the right contact on the yellow ball. So Sonia, you've presumably met a whole lot of new people and made a lot of new friends?
Yes, not just people from overseas, but people here from Aotearoa. Special shout out to Margaret Rogers, who's been really awesome and helped me in my early stages of the event when I was a bit hoha, and took me out to do some nice shopping. And had a lovely coffee and some beautiful chocolates at the Riccarton Mall. That helped get my motivation back and get my head down.
Are you saying that shopping is the panacea for all ills?
Girl time, just girl time,
Yeah.
But yes, that usually comes with sometimes some shopping and what have you. And some faces, familiar faces that came to the GC World, some of the Scottish ladies, American ladies, and Debbie Lyons, actually. Debbie and I do have a little bit of history, actually, if you'd like to hear about that. Do you want to hear
Yes,
about that
by all
while we're
means.
waiting for things to get sorted?
Yeah.
So Debbie Cornelius, as she was known back then, and Annabelle McDermott came out.
Yeah.
They came out. Do you remember Nelson? It was like 1988.
No, I wasn't playing then. No.
Debbie was telling us
1988.
about. Debbie
Yes.
was telling us about her trip over here yesterday.
Yes, I was living in Wellington at the time, and they came out and played out here. And I'd always dreamt of going overseas, and so I said, can I come with you? So off we went to Australia, and then we headed off to America, and Debbie and I played in the Meadowwood North-Western Regionals, and we were runner-up. And I've still got that silver platter at my house.
right.
Yes. So that was the last time I saw Debbie, 30 years ago, until this event.
She's through,
She's through,
and I think she can.
Oh yes, no, she's
And
got
she
easy
certainly
access
can.
to yellow.
Yeah. It was all a little bit tricky around that, wasn't it? There.
That's the first indication of.
On the chat line, Paddy Chapman has talked about this loading of two-back. He said if it's a very fast lawn, he doesn't think it's a good idea. And I do agree with him, it's a very fast lawn, but I don't think these lawns have been that fast. No,
extraordinarily fast.
no.
Well, Nelson, if you come from Heretaunga Club, these are fast.
Yes, I know.
After all the
Well, why don't they quicken the lawns
all the
there?
tears
Well,
of
because of the
Rangan.
golf croquet players.
No,
Nelson.
it's the tears of Ranganui. It has been raining.
Oh, I
He's been
know.
crying for Papa Tuanuku, and we have had roimata all the time. Even this week, so wet, and we've had
Yeah,
that
it's been up north too.
big,
Yes.
Tawhiri Matea brought down his winds along the east coast, and we have really felt the full strength of his most fierce atua anger and energy.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is going quite the way Debbie would have envisaged it.
No.
I played a bit of golf croquet with as Tonia's partner just late last year, and found the lawns fairly heavy.
Aye, yeah.
And that was.
It's maximum.
So this, in order to get the red ball over to 3-back, it requires a real stop shot, and she, again, has just played it as a small drive. I guess she's confident in getting the position with black. And she's rushed that really nicely. And
She has, absolutely, yep.
We've got beautiful weather here today, though. That is great, hey?
Well, it makes a change.
Except for the first day when it was pouring rain and we didn't start till after midday.
Yes, but also it's been so cold.
Well, it's cold in the commentary position, Nelson.
Yes. Well, yes, we're not out in the baking heat, that's for sure. But we have had pretty good weather. We had a little bit of rain 2 days ago, but it was just the mist.
A smattering, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just the misty rain.
I haven't been this cold for a long time, I must admit.
But we've had with us during the day the marama has been in the sky. I've just been trying. Oh, there she is behind me. In the sky, it's a just over half moon. We're tracking out of Croquet phase of the maramataka, and within maramataka Māori, from my understanding and my learnings, and I work in education, and I probably should have given my pepeha actually a aroha mai as I sat down, and I will do that. But this phase of Croquet is often a very low energy phase. It's often a very internal time, time when you go inside yourself and get your creative mind going, but not be careful with your words, and just be mindful of self and how you present yourself to the world. But it can make for maybe a bit more heaviness on the lawn as you play. But we're coming into the phase of tangaroa, and so the energy will be rising. So maramataka Māori, who do a lot on Facebook, you should check them out. In her maramataka today, it is Croquet piri ki tangaroa. Not all maramataka are the same, but it means that we see the marama in the sky, like a familiar friend right now. So that's tracking out of coming up from the east, so we can see it behind our backs as we play today.
Yeah, anyway, back to the game. Deborah's managed to rush that across quite well, and so then she can get her rush on the yellow ball to 3-back.
And put red into the centre.
And put red into the centre, exactly.
To effectively start working on her diagonal spread.
Mm-hmm. She's got pango going at kowhai now to, toru 3-back, huh?
Yep.
3-back, yep.
I have to brush up on my te reo Māori for 3-back. What 3-back would be called?
It's hoop 9. Hoop 9 these days.
Oh, it's actually. Oh, so we're not calling it 3-back.
Well, no, we are.
We are 3-back.
I am not going to start calling it hoop 9. I don't see the need to. I think it's quite fine to have golf croquet using 1 to 13, but I don't see no reason why.
Well, it's beautiful. It has whakapapa in this sport. You know, that penultimate and rover. Come on.
Exactly. Why would you change the names?
A number system. Let's not go. The penultimate, second to last hope.
Yeah.
You know, that is beautiful.
Rover doesn't.
We need to not diminish in an age where we're so conscious of raising that vibration of ancestry and who we are and where we've come from. Well, Croquet has a long legacy, and I myself come from a family, whānau, who are 3 generations deep, actually 4 generations now, and so I value that tikanga that Croquet has.
It has the effect, I believe, of dumbing the game down a little. And I don't think it needs to be dumbed down at all.
Anyway, going back, we've talked about this diagonal spread, which is good for, we're seeing this done, and it's good for players who are perhaps a little inexperienced in achieving this. She is not totally happy with her ball placement, as you can tell. It's not a disaster yet. I think she can still get Red into a wide position.
Did we not discuss this yesterday, Nelson, and decide that Debbie's banging her mallet on the ground was her way of talking to the balls?
No, that was Gabrielle.
Was it Gabrielle?
Yes, that's obviously a trait from both of them.
Well, I think quite a few players use that trait. I myself, I think I have done it, and probably picking it up from those others. You know, got to watch out. You know, habits.
Yeah, just making the ball.
And croquet is often seen as a sport where we shouldn't be expressing ourselves too much on the lawn, and we should be maintaining composure. We have traditionally had some players that are a little bit more flamboyant, but it's not the
much
done
more
thing.
interesting to watch.
It's not the done thing to swear, shout, or throw your mallet over the roof.
No, but I think a little stamping of your mallet on the ground isn't that bad.
I think golf croquet has the potential to allow a bit more, shall we say, vocalisation, cheering oneself when one has a
I think croquet would improve croquet to have a little more vocalisation.
Well, you know, in Te Reo Māori it's hauwhiti. Hauwhiti is, I mean, ho, the breath, you know, getting yourself. I don't know what this whiti is. I have to look. I've only just discovered this word, but yeah, and sometimes it's good to get those emotions out. I'm sure the Egyptian players are fairly flamboyant and
They are,
colourful.
yes, and they're much more colourful and a lot more vocal. But that's mainly, obviously, for golf croquet, because they don't really play any association croquet.
And they would celebrate more loudly too, probably.
Yes, and my wife has recently taken up golf croquet, and she's a big fan of celebrating her successes.
Anyway, she's setting her diagonal spread here. She's now decided to no.
Obviously, the yellow ball needs correcting, Nelson.
But she's already used yellow, hasn't she?
It's open. Red whiro and kowhai must be open. So
I think she's
in the middle must be not hiding.
No. Oh, yes, she
has. She's played it.
I think she's actually going to separate her two balls. You know, she's not going to put them together.
Yeah. Well, she's looking like she's going to hit it yellow.
No, she's already used yellow.
Used yellow this turn.
Or just even to scatter it as a
No.
scatter.
She's putting what we could a good New Zealand leave, where basically you're putting one ball on one boundary and one on the other, one on the east boundary, one on the west boundary.
Well, that's good to see, you know, because again, this has been a great learning experience.
Yep.
Having these live feeds, aren't they just so good?
Oh, they're great, you know,
And Rob,
and
all the commentary, you know, the sage words of some very experienced players who get in the commentary box and have something to say tactically, and also, you know, what they would do in that situation, because you know they've been in that situation.
Yes, well, this is a...
And so, it's quite good if it's not just a clinical standard situation. We get
absolutely,
to
we're
see
seeing
something
some
a bit
different.
don't we?
Yeah. Not that I'm sure Debbie would be happy about that.
So Gabrielle is going to be having a good think about things right now.
Yeah, and she has a lift shot, so she can lift her her yellow or her red, and she may be even looking at taking the short shot, red at yellow.
She is going to do.
For those of you that the interesting thing here is that while she has a relatively short shot at her own two balls, were she to miss, her ball comes to within hitting range of both blue and black.
Didn't quite understand what you meant there, Peter.
Well, if red was to miss yellow, then black has a free shot at red.
Yeah, but it is the ball she doesn't want to play.
Well, there's that, and that's possibly why she's coming this way.
absolutely. And she hits dead in the middle. Yeah, beautiful shot.
Now, you'll see Gabrielle replacing a little stick on top of the peg.
Yeah.
That's an accessory that holds the clips once you get to the peg.
Yeah.
And she's entitled to remove that if she feels it's hindering her shot.
And the other thing about Debbie's leave is basically she hasn't left so much on the lawn for Gabrielle
right.
to actually use. So she's now got a ball up in corner 2 and a ball out on the east boundary.
See, I'm a great fan of the thick takeoff in this instance. Don't be rushing with the big shots. I mean, to try and get a rush on that ball.
I don't think she's trying to get a rush. I think she's just.
I think she's making
here.
for a leave here.
Yes. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not worth trying to actually
And so she's
make your break. She's just going to make a good
so
good
hiding
leave.
yellow behind that hoop potentially. If you want to know where we are, we're just shot at then. She's right next to us, so we have to be very quiet.
That's right. We tend to stop speaking when they're up in this corner.
Tell that to the man who's mulching tree trunks.
So black will go down to 1, and Debbie will just set a leave.
Yep.
And potentially a rush to blue.
Yep. I would think so. Trouble is, there's a bit of a hoop 6 in the way of that rush, isn't there?
Yeah.
All righty,
It's a
well,
cut rush to blue.
whilst we just have a little quiet moment while Debbie has a think about herself, I'll just give a little pepeha, creative styles pepeha on myself. I was raised under the mountain of the Ruahine Ranges in Tamaki Nui Aroa, Danny Burke, on a farm with parents called Tony Stevens Toku Ringoa. Sorry, that's wrong. Called Tony Stevens Toku Papa, called Colleen Stevens Toku Mama. They both play croquet. Tony Stevens has played internationally, well-known croquet player. My grandmother, Lily Eileen Stevens, she introduced my father to the sport. And so I was born and raised really around the Rangatira Croquet Club on McPhee Street in Tamaki Nui Aroa. I started playing about 12 years of age, and I've played this on and off over the years, and played overseas a little bit. I've represented Aotearoa in the Trans-Tasman AC event in 1997 with my mother, Colleen Stevens, and we played over in Queensland. That was when I first got my blazer and my silver fern, and then I had a big break and came back to the sport later. I've done represented Trans-Tasman GC as well in Melbourne and Kenley, and so I've got 3 children and 3 tamariki who are showing interest in the sport, and they all have their own mallets, and we're getting into it a bit, having some family games. And so yes, I was really excited, and we've all been preparing and planning for this event. Because of COVID, it took a while for it to finally happen, and we're on the final day now. So yes, I've spent a lifetime in this sport. I'm currently chair of the tournament committee for Croquet New Zealand, and after this event I'm going and managing the Golf Croquet Nationals at Heretonga Club, and there'll be a lot of youth there preparing for the Under 21 Worlds that's being held at Maunga Nui up in Tauranga, coming up in February, and hopefully I'll be doing a bit of commentating for that too. So that's just a little bit about myself and my connection to this sport, which has given me much. So it's a time when I'm giving back, and real time to tautoko and manaakitanga, this beautiful sport, which has given our family so many wonderful memories, and have met people from around the world. And the New Zealand Open's coming up soon, and there'll be a couple of Americans coming over for that. Irv Peterson and Jim Bast, who stayed in Irv's house in America just above San Francisco many times. Have you met either of them?
I have actually.
Yeah.
Played them, and I think I played Jim Bast in particular
Oh, yes. Yeah.
at one World Championship
Oh, beautiful.
I went to.
Mm.
Yeah, played a few Americans. Just to update the Croquet, Debbie's setting, I guess, a bit of a squeeze here. She's putting blue ball up to hoop 1. Black ball has come down past hoop 2, and she's just going to organise a rush to, I guess, set up a situation where she's can get a break going. Just looking at the balls, she may be in a position where she can wire blue from red and yellow, which and give herself a rush to hoop 1. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what she's going to do here. She's certainly. We'll just see.
I want to give out a big mihi nui to Donna Stark too, who lost her husband Jerry Stark quite a while ago now. But she just announced recently the passing of her son Zach Stark too. So aroha nui to you, and sending our love and thoughts to you from Aotearoa. We're like a big family in Croquet, and so
there's certainly
that
not
connection
so
to
many.
people,
Yeah.
is important, and to acknowledge those who've passed, and Aitken Hates who passed at near the end of last year. Somebody who's played in many top level international events like the Mick Robinson Shield, and his passing is a great loss for top level players.
So Debbie's eyeing up a shot with blue at red and yellow, and I suspect that the yellow ball went a bit further than was expected. So it's created a target.
And the third and fourth place, Alison Sharp and Jenny Clark aren't
And-
playing today, are they, Peter?
I am unsure.
No,
Is that
I've
right?
heard last night they're not going to play,
Right.
and they will just receive equally the third placing,
Oh,
I
right.
believe.
So
Yes,
Debbie
Alison
has
can have a
connected
day
with-
off.
Yeah, Debbie has connected with both those balls, but she hit the red ball first, and will have to take Croquet from that. I guess she might have been happier had it been the other way around.
Absolutely, it would have been the other way around. If you can be with the ball at the back, you can either get a good little stop
Yes.
shot to get that ball in field and get a good rush on things.
So
That's not looking too bad. That's
It's hard to
looking-
tell from here whether
yeah,
she's
it's
got
a little bit higher than
Yeah.
Kowhai, but and of course this isn't the ball she wishes to play. She wants to get Pango,
Yeah,
the black one, going, doesn't
and
she?
That's up to a point. One of the objects, the tactical objects of the situation, is to, I guess, remove as many options for your partner to score as possible.
Well, it must have been a lot worse because she's just did a little tap and popping that in, not as far as she would like, towards Tahi, the first hoop.
Yeah, I think perhaps she might have wanted that the other side of the hoop, although to my slightly less precise eye, it's a little bit academic as to whether a shot's 20 metres or 24 metres. They're still very hard to hit.
This level, though, it's a lot easier.
Yeah. Well,
Poro. That's the Te Reo Māori translation for hoop. So I'd say poro ki te tahi, perhaps for hoop 1. Poro for me is a plant.
oh, is that right?
Rako. Yes. It says rongwa, properties, medicinal properties to it. It's part of the Solanaceae family, potato family,
Right.
tomatoes, or so it can be very toxic if not if you don't know what you're doing with it. It's very good for eczema, I believe. She's coming home to Pango, to black. She's shooting up at us again.
And she's sent it slightly wide so that a double is not presented. Difficult to tell here whether red and yellow are open. I suspect they are.
So let's say poro poro titahi.
And at this stage there's no rush to anywhere specific for for Debbie rather, and there's certainly no two-ball target to shoot at.
No, she may not be able to see Pango. I think poro poro.
Yeah. So it looks as though she's shooting yellow onto red. And just to recap, red, yellow and blue are on hoop 1 and black is on 4-back. And she's gone past the red ball.
I see, she takes a cap round for those shots.
We were talking about that yesterday, and she doesn't like the peak. The peak interferes with
That big casting swing of hers.
her view of things as she's swinging, particularly on the long shots.
Yeah.
And in fact, we asked the same question of Debbie, but she has a much shorter peak, and so is more comfortable with it. So Debbie has just rokied black slightly infield and is taking off to the 2 balls in corner 4. Well, and she's over there comfortably. She's effectively put black in as a pioneer for hoop 2, and presumably will be able to organise a rush on red over to hoop 1.
This is a stage in the garden when it's a bit of tete-a-tete, aye? We're having just a little bit of resetting of what's going on. Debbie does not want to let her opponent in and have a bit of a warm-up and get her ball going around. She wants to keep her in that cold box, aye?
Yeah, I think...
And you don't want to be suddenly having 2 clips on 4-back and that additional pressure. She wants to just get this right for when she needs it to she has the control right now. And psychologically,
I think
it all has
players
its,
at this level very seldom think in terms of the what might go wrong situation. They're very much focused on the fact that they know they can score from these positions and play positively and have the ability to deal with things when they go wrong, and also seem to accept that every now and then a mistake is made. And I see that rush has fallen short by about 4 yards of hoop 1, and so she's got a difficult hoop approach.
It's not a time that Debbie needs to, what I was meaning, put herself in extreme risk. She's not in the pressure where she's having to need to do something. So she needed to just slow things down there after Gabrielle did hit in and have some time to just reset herself.
That ball has gone well past hoop 1.
Maybe she rushed that. I felt like she rushed that. She went into that quite quickly. So I myself at this level with this, I'd be going up and having a look at where I want that ball to go. or even putting it in the corner. I don't want to be leaving any doubles for that ferro, ferro
she's
ball.
now coming back to the black ball, and she's
So she's next to Poropororua, hoop 2, off the boundary.
Unsure what will happen here, but blue and black present a bit of an enticing target, as they're really only about 18 inches apart.
Yes, because
And
essentially what she's got
Gabrielle
here...
has probably got to move the red ball, because that's the ball that's the biggest threat to her.
And Pangor, the
game.
blackboard, doesn't have a rush in field. She could have perhaps put that blue the other side.
Well, no, blue's got to rush over to yellow, and that's it could certainly rush blue over to the other side of the lawn. So there's a disincentive there really for Gabrielle to shoot at yellow. But these girls very, very seldom adopt a defensive position. And it looks to me as though she's shooting at yellow. I think they look very much more to the rewards of the success of a shot rather than the costs of failing.
Yes, no going and putting yourself in corner 1 here.
Well, no, or corner
Or
3.
corner 4, or corner 3. Yep, if you want to get better, you don't play that sort of more negative style of game or very defensive style when you start seeing these low scores of games at the end that haven't achieved very many hoops. You know it's because they've not been attacking, or certainly if they hit, they're not working on making a break out of it.
And part of the situation here is that the hoops are very tight, and Debbie's got quite a long rush across to hoop 1, which is where she wants to go. So as we saw yesterday, there was a lot of shifting of the advantage. So Debbie's just pushed black slightly infield and is taking off to the 2 balls over on the east boundary. I've got to think about that every time. It's got very little to do with the geographical description.
I know, right?
Of the situation. It's just how the lawn is envisaged from the A balk.
A balk being down near hoop 1,
The
right?
south end.
That's the south end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I need some lessons in that.
So she's over there nicely. Can play the red ball and get a rush on yellow over to hoop 1.
And isn't the grounds looking beautiful, Peter, here? I really like to mihi to those beautiful women who often bring in flowers and plants from their own gardens. And there's been some beautiful dahlias in flower this week, and some really lovely lilies, hydrangeas. It's just gorgeous here at this complex.
Yes.
A real display of colour.
Yeah, we've got a park really that is largely just, well, not just green, but the large part of it, apart from the botanical gardens, is green, and so the colour that's introduced around the lawns is quite vivid as a result.
Well, those beautiful red dahlias there behind Debbie right now, absolutely beautiful.
I have to point out here, I'm not a gardener. I only know the word ranunculus, I like
yeah,
the
I've
word
heard that word.
ranunculus.
It is quite a good word, isn't it? Yes. Well, I see, I've always been about the rako, and especially the native rako of Aotearoa. But my daughter and I have been really getting into flowers, and so I'm starting to extend my knowledge of these words.
Right,
And
so-
my granny had dahlias. You know, it's a thing. You know, to be handed down the bulbs of your granny. And I just stayed with some very dear friends of mine, and he gave me the bulbs of his
Oh,
mother's dahlias. You know, so
Yeah.
that has something, you know, that warms your heart, and it's like your tipu in your backyard,
Yep.
your ancestors.
So Debbie's a couple of metres on to the right of the playing side of hoop 1, and got quite a good situation, bit of work to do, but a good situation in which to create a second break.
Well, I haven't heard many of the native manu in the park here, but I did up at St James hear a tue one day. But
yeah.
here we've supposedly had the magpies hanging out. And of course the swallows love croquet lawns for all the insects, and after that rain we had a lot of swallows at St James while we were playing.
Yeah. Debbie has gone sufficiently past hoop 1 to elect not to run it.
So Peter, she's not going to take that, because that could have
No.
been the start of that second ball round, and she's going
Well, the hoops are very, very tight.
and this could be very,
and
very
an
dangerous.
ang-
That
an
she's
angry
coming
hoop.
super close there. I think she'll shoot. I think Kowhai will shoot. I'm putting my money on Kowhai
Oh, yeah.
shooting at
Well,
Pango
we-
ki Korangi.
As I said before, we've made a number of predictions over these days of commentary.
Look at
and
the stride. Look at the stride.
Oh, yes.
You have to
She's-
read the body. You know, her
She would
tinana is
certainly
saying,
like the
I'm
look of
going at that. Maybe she was hoping for more of a double, but those legs, she's like, now she's questioning. Because, you know, if she misses those two, that's not good. But if she goes home, a little more harder work for Debbie maybe.
Well, it's the same shot as she's been presented with for the past couple of shots, and we're still sitting with all the balls on hoop 1.
I'd be
Well,
trying to assert my aggression and authority over this match right now.
Well,
You know, I heard that. I think Chris Clark said that once about golf croquet. He said, after hoop 6, I like to assert my authority over this match. And I think that's a time when she could assert her authority. No,
no.
she's going to go back.
I personally like asserting my authority from hoop 1. I can't wait for hoop 6. It might be all over by then. Be down 6-0 by.
Maybe that's when you're playing the 19-point game.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not like you're not trying before hoop 6, but you really lay the law down after that in GC.
And you'll see how
She's picked that ball up.
her head stayed down. Her
Or my
had a
paki-paki.
large follow through there, and technically very, very correct.
Of course, this game's increasingly, especially GC, being played in so many places around the world. There's quite a strong, growing collective of people in Europe playing.
Well, I gather there's 29 countries involved in the next World Champs.
29.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I was vaguely hoping that I might get a space, but I think that might be. I'll be lucky because
Rua
to
te tau
fit
mā
29
iwa.
countries in is,
Aye.
and there's only 80 spots altogether,
Oh.
and 40 of those are taken up with ranking places.
Aye. Yes, that's what we need to work on in this country. We're very much about our cards and filling them in, but we really need to watch out for our rankings and how we're doing on that website. Hey, that shows you where you are
Yeah.
ranked in the world.
There are moves afoot to make use of that ranking system to create handicaps or to
Aye.
base the handicaps
Aye,
on,
tika.
and I'm very much in favour of that.
Aye.
I
I
think
tautoko you on that at Peter. I think that's a
we're,
good idea, especially after playing in this event and hearing from players from overseas.
we're somewhat archaic with our paper.
Well, improves your
handicap
player
system.
mindset too, doesn't it? You know, if you have in your mind that you're playing on an international level, you're not just playing local people on your card.
Well, I think for most players, the reality is you're playing locally. I mean, there's not that many croquet players have pretensions of playing on a world on a world stage. And so
We could
Gabriel,
rent out a cruise ship, though. What about that? And and we send them round socially on their international croquet cruise ship event.
Well, there's an opinion that says living on a cruise ship's actually better than a retirement village.
I have heard this. Yes, and so that could be quite enticing. I've just spent a wonderful week with Karen and Peter Couch. Peter Couch is a very well-known croquet player who's played internationally. He played in the World GC when it was hosted by Heratonga and Te Matoa Maui. And, he has quite a collection of memorabilia from cruises and his trips around the world.
Yes, he used to also manufacture mallets.
Beautiful hardwood mallets.
Yeah, and he was also an extraordinarily difficult player to play. Played very defensively and very hard to get balls in play from his leaves. In fact, I think a lot of players never quite enjoyed playing him because of that.
Yeah, and that gets in your head, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah,
eh?
yeah.
And that's all part of the game. And Dallas Cooks, she said that to me when I played with her in the team's Trans-Tasman GC event in Melbourne. She said, if all else fails, be difficult. Be annoying.
Yeah.
Be annoying to your opponent.
Now Gabriel's just, I'm not quite sure what she's checking on here. She wants to take yellow back to the red ball, and she's left a mallet on the line marking a spot, and she's asked the referee out, so I'm unsure of why she's doing this. Perhaps she is looking for a wide position on black and wants John to just mark accurately the spot where the ball went out.
You could have a breather and we'll bring Edmund in.
Yeah.
Do you want to go and have a tea or whatever?
All right, we're going to have a swap over. Sonia, thanks so much. It was great to have you commentating. And we're going to have a new commentator, Edmund Fordyce.
Nice one. So, yes, Edmund's an amazing player, isn't he? He's just been recently at the McRobinson Shield over in Australia. Very experienced player, but hopefully he'll be back soon. It's always good to have a bit of a wahine voice here at the Worlds. All right.
Thanks very much.
Edmund, you're on. Kia ora, Edmund.
Yeah, welcome, Edmund.
Thank you for having me.
Not at all.
No, my Heidi, my.
So, just to refresh where we are, I need to refresh myself where we are with this game. The clip positions are Debbie on 4 back and 1, and Gabrielle on 1 and 1. So Debbie's great shot. I don't know if you've been watching much of the streaming at all, Edmund, but the shooting has been really, from the top players, has been really top notch.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit over the last few days, and especially sort of in the early conditions to have it change. That the shooting's been excellent throughout, kind of thing.
Yes, the lawns certainly sped up yesterday. I think up until then they'd been quite playable, but we got up to about 12 and a half towards 13 seconds yesterday.
Yeah.
And that certainly brought out a few anomalies on these two lawns here. And, just round the hoops, you'd play a little 2-foot shot, and all of a sudden, you're down a bit of a hill.
Yeah, you definitely catch every single hill when they speed up.
but the quality of play from these two players has been really, really great. We've not seen really any triples done. I know in the block play there was a few attempts, but none have actually been completed. But in the since the hoops have been really, really tight, they're set to 0.6 millimeters today.
Wow.
So not easy. And these are all new hoop holes.
Yep.
And the lawns have been cut.
So it gets about as hard as it can.
How did you enjoy your first McRobertson Shield?
Yeah, it was a really cool experience. Especially playing with Paddy was a nice way to sort of get into it. But yeah, certainly nothing like I've ever experienced. And just, I remember first day playing a full ball break has never been so difficult. The pressure involved.
Yes, people don't understand that. Why are these top players making these sort of mistakes?
Yeah.
But they don't realise that the pressure that's on. When you're playing for your country and in a team event, it's a completely different mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, and I guess for myself, because it was my first McRobertson Shield, I guess I put a little bit more pressure on myself, and that kind of added to that, which was a little bit unnecessary, but it's something that you can't really help.
But we all do that,
Yeah.
We always have, high expectations of ourselves, I mean, Debbie's, a very experienced player. I mean, she's probably started playing, I think, when she was about 6 in her garden, played her first tournament, I think, when she was in her late teens. She did have 10 years off from the game from about 98 to 2008. She didn't play at all.
Yeah.
Because she played the 96 McRobertson Shield. And I think often that event can kill some people.
Yeah, it can take you out of it.
And so she had a 10-year break from the game, and I think she's really starting to enjoy the game again. And she said, "I'm starting to play something like she did in the mid-90s."
Yeah.
But as we were saying earlier, luckily she grew up in a time when you had Robert Fulford and Chris Clark, so she had tough opposition.
Yeah.
So it made her a much better player.
Learning from some of the best ever, so...
It was quite interesting yesterday. I was talking to Debbie, because Debbie was never a great fan of a totally female event. She felt that that men and women should be able to play on equal footing.
Yeah.
But what sort of changed her mind slightly, she said, is a lot of the lawns that we're playing on are quite slow, and therefore strength does become an issue.
Yeah.
So Gabriella's weighing up her options. That's the other thing I don't know if you've noticed, not much defensive play from these top players either. It's quite aggressive in their play, and that's something you don't see a lot of, especially in New Zealand from a lot of the players. They play a lot more defensive play.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of to do with the conditions.
Yeah.
But I mean, the shooting's been so good in this tournament, it's sort of... I think you can be a little bit more aggressive, knowing you're shooting well.
Yeah.
And if your opponent's going to be a bit more aggressive, then sometimes you do just need to take your opportunities.
Absolutely. Yep. If you don't, then you're not going to make much progress. Yep, she's shot her own ball. She's missed. So Debbie has a chance of building a bit of a break here. Because Edmund, your mother was playing in the event.
She was, yeah.
Yes, and she had some good wins, didn't she?
She did. I was very proud of the way she played. I know not all of the results have gone her way, but I think...
Yeah, but I mean, she hasn't been playing that long, has she?
Not really. She's sort of come along in the last couple of years, which has been really good to see. And, yeah, I've been doing a bit of work with her, sort of trying to help her progress. And so even just playing in the tournament was really great to see.
Yeah.
And, yeah, just super proud of sort of what she's done in the last few years.
Yep.
So, yeah, she fully deserves the opportunity.
Yep. Yes, by playing in these sort of events is the only way you really get better.
Yeah, you kind of have to go through that hard patch of, yeah, maybe a few losses, but being
Sometimes
exposed...
a lot of losses.
Yeah, being exposed to the best is, yeah, often a good way of learning.
And we had probably, half a dozen really top players here, and so they've seen some really top-class play as well. Because it's nearly 8 years since the last Women's Worlds. Yeah, it was in 2015. But sort of COVID got in the way, and so it's great that it's actually happened. So you've finished your studies, haven't you? And you're now working?
Yeah, I've just done my first year working at the University of Canterbury, just in a sort of admin role there, but no, enjoying it.
Good. Yep. The other significant quality I've seen is their rushing has been good. Their cut rushing has been good. Their touch on the lawns has been very good, especially from these two players. Really fantastic.
Yeah, and it's not easy to have that level of control, especially at United. I think the lawns are looking relatively fast, which is nice to see.
Yep.
So, yeah, all of those touch rushes and hoop approaches.
I mean, this lawn is probably one of the slowest here, and perhaps the flattest, but it does allow us to sort of be able to have more spectators and have more room to manoeuvre here. Yes, I have played here when the lawns have got up to sort of 14 seconds, and lawns 1 and 2 can be very testing.
Yeah.
Yep, she's through the first hoop.
Nicely played.
Yep.
Good weight.
Good weight, and sort of a bit of a cut rush, I think, over to either black or yellow.
These ones are always really difficult, knowing which ball to try and rush to.
Yeah.
Black's sort of the easier rush, or the easier side to hit red on, but I think yellow's probably the better ball to go to in terms of putting a break together.
And also it's quite in field, the yellow, so much easier to actually manoeuvre a rush on the yellow. Yes, this game is so much about the choices you make, which ball, where you place the ball, and so she can get herself a nice pioneer at 4 and get her rush back to black. Oh, she didn't want that.
This could turn into a bit of a leave here, I think.
Yep. Trouble is she can't really take off here because she'll be leaving red and yellow very close together. So she's going to have to do a split shot. Would you be still trying to get your rush on black here?
I think it would depend on how I felt I was playing.
Yep.
I'd be tempted to even...
She's certainly done it pretty well, hasn't she?
That is incredible. But now she's faced with the choice of, does she come over to hoop 2 and try and make a hoop, or
does she make a good leave?
does she make a good leave? Yeah. I think in that situation, it was a little bit hard to see how far black was off the boundary, but I would say it would depend on how I was playing. I would maybe be more tempted to...
But just cut that very well. She's really superb, isn't it?
That is perfect weight.
Yeah. No, and you know, she can still engineer this so she can get a rush to hoop 3, and she's got a good pioneer at 4. So it's you know,
one more good rush.
Yeah, one more good rush,
she's underway.
Yep. Yeah, especially when, you know, I was saying the shooting's been so good. You make a leave, and then your opponent hits in, and you think, why didn't I try and progress that break?
Yeah, but I mean that's just how the game goes, and you can't sort of get too caught up on that.
No.
I think that can then lead to poor tactical decisions down the line. And
true.
Not happy with that one, but it's
ran a bit further. I mean, it's fine if you're playing on sort of club hoops, but when on these hoops, that can be, you know.
Yeah.
I find that when they're on the slight angle like this, you know, they often just grip the ball and stay in the jaws.
Tried to play that one as a bit of a jump shot.
Well, you can't play them these absolutely dead. I mean, you have amazing power with your shots. I know you absolutely power these balls through.
Yeah.
You know, but you are quite rare in that case.
Yeah. I mean, I think even with my power, there is still some jump to it, just from the force.
So the ball's really got some forward acceleration. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think if you're looking to jump through, you've really got to put a bit of power into it.
Yeah.
Because I think that one there, she hit in the perfect position.
But not enough power.
Not enough power to just get that forward roll through.
Yeah. Yeah, because she certainly got the accuracy of the shot, but it's just it wasn't enough forward spin on the ball to take it through, really, was it? Anyway, John Christie has come out to referee the shot, just to make sure that she hits the ball and not the hoop. So she has put Debbie actually through the hoop, so she moves the clip to hoop 3. Now, would you be going straight to 1 here, or would you be going to red?
I'm kind of fortunate I can see the line to red, and the peg is not totally blocking the way, but it is in an annoying position, and so...
She's obviously made that decision to go to red.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
No.
I think if she'd badly hit the rush to 1 with black, you kind of got to bail out of going to red then, and you can set a pretty strong leave with...
Oh, she was so...
that was close.
That was close. As you were saying before, the peg was not in a really attractive position for that rush, and she must only missed it by half an inch, I think.
Yeah, but turned out to be a really good rush.
Absolutely.
So I think that's one of those shots where you almost have to play it pretending the peg isn't there, and if it hits it, it hits it.
Yes, I mean when you look at the lawn, you know there's a lot of space, and the hoops aren't that big, but the times you actually hit a hoop or hit the peg, they become like magnets. Looks like she's a little bit short on that shot. She may have to do a slight cut rush.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Yes, we've had some long days here with the streaming. We're here at sort of 7 o'clock in the morning setting everything up.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, it'll... I mean, I think Greg and Paul were here till like 10 o'clock last night setting everything up.
Yeah, it was a
'Cause they
very
had to
long
move
day.
everything because we've been basically facing the other way, so we had to redo all the equipment and
A lot of shifting around.
obviously the tents need to have some sort of a screen over them, and obviously we have the screen over us here as well.
She's just overhit that approach slightly. It's hard to say what the angle is on that hoop shot, but she's not even looking at it.
No,
So
it's way out to the side, I think. And she, before you arrived, she had a shot at hoop one, and she was straight in front, but it was a little bit back, and she actually, that's how Debbie got her first break. You've probably not played either of these players before, have you?
no,
No.
I'm not even sure I've seen them play before. So.
And I've played them many times, especially Gabrielle. I played. We used to be club members, or club mates, and so obviously we played each other many times. And I played in the invitations in England for about, I think in 18, when Debbie and I were in the same 8.
Taking on the slightly more aggressive option here.
Right
Sharp.
in the middle. And they're not just clipping the balls, they're
No,
they're
absolutely
actually
nailing them, yeah.
Yes, if she had missed that, it did give Gabrielle the chance of a stop shot and hold, you know. That's hoop one.
But her reward for taking on that shot is now she's got a pioneer at her next hoop.
Yep.
And she can kind of be a bit aggressive on this takeoff, knowing that if she goes too far, she can always rush it to black.
Absolutely. It looks like
Landing short, she's got
sort
still
of
got the
halfway in
rush.
between, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it looks like the rush is not too bad to 3. Looking where her body is facing.
She must have felt confident with that one though, as she aimed it quite close to yellow.
Yep. And she's done it beautifully. Look, nice weight. It's going into a very nice position, isn't it?
I'd be pretty happy with that from there, yeah.
So would I. No, it's really been a feature of both these players' play is how well they have rushed the balls exactly where they want them. And they're both, you know, quite slight in build. You know, that it's not about weight. It's about it's about swing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you're quite slight too.
Yeah, definitely the timing and the swing is what generates a lot of power.
Yeah.
I find if you try and muscle the ball too much, you lose a bit of accuracy, and so
Absolutely.
yeah, it's all about the timing of that swing.
Also, she has a standard grip, but actually quite far apart in a way, doesn't she, for a top player?
Yeah. I wonder if that is just to sort of protect the wrists.
So I think it's always how she played, really.
Yeah.
Gabrielle has her hands much closer together. But also Gabrielle casts, whereas Debbie actually grounds her mallet when she takes her shots.
So it was a good hoop shot to put it through, but she's ended up with...
Probably does
looks
not. Yeah.
looks tricky, but maybe...
It's fairly straight though, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem. Yeah.
No, that was fine.
No, she could get a mallet through the hoop quite easily there.
But now she's left with a choice. She's going to play...
I'm sure you'd be happy with that role though, wouldn't you? It's one we do so often,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
I certainly would be. I mean, it's sort of pretty much a standard ball to 5, ball to 4.
Yeah, I think she's fortunate that she's on the short turn back, going from 4 to 5
Yeah.
rather than, say, 2 to 3.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Makes things a little bit easier, but I'm sure she would have liked to have got Red into play a little bit more if she could.
Yep. But she'd probably do that after she's made this hoop or after.
Looks like she squeezed Blue out to the left.
Yep. Yeah, nice pioneer at 5. We've lost a bit of our blue sky. It's gone a bit cloudy again, unfortunately. There's no shadow on the players at all. See if there's anything on the chat. I should go and get my...
Nice hoop shot there from Debbie. Might be a bit difficult to get Red into play here, given she doesn't have a rush over to it.
Morning, Edmund.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
You've left home these days, sort of thing.
I have. I've been at university the last few years, and yeah.
I got a bit of a shock when your mother told me. We interviewed her a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
She pointed out that you were now out of work and
Yep.
how time passes. So we're still...
Debbie's just trying to develop this break a little bit. Deciding
Has
to...
she scored some hoops, right?
Yeah, she's just made hoop 4 and rushed black to where it is now.
Yeah.
Taken off over to red.
So So she'll load 6 and go up to the yellow ball at 5, presumably.
Yeah. It's quite a good blue, but she's overhit red by 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah.
I think just the pace of the lawn showing there over those long distances can be quite difficult to judge the distance on your rolls.
Yeah. However, the important balls being achieved. I mean, she can fix this.
Yeah.
So she's put the yellow out to the right of the hoop so she can access black after this hoop. Is that plug, Nelson? I'll charge if you offer the computer. As predicted, Debbie's hit probably
Looks like it's going towards fullback. Ooh.
Perhaps she was attempting a rush peel there, do you think?
I mean, you never know, but I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I think it was meant to come
just
more in Red's direction.
Yeah. This is not really a shot you want to be playing, knowing you've got to get a southward rush on Red.
And load one back as well.
Yeah. And her last 2 rolls, she's just squeezed the striker's ball out, going from hoop 3 to hoop 4, and her roll loading 6, she just slightly overhit, so she'll be wanting to get this one spot on.
And that looks pretty good to me. Might have wished black to go a bit further, but so she's got the rush up to hoop 6 and it's approaching it from about a yard and slightly to the left of the hoop. That looks like excellent position. Certainly Debbie's getting the ball in close and fairly straight. She's not really had to play any difficult hoops today. I think she wanted to go past that red so she could rush it up towards yellow a bit more and have a little more control on the yellow back to black.
Just makes that shot she's just played a little bit easier.
Yeah.
We can see she's just overhit red slightly, which may not have happened if she'd been a bit closer to yellow.
Yeah.
She might try and cut rush this down to black. But that's not too bad. Although she's made it a little bit difficult for blue to get on the perfect rush line, to rush black towards one back.
Yeah, there's a risk of just touching black as she goes past it, really, to get a good rush line. Ooh,
Played it nicely.
yeah.
She can cut that over, can't she?
Nelson, do you want this other microphone?
No, it's fine.
She's been pretty hard on herself here.
It's the greenest part of the lawn, and yeah, just underhit that one slightly. She certainly maximises her time on the lawn, doesn't she?
That's for real. It's the issue with these hoops being as tight as they are, going across them's
Yeah,
potentially fraught.
yeah, you want to be dead straight on these. Not forgiving at all.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's got a bit of a problem here. If she needs to get a ball down to 3 back and also get a rush to down past the red ball.
I'd be tempted of leaving black by the peg. I maybe wouldn't have played that rush and just tried to get a rush on yellow, almost into corner 1,
Yeah.
just to then be on a much nicer line, going to red, loading
And
3
yeah,
back.
Yes.
And just where she's played the rush to black now, she's left herself in a position where she's got to leave black north of the peg, which just makes it slightly more difficult after she's made 2 back to come back to black, because she's got to come further.
Yeah. But then she has been able to be much more accurate with getting the rush on yellow as a result of it.
She has, yeah.
And she has rushed with that.
And she's rushed right into the number 1 corner. And she should be able to stop shot the yellow ball over to 3 back and get a rush on red from there.
You shouldn't really need to look at the stream because you've got it on there, but you can just look at the chat.
Chat, I know, yeah. But I just wondered if the chat was up to date or something.
It should be.
Should be. Okay, fine.
There hasn't been anything new because I've got it on my phone as well.
Okay, yeah, okay, lovely, thanks.
Oop, watch out.
We're being attacked by balls from another lawn here.
Looks like a nice shot.
That's a nice shot.
Blue looks pretty perfect. Yellow could have maybe gone a few extra yards, but she won't be unhappy with that.
The trick will be to get back down to black, so you can take black up there and control the rush.
Ooh. Not only
Just
does...
be on the edge. I think she may have access.
I think she can make the hoop, but in terms of getting a rush back to black, that might be a little bit more difficult.
Is she not able to hit into it and push it across? Slightly push it across the hoop. Depends how much angle she's got, really. This is sort of the player's nightmare.
We're going to get more. Where's Barb here? She was going to.
No, she's not.
She's going to do something.
Yeah, when she gets here, but yeah, perhaps she's Luke's.
I know who. I know who.
Oh, you know who she is. Of course, you're up from that region.
She was on yesterday. She was on the
Oh, yeah.
So that's...
It's about as good as she could have got, I think.
Yeah. She
But-
certainly pushed the red ball away from the hoop. And she's got a slightly angly hoop here.
I think the danger here is trying to play it with a little bit too much control and not actually running the hoop.
Yeah, I think she's just got to make the hoop here, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's going to have some sort of northward rush on red.
Well, provided the ball goes right through. This is possibly the most dangerous situation she's found herself in today. Oh, no, easily.
I think she gave that hoop shot a little bit more than she did at one back, which I think really helped her
You take that one.
to put that one through nicely, but she's also held well for the rush on red, so she'll be happy with that one.
But the rush on red hasn't quite come up as far as she would like.
I think she may have just been a bit nervous of rushing red sort of back into the hoop. It was a little bit hard to see how far away from the hoop it was, but
Yeah.
looked like she almost overcompensated there with that rush.
Yeah, she really wants to get her rush back on black to yellow, doesn't she?
Very, very much so.
Yeah.
Because, the Pioneer, it's not great at three back, and I'm sure she'd rather be able to rush that back so she can get a...
And she's put red outside the four-back hoop and slightly behind it as well.
So she's got to cut rush this again.
Yeah. And she's cut that down very well. Perhaps not quite the length she would have been after, but should be a reasonably simple takeoff
Yeah.
to get position. So anyway, she has taken off to the yellow ball and looks to have a pretty good rush into three back.
Yep, she's got a nice rush there, hasn't she? Yep. Mm. These are the shots yesterday they were having a lot of problems with, those very close, slightly angled, they were getting a lot of, either rejection or, sit in the hoop. But she ran that all right. But that's where we were having a lot of problems with yesterday, weren't they?
Well, I think the difference is that this lawn's probably a bit flatter, and so the balls have tended to stay, and she's got the balls in front of the hoop all the time.
Though that one was a bit, angled. Yeah, but I was
the
saying,
last two have been actually.
But yesterday, when they got those sort of angles, they were really
they
struggling with
struggled,
them.
I think with those hoop shots, I find the the problem is you can't follow through,
naturally,
and
therefore
you
the
kind
ball
of
is a bit sliding in his bounds, not really running, is all.
yeah, you don't give it that forward momentum which you can on most hoop shots, and it's more of sort of a stab at the ball, and that's where you get into problems when you don't hit it accurately.
So I think it's worth staying back just that little bit further, then you can actually,
have a more natural swing at it.
You have a very big swing, and you want to have that space to be able to do that, don't you?
Yeah.
That's excellent, really. I've never had it described in those terms because I have a lot of problems with hoops in that position, and I never know whether to try and ram it through or, as you say, you've got no room to stroke it.
Yeah, I think the problem is if you do play it as a normal hoop shot and follow through, you've got the danger of, if you don't hit it right, it bouncing back and you faulting, which I guess it's your turnover anyway. But yeah, to sort of hit it with enough accuracy, but also pull back sort of right after you've hit the shot can be quite difficult, and if you pull back too early it can affect your shot, and that's where you do mess up.
Yeah, but we did have quite a few of those yesterday. But some of them, they actually hit really hard, and they just literally went dead in the middle of the hoop. They looked like they'd stuck. I mean, they were, and
then they sort of condescendingly went through about 3 inches or 4 inches.
But that she hit quite gently. If you look at a replay on that, I think you'll see that she didn't really give that a lot.
It through.
No, let's see the replay on that. So where are we getting a replay? Possibly.
So Gabrielle has presumably
Gabrielle's coming on to have a look at the.
She has a lift shot in the first instance, or she can play it as it lies, which would.
She doesn't really want to make fallback
for her opponent.
No.
I think it does give her the best chance of getting a breakout, though.
It does, I agree, but somehow fallbacks. There's sort of thinking about making fallback for your opponent. I agree. In many situations, giving your opponent a hoop and you gaining something from it is well worth it.
Yeah.
But somehow, when it's a lift hoop, it's slightly different.
Well, the thing is, if she takes the lift, she can she'd logically hit black.
Yeah.
And then she hasn't really got a ball to take over to yellow.
No, that's right.
So
whereas if she hits that through, I mean, it gives her a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it loads 3. It gives it the opportunity to load 2 and get a rush on yellow down to her first hoop.
Yeah.
I think for me, my thought process here would just be trying to get as good of a rush on yellow to hoop 1 as I can get.
And the way you can achieve that is by giving her the hoop, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you obviously, like you said, you don't want to give away hoops.
What do we know, Nelson?
When it's just an ordinary hoop, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But just lift hoops, slightly just.
Yeah, I do agree, but I think for me, I'm always looking at how I can get breaks together for myself.
You're looking at what you're going to achieve out of it.
And I mean, ideally, Debbie won't be taking croquet again, kind of thing. For Gabrielle's perspective, but I would find that hitting blue and taking black across to yellow gives you a much better chance of getting a good pioneer and a good rush.
Absolutely.
And given she's not had a lot of time on the lawn, she's making it a little bit harder for herself, I think, in the long run. For some gain in not giving blue its hoop, but
I totally agree. But obviously, she felt that she didn't want to give her that lift hoop. So she's just asking her opponent, does she want that, an umpire referee on that shot? And Debbie was quite relaxed about Gabrielle taking that shot without a referee. So now this is the important shot, and this is not, to get this weight right and make sure she's got a dead
dolly rush on the yellow. She's done it pretty well, though, hasn't she? There's a little bit of cut that's going to be needed, but it's pretty good. I mean, I know the blue fell a bit short, but actually she concentrated on the correct ball.
And she's cut that across pretty nicely in reality. She's
It's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, she's played that pretty well.
Got about a 1 metre approach from slightly to the
probably
right
a
of the
little
hoop,
bit more
about a
than that,
metre
don't
to
you
the
think?
right.
It's hard to tell from this distance, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
but,
So she's
Yeah,
got a
pretty-
very slightly angly hoop, about, looks like a couple of feet back.
and she's nicely
that.
through. So that's her first hoop that she's made. So she'll be feeling a little more relieved that she's on the board.
Oh, she's going to get some play now.
Yeah.
Now, Edmund, would you be tempted here to take off to black
Yeah.
and then come across to blue?
Yeah, I think, again, she wants to make it as easy as she
Yeah.
can for herself. She's
Especially
not...
at this stage of her break, and also she hasn't had much lawn time, has she?
Yeah, I think this is where I'd be thinking about not just the game, but the match as a whole. Not had a lot of time on the lawn, playing a big role now, could go wrong, and so...
Yep. I totally agree with you. I mean, build your break slowly. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, you know, and
It's Nelson's mantra.
she's just got to get into the match, I think. And
I'll see, you know, I could think of one or two players who are playing here who would have tried to do a big role there and failed and had a lengthy shot and missed it, and it's just not worth it, you know.
The thing about it is that a big role is not really that much of an advantage, because really you wanted the yellow ball in an ideal situation in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah.
So it would have been a massive pass roll
That's
to
right.
achieve anything.
Yeah.
And here she can, you know, make black a better pioneer, and she's on the line to blue.
And blue's not a good pioneer.
It is if she gets the right rush.
Absolutely. But I'm saying if you played a bad shot and not got that rush, then it becomes
and that's exactly
10
what
times.
she's done.
Yeah. No, she's played it absolutely correctly, I think.
I think also if you want to be aggressive, chasing the break from this point, she can get a rush back up to yellow.
Yep. But it looks like she's setting this blue ball to go directly to black.
Yeah.
And which will possibly mean she's gone short. Oh, thank you. The green patch. The green patch has foiled her in this case.
Has it?
Yeah, she's fallen short.
So we got
Entertainingly,
slightly
yellow's in a hoop running position.
We got a bit distracted by being given nice sausage rolls.
I think
Blue and black are wired, I would say.
Yeah, the concern here for me would be if I am going back to partner, I've got to leave blue a shot, because blue and yellow also look like they could be wired.
Oh,
So, yeah, you don't have a lot of positions that you can put red that are safe, but also, is it worth taking on the hoop shot?
I think I'd be putting red up north of one as an escape ball for yellow and running the hoop with yellow.
Could be what she's looking at right now.
Debbie's point of view, it doesn't matter which ball she plays.
No.
They're both on
Not at all.
four-back.
Yes, this green patch has caught the players out a couple of times. Because obviously you've been playing on the other part of the lawn and your mindset is, oh, I have to hit this hard. All of a sudden you're on a bit that you need to hit harder.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's a pretty obvious green patch. I can completely understand players going, oh, it's going to be slower. I need to hit this a bit harder, and then overhitting. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare to try and approach. And I mean, if you're approaching from a few yards south of 2, you're in the dry stuff. So
I think they're the worst kind of lawns to play on are lawns that basically have different lawn speeds on different parts of the lawn. I'd rather have a really fast lawn, at least it was the same speed all the way over, than a lawn that had different speeds on different parts of the lawn. It's very hard to deal with because you can't really use your muscle memory, you know, with that. She's gone quite deep. Past the
past hoop 1. And I guess if blue's only shot is at red, then she's effectively guarding the line there, isn't she?
Because we think that black and blue are wired, don't we? May not be. It's just a bit hard to tell, isn't it, from here?
This sort of also accentuates the issue of having to approach these hoops from the side.
Yes, you want to be approach them from the playing side, don't you?
And right in front in an ideal world. If you're coming across the hoop, it's a dangerous situation.
it'll be interesting to see what she does here. Gabrielle's not had a lot of play, and I can understand why she'd be looking to corner.
Absolutely.
Just making
it's one of those times when you're having a defensive shot. You know.
Yeah, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter which ball Gabrielle plays. She's going to get something out of it, and so you're not losing out on too much by taking a shot on.
Well, I don't know. I think that if she... Gabrielle won't get as much out of the red ball as she... Because she's certainly got... She's got no way of rushing the yellow ball to 2. And she's probably got not much of a chance of rushing the black ball to 2.
So, which ball would you play here, Edmund?
The $64,000 question.
Because obviously yellow doesn't rush to 2. It does rush to 3, probably.
But black doesn't rush to 2 easily.
No, easily, no.
I think I'd be looking to play red here.
Yeah.
More for the reason of if you play yellow, it can be a little bit more difficult to get all the balls out.
Yeah.
If you go red onto blue, then you can knock blue infield, and at the very least, you've got to leave
and that's interesting.
with
she's
both opposition balls in the lawn.
But she's chosen to play yellow.
And play away from the hoop as well.
Yeah, well, she's going to use obviously blue to make her hoop.
Yeah. But
I suppose she's got a better chance of getting red a bit infield.
Wasn't he? We couldn't really see what the shot for the hoop was.
It looked pretty straight.
Well, that's what I thought, and I thought she might have taken the hoop and rushed red out to blue.
Yeah.
And then got a rush on blue across to 3.
Yeah.
I think in this situation, unless she's looking to put red sort of behind the hoop as a reception ball going to blue, and then playing the really quite difficult load and hold. She's probably going to be leaving a ball behind after making hoop 1.
Well, it looks like she's putting.
Looks like she's going to play the load and hold.
That's what she's going for. I mean, these shots when they come off, they really give you a break, don't they?
They do.
It's sort of quite spectacular as well. in its own little sense, because it's a big shot.
Yeah.
It's one of those shots that you do tend to practice, because when the situation comes up, you want to feel comfortable in playing the shot.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that she's gone for this option, just given the lack of time on the lawn.
Yeah.
But in that same sort of thinking, all it takes is one good shot,
Yeah.
and she's got a break
Got
where she can get
everything,
lots
yeah.
of time. So I guess that's the different mindset of, I just need to get this one good shot.
Yeah.
Um,
And she's overcooked it, I think.
I think she's. It's
no, it looks good.
No, it looks good.
It's,
But her body
That was-
language wasn't telling us that.
Yeah, I think she was quite nervous about that one going past. But she's got one of those stabby hoop
Yeah,
shots, which...
and she
Sure.
played that.
Great. But she got quite a bit of swing in that, so didn't she? You know.
Yeah, she looked as though when she struck yellow, she kind of
On the
hit
up.
up.
Yeah.
Rather than through the
Flat
centre of the
through,
ball.
yeah.
And I think,
Gabrielle does that quite a bit, actually. If you watch her, you know,
Yeah.
it's sort of, because she's got that slightly archy swing.
yeah, that will definitely help it with those types of
Yeah.
close hoop shots. But for people who really like to hit through the ball,
Yep.
they can be quite difficult.
Swung around,
So,
didn't it?
yeah, potentially turned away from the line she was looking for. She strides in a very positive manner.
She does. Well, they both do.
Yeah.
They're also both quick players. You know, you don't see them hanging around. They just tend to come on the lawn, and you know
They've worked out what they're going to do. So she's organised it this that she can rush right back down the field to pick up red and load 4. And that's purely my interpretation, but
Yeah, I would agree with that.
if red had been out of play, say in corner 4 or even corner 1, she's got quite a big shot to load 4 and go across to black.
Yeah, I don't think she would have looked to have gone back for it if it had been in one of those positions.
We're going to bring in 2 new commentators. Peter and I are going to have a little rest. We'll leave Edmund with you for a little while. We'll get his still expert advice on the match. And Sonia Sedgwick is going to come back along with Pip Reeve. Okay, hope you have a nice time, girls.
Yeah. Welcome, Pip.
Girls, thanks, little
now
little
you're
boy.
experienced.
Hey, you know what, Nelson? I always say that I never grow up in this sport, and I'll be a girl for life. Because the little old ladies at the club always say, "Oh, there's that young Sonia," and I sort of have this visualisation of me at 96 years old as the patron, you know, and them saying that she's just a young thing, a young girl, you know. Yes, yeah. So, but there's nothing wrong with never growing up. I'm Peter Pan, Sonia Pan. Thank you, Ngā mihi nui.
Kia ora, Edmund.
Kia ora, how you going?
Good, thank you. Had the pleasure of playing against your mum. She beat me, unfortunately.
Kia ora tātou, this is Sonia Sedgwick again on the mic with Pip Rive from... Would you like to give your pepeha, Pip, and tell the people listening a little bit about who you are and how you came to this sport and your connections, any whānau
Sure.
connections?
I gave a little bit of a pepeha, well, in English anyway, yesterday with Nelson, or with Peter. Yes, I play at the Orewa Club, north of Auckland. Huge amount of my family play. We probably half the club in terms of AC. So we end up playing each other constantly. But that's good. So this is my first major tournament, and I'm really got the bug now to play more and enter more serious tournaments. So
We're just watching this hoop shot here, hoop 3. Poro Toru has been failed, so she will not be a happy woman.
No.
And Debbie is, well,
It's
Debbie
black
was not a
hoop.
happy woman a little while ago at the same hoop. Maybe, you got to get those mental blocks out about hoops, don't you, Edmund?
Yeah, they
You ever
can.
had some blockages on hoops? You don't have blockages. You just go through them like a deep speed demon.
Yeah, I try not to think about it too much.
Yeah, that's
But-
key. No thinking. And Debbie did think too much about, I've got to be careful of the hampered shot on this, and I don't want to do this and that, and she plonked in the centre.
Yeah, I think you can think about things once you run your hoop, but hoops are just one of those things where I find, at least, the more time you spend over them, the more you can sort of create those doubts. And
Yeah, I remember Dallas Cook telling me that when we did the Trans-Tasman in Australia for GC, she said the more you swung over it, the more likely you were going to clang in it, Sonia. You know, so, and you're literally a player that just walks up and slam dunks that poro, that hoop. So yeah, but there's nothing wrong with standing back after you've done some mahi and have a little think about what you're going to do next. And in AC especially, that's really important.
Yeah, I don't play GC, but I've seen how the GC players really do just wham them through, don't they?
Bully them through.
Yeah.
I think we've slow-moed some of Edmund's shots down, and that titanium hoop is under quite a lot of extreme stress, especially when you've done some angled parking.
yep.
So Debbie Lyons is back in, and we're going to have an update on the score currently, Edmund. What's we got there? 4 back and 4 back for Debbie?
Yeah, that's correct. And then Gabrielle is on 2 and 3. Gabrielle's just struggled to get going a little bit. Kind of made the first couple of hoops, but not really got control of a break, and yeah, sort of broke down at that critical time where you want to be able to just make the next hoop, and you've kind of got everything under control.
She's been a bit out cold, but you know, with this level of play, you do have to come in and make hoops. You can't be tataring around. But yeah, so some of those hoops a little bit further back, do you think, and not always right in front, and that plays on your mind. You know, percentage game, this one.
Yeah, I think we've seen quite a lot of close-in hoops, but just that little bit of angle has proved to be difficult enough for them to fail. It's hard to say without playing on them. You two have played on these hoops.
Yes, and they've been tightened up since we played on them also.
They were reset, I think, after the mow on Tuesday,
Yep.
and new holes. I just see Josh Winters arrived to the complex. Very top GC player too. And AC as well, isn't he, playing AC?
Yep.
He'll be at the GC Nationals coming up. That starts next week. Hopefully we'll get some lives of that, but not on Māori TV. Thank you very much, Ngā Mihi Nui, Māori Television, for hosting this showing of this event. We sure have loved having live streaming of especially AC. It's a real treat for us to have this, especially for the coaching that can happen. So what Debbie's looking for a wee, she's got a wee take-off going on
in
there.
front. She's got yellow behind. Oh dear, she's not happy with it.
So she'll be doing an Edmund Fordyce slam dunk to the line, do you think? Just a smooth, controlled.
She doesn't seem like she wants to hit them through hard, so it'll be interesting to see how she plays it.
Debbie does a lot of casting over her mallet, but then she'll put it on the ground to take the shot. That's called casting, what she's doing now. So she's also just getting that rhythm going. It helps remove some nerves and just gets the body and the muscles, that muscle memory and that muscle tension out of your game. So is she going to go back? What do you think she's going to know? She's putting it down.
She's going to, but
yeah, so she's very nervous about that hoop.
I don't think she's got a shot on anything.
Yeah. So she's looking like she needs a massage right now, some midi-midi.
She looked like as she hit that, she kind of pulled out of the follow through, which I think maybe just hindered Black's ability to kind of kick on afterwards.
And with these hoops, that stroking the ball and that follow through is just
so important.
imperative.
Yeah.
I know I've been hitting at them rather than through at them, and that's something that I need to work on in my my play. And also because I've played quite a lot of GC, I've just gotten used to smacking them, you know.
Yeah.
And so then suddenly with AC, you're like, it's control, you know, and it is a different way of making hoops. I know during the MAC, some of the commentators were really struggling with the Edmund 4-dice hoop making, and you were in some situations where you had your ball pegged out, and it reminds me of that movie, The Princess Bride. You know, and you never take a take on a negotiation with the Sicilian when death is on the line. And I was like, you never take Edmund 4-dice on in a one ball, you know, match, because it just brings out your GC niceties. Yeah.
So
Yeah, a lot of them were like, what is she? No, she's just hit hoop 4.
That's very hittable
and
for a
it's
red
right
there.
next to the Whiro, the red ball. Whiro and Pango are close. So that's given Gabriella the in. So that's really great, Pip, that you've got whānau that play together, stay together. Is that the motto? What was it? Tell me about that.
Some old newspaper articles, I must find them, where there was me and 2 aunties and my nana and my brother and my dad and my mum all lined up with our mallets, with the headline, "The family that plays together stays together."
Beautiful.
Which is true. We're all still playing together.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Love that. Yeah, it brings another dimension to the sport when you can bring your whānau with you.
It really
and
does.
this kind of sport, you can play together. You know?
Doesn't matter what age you are, what gender you are.
Yeah.
You can all play together.
I mean, this is a women's event, this one, but you know, next week at the GC Nationals there'll be men and women competing in that event. And Edmund, I was really impressed with your bum. She played me the other day, and she did beat me, Carolyn 4-dice. But, you know, tactically really strong. You can see she's really growing and knowing how to play a good tactical, positive game. And I was really impressed with the break play. You must be really proud of her.
I'm extremely proud of her, yeah. She's certainly improved a lot in the last sort of 2 years, I'd say. Just, yeah, trying to teach her to get breaks out, play positively, and... You know, it doesn't always come off, but I think, yeah, she's done herself proud, and I think she's seen that playing like that is sort of going to help her to continue to improve, and yeah, just...
No, she's a beautiful lady. It's been lovely to get to know her more.
I know she's really enjoyed playing in it, so...
So I think I first met her... Well, I've met her on the sideline, but up in Auckland when we went up to Tamaki Makaurau for that team's AC weekend, and had a bit of a chat to her on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I can see why you're such a good guy. You've got a great mum.
This looks like a...
Yep,
do you think
so
she'll cut
she's
this a
in.
little bit, or...?
A little bit of cut, yeah.
So she's rushing this
that's
to
nice.
Poroporo Rua, hoop 2, but she's short, and so she's not happy. She's made a little comment then, did she? Oh, that's actually rolled in not too badly.
Yeah,
It's quite green in this corner. We've got a
take
big,
off from behind.
beautiful tree here that we're sitting under. So this part of the lawn is green as a result. It's not getting that sunshine. Tamanui te rā. That's that hoop on the ground. I hear she's a bit of a hoop tapper. Oh, we got a nervous match here, ladies and gentlemen.
We have. These hoops are the bane.
Yeah, you got to get those shoulders relaxed. You got any advice on that? You know, I mean, do you actually, like you said? I know it's just a game, and you like to lighten up the situation, don't you? It's almost you got to laugh at yourself a bit, don't you?
Yeah, I think you got to recognise that you're here to have fun. Obviously, some people may say winning is having fun.
It's more fun when you win. My husband likes to say that.
Yeah, but I guess there's a long way to go in this match, so I think for Gabrielle there, she's just got to put that one past her, and maybe take a little bit more time over the next one, but
she looks like she's smiling over there.
Yeah.
Like she's trying to, you know.
I don't think she did a whole lot wrong with that hoop shot. Maybe didn't hit it possibly as hard as she needed to kind of get it to grip in that hoop and kick on through, but yeah, I mean, she's getting the chances that she needs. She just needs a little bit more time on the lawn or 1 or 2 shots to go her way.
That is a good confidence booster, seeing things going your way. But, you know, Pip and I were having a little chat before about croquet waiata that we like to use in our heads. And quite often when I'm going around a break, I'm a bit like a dwarf, one of the 7 dwarfs. I like to whistle while I work, you know.
Yes.
Like to be happy in my mahi and remember to be happy and enjoy myself, and it's a beautiful day, and almost play with a smile on my face, you know.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so we were chatting about songs that get in our heads as we're playing. Do you have any special little waiata or sing along songs that, you know?
Not really. I mean, I think I do sometimes have a song in my head, but it's never the same song or anything like that. I think it changes from tournament to tournament for me, and I might pick up something during the tournament that becomes my tournament mantra or waiata. Or
any particular ones you've been favourite of events?
I just can't.
Anything happening there? Not waltzing Matilda, probably.
No. I mean, they never stick with me past the tournaments. It's sort of weird. It's just that gets me through that period, and then I kind of move on, and I guess that's just how I play the game.
I don't stick with one song. I've had Lizzo a bit this week. I am ready to be loved. I am ready, you know, and that kind of feeling of aroha when you're playing, that you're not tense, that you're enjoying yourself, and that you are ready. I am ready. And you had, what was your one, Pip?
Just to remind me of how fast the lawns, I had Limp Bizkit in my head, actually. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. So where do you think she's going to put the black ball, Edmund?
Well, she hasn't used red, so I assume she'll be coming over to red to make penult.
Do you think she'll make Rover?
Yeah.
Yeah, safe enough at this point in the game.
Yeah, I would say so.
Especially with
at this level, you're out there to make hoops and get breaks going, and you're not there just to hit and lay the lawn. Yeah, especially because people at this level quite often will hit at balls. They won't go and hide in corners.
I think if I was Debbie in this situation, I'm looking to end the game as quickly as I can, and just sort of try and refuse Gabrielle any more play time.
It's really important because Gabrielle really has been cold in this first match, which is tough, you know. You got, they'll probably break for lunch, do you think, after this? How are we tracking for time?
No, it's only 11. I imagine they'll get straight into the next game if this finishes now.
Tacoma tahi. Talking about waiata, somebody's just turned up with sounds next to the park with their little boom box. We're in Hagley Park. Right, so she's going to rush this to penultimate. Is that the plan?
Yep.
Over the years of my croquet career and watching my parents play, especially my father here at this venue before time limits were installed, you know, you don't, like you were talking about, you get this game chalked up, you want to get that 26 done and dusted. You don't want long games. You know, I've seen Paul Skinley, who's now passed 9 hours, one game. You know. Peter Couch, a day and a half, he said, for one event. Literally win the event because there's only one left at the event, you know, sort of thing. But I remember Paul out on that lawn 3, like, if it wasn't 9 inches in front, he turned away. They got complete tatars, and it was hot. Weather in the 80s, that ozone was burning you. That's through lovely. So she's got penult.
She's got a ball up at Rover. Well, close enough to Rover.
It's rolled through a bit. We don't always like that big roll through and got to turn. I mean, Edmund, I know it's not too much of a bother for you, but psychologically it can play with your head to have to turn around and hit a ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'd never want to be playing one like that if I can help it, but
Especially, well, she's got no lift here, so she's not going to be worrying about leaving a lift if she misses it. Yeah, but her shoulders look very hunched up, and she's lunging slightly. Do you think? So, you know,
Yeah, a
there's
little
a
bit.
lot of tension. We're in the finals. This is, you know, this is the big deal.
She looked a-
talking to herself.
she looked a little bit
Giving
relieved to
herself a
hit that
talking
one.
to. Yeah.
Yeah. My father, Tony Stevens, is always like, you know, just do that breathing, Sonia, you know, take a breath, stand back and just settle yourself down, especially if you've had a big shot like that. Just take a minute to just regroup, you know. So she'll be wanting to put that red, it looks like she wants to get in close to the peg area, and she's going to be getting onto her partner black back ball, Pangor. That's looking good. She's going to come on the top of yellow, which is better. She didn't want to go underneath that. And come over past red on the left, yes?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap between red and the peg. Played it nicely though.
That's nice.
Yeah, she don't want to be
She's
going
on the,
through
She's
there.
on that rush
Yeah, it
line,
was-
so you can just
You want to
just
reduce the
trickle up
risk.
to yellow.
The risk in your game, really, you know, so going between peg and reds just, you know, could be a whole load of disaster areas. And
she's
so,
gonna
yeah,
use red
going to the
next.
left would have been the better option. Debbie is telling me she's wearing Calvin Klein trousers today.
Oh.
They've been discontinued, unfortunately, a bit stretchy, but lovely, she says, to play in. As she said, if she had wished she had known, she would have bought 10 pairs. It's important to be comfortable out
It
there.
is.
But traditionally, whites were the thing. You know, everybody wore whites when I first started playing. And a lot of ladies were still playing side stance in their white
Yes,
dresses
long,
and their sort
long
of
skirts and side.
bowling hats. Yes, yep. So there's a lot more colour, and that's because with our country shirts that we've been wearing, Kiwis are often very black shirts, but England white and red,
Yep.
and you get the
That's-
Australians with their green and
They
the
were
yellows.
they were in white shirts with green lettering, weren't they?
Aye. And there were extra shirts for sale this time too, so the supporters could buy shirts. They were available. I bought one as well, just to have.
Oh, nice.
Little collection of T-shirts. You must have quite a growing collection of outfits now, Edmund.
Yeah, I've got a few. Mostly they just sit at home.
Do they? They sit
Yeah.
at home. Like, you got them like in a drawer, or do you
they're-
have them
yeah, they're
pinned
just-
on the wall or something?
They're just in a drawer. I mean,
Oh, Rover through, Rover again,
nicely
a
through.
little bit further down, but not too bad this time.
she's just guaranteed the last two hoops, I think, with this pace that she's hit them at.
Yes,
But
Yeah, overall, as you're seeing Gabrielle's break and Debbie's break, I think Debbie's has just been a little bit more controlled.
yeah,
Not that we've seen a whole heap of, unfortunately, Gabrielle's just not had that opportunity. And to be honest, I don't know Gabrielle. Have you seen her play much before?
I've not seen either of these two play, so it's just what I've seen over the last few days.
See, I know Debbie from when 30 years ago, and we played together in tournaments in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know Debbie, and I know her style of play, and I've only just during the event had a bit of a look at Gabrielle. To just, you know, you do need to watch the players when you don't know them.
Yeah, you
need to be
do.
And see what are they doing, how are they going, what's up with them.
Yeah, you
But
can
then,
pick up
you know,
little things.
Lois Kirk was not going very well, not happy during block play, and then she went out and slam dunked me yesterday like a pro. And the end of my mallet fell off. I know. I've only had my Terminator mallet 2 months, Edmund, and the end fell off. And I ain't a hard hitter like you, honey. Have you ever had an end fall off your Terminator when you were given one? Probably. Is it in bits?
I've had it crack along the bottom.
Wow. Oh, sausage roll alert.
I've had the handle bend.
Thank you. Apologies, Aroha Mai, if I'm slightly quiet, and Edmund, because we both received a sausage roll.
I'll carry you guys. I'm not even one.
Pip's got to hold the hold the taiaha for us. What's happening, Pip? Tell us a story.
Well, I'm not sure what she's going to do with the red and the yellow balls. There's no lift in play.
Well,
Or is there?
she's
She didn't
going
go.
to wire
No,
at
she
the
didn't.
pairs. Oh, that sausage roll.
Did she go through fullback at the beginning of this turn?
No.
No.
Is that right, Edmund? Was that a firm no? Or did she go through
I'm
fullback?
not sure. She went through fullback.
No,
with
she
black.
did.
She
She
did
did
go
go
through
through
fullback.
I think she
There is
did.
a
Yeah.
There is a
Yes.
lift in play.
So she's just cross wide, yellow and red through the peg,
And that's called a, what's cross-court leave? Or something?
diagonal
A
spread.
diagonal spread, that's the one.
And it's quite horizontal rather than sort of vertical, which means that the balls are all sort of closer together. It means that the lift shot from B balk is shorter, but it means that the lift shot from A balk is longer. So she's looking for a maximum distance from both balks.
Yeah, you either want those balls tucked in level or just up from hoop 5 so they can't see them from the A balk, and it makes it a longer shot.
And red won't have a shot because the peg will be impeding.
Yeah, so red shouldn't have a backswing to be able to hit blue and black, and it should be the peg should be blocking red's shot on yellow.
Yes.
So she'll be feeling pretty comfortable about
That's
this
a nice
situation.
leave.
And if Gabrielle goes out and hits, well, then she's only just getting up from her seat now.
She's up.
Personally, I've started to do some walking around by now, having a few swings of the old mallet. What about you, Edmund? How do you like to prepare for the lift?
I don't really do too much. I think depending on how much I've played on the lawn, I'll be thinking about which balk I'm going to be taking it from. If I know I've been shooting well, then I'll probably just take the shorter shot. If I haven't had much time on the lawn, I want the easiest shot possible, so I'll probably take the shortest shot. If I think my opponent's not very likely to finish the next turn, I'll take the long shot just to make it a bit harder for them.
Do you do any visualising like Reg Bamford?
Not really. I think the most visualising I do in croquet is when I'm shooting or playing takeoffs or rolls. I can kind of picture a line just from my ball that it's going to take to then hit its target.
Yeah, where you want that ball to go, where to end up. It's quite good to mark that spot in your mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think almost picking a spot a yard in front of you can be really helpful, just because you're not looking at a 20-yarder then, you're looking at a 1-yarder, which you know that if you've lined it up and picked the right spot,
Yeah,
hitting it over that spot.
Oh, she's gone through the middle.
All right, so all going well, Debbie.
She's got two
Debbie's
hoops
got a
to make,
turn now,
and
so
then
also
a
you've got to
peg.
be apparently aware of the commentator curse, apparently.
Yes. No,
And not say too much, but
I'm definitely not going to say what will happen because this game, things can turn. But she will be wanting to finish it this turn.
and that's good to know, because I mean there are many players that have said to me, my opponent was peg and peg, and I got in and I won the game. Having that mental stamina and being able to just tune that out and just be about every single shot. I've been doing that a lot more, siloing my mind.
It's
the
such
mind,
a
if it
mental
starts
game.
chatting to you and you're thinking about what's going on elsewhere, then you are reducing your probability of completing that turn successfully or even that
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, shutting everything else out. One thing I find hard as a mum to 3 small kids and a full-time job as a teacher, and sometimes life things pop into my head during a game and I have to really work at shutting those out. And I think this week's been great because I'm away by myself, it's the school holidays, literally everything else is not even a factor at the moment.
You put that to bed.
Yeah.
I started during training just be like, okay, I'm playing yellow and this is a rush with red to hoop 3 or whatever. I'd literally just make my mind go, I'm doing this now, and just shut everything out. And so quite often you just have a quiet mind, but you've got to be careful when it starts chatting away to you, doesn't it? It can be lethal. And, like we say, you're on the lawn, you're playing yourself really, and the lawn and what's going on in yourself. It's not a high-octane sport, this one. You got the slow burn.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes it so tiring is the mental strain more than the physical.
I mean, you've just had 18 days of that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Rob, Edmund, how did that go for you? I know there were some times I was watching you and I was like, he looks like he's really like, my mind, I can't, what am I doing? Not quite sure, Must have been a real learning stage for you, the first big event like that, yeah?
Yeah, it was it was strange. It was nothing like I've ever experienced, and so it was, yeah, everything was quite new, but I try really hard to almost zone out when it's not my turn, and I find it's the same in golf, croquet and in association. I kind of don't like to watch my own game, which I know sounds a little bit weird, but
she'll be happy
I
with
find
that,
it relaxes me, and I'm not, what's going on, and that helps to sort of reduce the amount of time I'm concentrating, and that just, yeah, I think...
I have noted you doing that. I think I watched something and you were playing in Nottingham. It was probably like the GC Worlds, and you were looking away at the trees or something, and keeping yourself distant. And I
nice
thought,
hoop.
I like that, what you're doing, and I have taken that up myself. So thank you for that detachment.
Yeah, and I mean, the hard part is then getting back into the focus of the game. But if you're able to get that ability to move in and out, it can be really beneficial, especially in a long tournament like this where you're concentrating for, 9 hours a day potentially. Just being able to switch off can save yourself so much energy, like mental energy. It can be really beneficial.
Yes, I think it is important, and sometimes I'll even have a lie in the shelter shed and just have a almost nap just to let my muscles go, because often if you're a bit agitated about something, you tense up and you're frustrated on the sideline, so you do have to almost just go to another place in your mind and in your body and just let go, because if you start getting agitated, especially in a situation where you are ahead and you're watching your opponent go round, and then they give you that chance to have a turn, to hit or whatever, or if they might make an error. Quite frequently, if you haven't learnt to just detach, then you go out there with all that baggage, and it shows in your body language.
Yeah, I find if I've not played very well, or I've just missed a shot that I felt I should have got, I end up sitting down and being really annoyed with myself, and after about 30 seconds I've moved on. And I need that 30 seconds to sort of mentally go, why did I do that?
Yeah, let it out quick and fast,
and then,
like move on, and then
yeah.
it's done. So that's the past, and you've got to get on with the future. It's like when I had my end of my mallet. Head fall off yesterday. I put it in my pocket, went and talked to the referee just to check, because there is a law change about that. You can play on with your mallet. I had thought that perhaps that was it for me, curtains. And I had, there was about 10 minutes when I was a bit freaking. And then I was like, I remembered that Olympic woman just recently, the black lady who... I can't remember what country she was from, South African country perhaps. She's a very good runner, and she got tripped over. And she got up and she sprinted and just won the race. And I was like, yeah, just get up and win that race. I didn't. But it's that mentality that you have to...
So we're nearly at the... Looks like Debbie's going to be rushing up to the peg. And all going to plan. The end of game one will be upon us.
And you never rush straight at the peg, of course.
No, we learned that.
Why not, Pab?
Because if you rush your ball into the peg, that ball is no longer in play, so you cannot take croquet, so your turn is over.
Turn over?
Yes.
Yeah, so Debbie does not want to have that happen.
So she's rushed to the side of the peg, which is the clever thing to do.
And so this is a best of 3. Are they doing best of 3, or are they going to go to the best of 5?
I'm not too sure.
There was a talk that they might potentially make it best of 5, but they might go with just the best of 3. That's the first one, and the second one.
And the second one's it.
Well done.
Well done,
Homai te
Debbie.
paki from the crowd. Debbie Cornelius
Miharo.
is, miharo. So we were talking about that ho fiti.
Ho fiti.
And could we had a little think about what that meant in translation. Do you want to have a chat about that, Pip?
Yeah, so we talked about ho meaning breath and wind, but that didn't really make sense. So I looked in the Te Reo Māori dictionary, and ho actually means to strike a ball.
That's te ara, the Māori dictionary.
Yes, so to strike a ball, and then fiti has a few different meanings as well, like shining from the sun, but it also means sport. So it's the sport of hitting balls or striking. So
striking the ball.
Yeah, quite a literal explanation of the game.
Yes, because the fiti or the ho fiti at first came up to me as quarter, and I thought, maybe it's because 4 balls, quarter, and fitting is a direction within north, south, east, west. But yeah, that was great that you looked that up. We're using our translations and try to understand how this name was determined. Hauwhiti.
So, well, I wonder when it's up to the players to decide if they have a break or if they just carry on now and get started again.
They'll be having a discussion. I think we've got they're having a discussion because I think the knockout grid is up at the moment, showing already Debbie's score. So what's that? Debbie Lyons 26 and Gabrielle 3.
Toru.
Yep, Toru. Ruatakoma Ono. Yep.
Versus Toru.
Yeah. And so they look from the way that she's applying sunblock that they're going to continue.
Gabrielle will be very
game.
Motivated to come in and just come out swinging.
She will. And we've got a number of other games here happening. We've got the final of the plate, and that's an all-Australian final. Lois Kirk trounced me yesterday very well, 26-9, and they're playing on the court adjoining this lawn. And can we have an update on that? Edmund, can you see some clips on that plate final for us and have a little look? See,
Blacks for hoop 4.
And Jackie Lynch is
4 and 2 for blue and black.
Red and yellow.
Yellow's on 2 back.
And then I guess she's in a break with red.
4, yes.
It's on her shoe, the red clip. So, and then
I think Jackie's been doing quite well, and she looks like she's doing a Pinault takeoff right now with her red
Pinault
ball.
and 2 back.
And 2 back. So Jackie Lynch ahead in that match, and they are a best of 3 also, aren't they? And what are the other games going
We've got
on?
The bowl final behind us.
That's
Miranda Chapman versus Alison Robertson, both New Zealanders.
And let's have an update on that score then. And will that be best of 3 as well?
Miranda,
all best of 3.
Alison is on 1 and 3. Miranda is on 1 and in play with red.
I believe that's game 2 though.
It's game 2.
Yeah, I think Miranda won the first one.
Yes.
Yeah, Miranda's quite a quick player.
Yep.
Doesn't muck around too much. She knows what she's up to. And of course, married to Paddy Chapman. She was the World Woman Champion last time, and Paddy is current World Champion for the Open. It's not a men's event, is it?
No.
I don't think he's the current champion.
Isn't he? Yes. Well, unless they've had another World's AC.
Yes, in 2020.
Oh well. Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, so they have been. And then we've got one other game going over there. That's Erika Malai Purnaman. She's married to a Tamil man. So she's playing again.
Is she playing Dawn?
The Scottish lady.
No, Erika's playing Dawn.
Oh, it's a double bank call, isn't it? Yes.
And the two Rosemarys, the Scottish and Australia, playing each other also.
So that's great to have a few games going on here today, but everybody else is enjoying.
Alison Sharp's arrived to watch. We'll try and get her on the microphone.
Yes. Good to have women's voices during this event.
Yes, and some different accents would be nice too.
Yeah, some different accents would be awesome.
I think Nelson's
in a moment we're going
take them away from us.
Yeah, and I've got Sandra coming over to join me.
Brilliant.
So yeah.
She'd expressed interest in that.
Yeah. So we'll get an American voice.
Yes.
Right.
I'm going to have a break now and go back to my teapot. I'm having my rooibos tea. It's got superpowers. And Edmund, what are you up to? What's your next big event? Are you having a bit of a break from croquet at the moment?
A little bit of a break. I'm going to play the New Zealand Open doubles with Josh Freeth, but besides that, I've not really got anything else on the agenda.
You're just coming for the doubles, or are you playing in the singles?
Just coming for the doubles. I've got commitments around that time, so I couldn't play both, and I feel like it's sort of a reasonable amount of croquet to kind of start getting back into things, and just a whole week of croquet seemed like a lot, but no, 3 days of doubles will be fun.
You've already had, you've already had 18 days with
I'll hand you over to Nelson for some more expert commentary.
I can understand you having a break.
Hope you enjoyed yourself there, and I'm sure the viewers enjoyed having you doing the commentary.
Yeah, kōrero, aye.
So,
We are back into game 2. Obviously, Debbie won the first, and Gabrielle has had the initial ball over to the east boundary.
Off the A balk line, and Debbie's walking up to the B balk line, isn't she, Nelson?
Yes, and probably going to be a corner 2 opening.
It seems to be very popular.
It's been very popular, yes. The only Alison Sharp yesterday did a couple of Duffer-Tice to hoop 6.
But most of a lot of that.
But most of the openings with these ladies has been a corner 2. Anyway, I'm going to be joined by an American.
Oh, wonderful.
Sandra.
Oh, we're saying goodbye to Edmund. Thanks,
Is this Edmund Fordyce?
Yep.
I played your mom. And you're as handsome as your mom is pretty.
She's got all the moves.
Hello, I'm Sandy.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Sonia.
Nice to meet
that's
you.
great.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you. And hello, Sandra.
Hello, Nelson. Hello, Sonia.
Put it right up there.
Yeah.
Yep, get it in there.
Lovely to be here. Thank you so much.
So how have you enjoyed your tournament, Sandra?
Well, if I may say locally, it's been brilliant, and it truly has. It's just really an honor to be here. And look at this weather we have. We're seeing spectacular play. And thank you. How are you doing, Nelson?
I'm good. Yes, it's been, playing is tiring, but I have to say doing 8 hours of commentary also is quite an exhausting feat.
So we're starting game 2.
We are starting in game 2, and Gabrielle has shot with her ball and missed, and now Debbie is looking at taking the shot at Gabrielle's balls. So this is shot 4 of this second game, and the sun has come out a bit more. We're getting a few shadows.
Music is playing in the park.
Yep.
Festive feeling in the air.
And she shoots and she misses. So let's see what Gabrielle can make of this. She didn't have not much luck in her first game. The hoops were certainly being unkind to her.
Indeed.
Yes, the hoops have not been easy, have they, Sandra?
They really have been a challenge, especially for those of us that don't play on them regularly. And they were tweaked quite tightly. They were a real challenge. I set up beautiful breaks for my opponents on too many occasions, but learned along the way that conservative play is a better way to go when you're not feeling confident with hoops.
Yep. No, the hoops, I think during the block stage they were set at 1.2 millimetres, bigger than, more than the largest ball, and then they were reduced to 0.8 for the initial stages of the knockout, and today they have been reduced to 0.6. So they are and they're also in new holes, so they're quite challenging hoops.
I first played them in the Women's Worlds in Hawke's Bay in 2019, and that was a real challenge as well because it's a different feel.
Yes, these hoops, if you haven't played with them before, can be quite a shock in a way. They once you get used to how to run them, they're not so bad, but initially they do react differently than other hoops, and you need to treat them in a slightly different way. Anyway, Gabrielle is doing a slight pass roll to go to 1, and she is there with a slightly angled hoop. She's had hoops of this angle before, but she's nicely
sailed through it.
Yeah, great. So she's away. She's got herself on the board. There's not a lock on the lawn, unfortunately. She's got a ball up in corner 2 and a ball down near the boundary by hoop 4. So Gabrielle's gone initially to the black ball. So she's going for a big shot here, where she's going to be putting black at hoop 3 and coming to the blue ball in corner 2, and then she'll be doing a pass roll out of corner 2 to get in front of hoop 2. She's done that fairly well. The black has stayed on. It's probably 2 yards in, and the red ball is about 3 or 4 yards from the ball in corner 2.
Hello, Peter.
How's it going?
Yep, well, Gabrielle just played a great split shot, putting a ball beyond 3 and going to the ball in corner 2. So now the pass roll is if she gets this shot, then she has got the chance of a break.
I've just been keeping an eye on the game between Kerry Ann Organ and Cindy Clark. And Cindy's actually, I wouldn't say in control, but she's well ahead. 4 back and 2 back, I think, against 2 and 1 back.
Yeah. And that's the final of the bowl, isn't it?
Yes. So we had the joke here.
Oh, she's doing a takeoff.
And what do we
here.
have to our right?
That's the final of the plate.
Plate. And behind is the shield.
I think so.
And we have Dawn from America battling it out for the consolation semi, with Erica from England.
You know some of these players, obviously.
Yes.
I guess you've been playing them all week. So
Then we have Rosemary and Rosemary, one from Scotland and one representing Australia for the other semi-final in the consolation.
So Gabriella did a takeoff. She didn't go for the pass roll, so she's, I think, probably because of where black is. Anyway, she's attempting this hoop 2. She's probably getting towards the yard back. And unfortunately, she has made contact with the hoop, and so she's now putting her clip back on, and Debbie is coming back on the lawn.
the red ball is slightly open to blue.
Slightly, yeah. She's probably got half a ball.
Half a ball.
But I think she's going to go back to her own partner ball. Shoots it back and she hits right in the middle. Yep. Again, the standard of shooting from both these players has been
Pretty phenomenal.
absolutely.
And they very seldom just clip the ball. They're invariably right in the middle.
No, the standard of the hitting, it really has been top notch.
Wouldn't be a commentary without a mechanical drill sound in the back.
Yes, it's usually someone cutting a hedge or mowing a lawn or grinding a tree.
I think it's a tree coming down.
Anyway, she has come to the red ball. obviously can move the red ball out of. Oh no! Actually, she actually clipped it. I didn't. Must have just brushed it. She just brushed it past. Yes. So she's now taking off to the yellow ball, which is down towards corner 1. Probably
a bit of room to get in
about
behind.
4 yards out, I'd say, wouldn't you?
From the hoop.
From the corner.
Ooh, no, I think it's reasonably close in, but there's enough room to get in behind it.
No, but if you went from the corner line, 3-4 yards in, yeah. She had a lot of room to manoeuvre there anyway. She's fallen a little bit short, so she's actually rushing it away from the hoop.
Beautiful garden backdrop.
Yeah. Yes, it is rather good. Sonia commented on that earlier.
Did she? Yeah. The hydrangeas are wonderful at the moment. They really are.
Many
superb.
deep purples, which are not in view currently.
Sorry?
Deep purple hydrangeas are beautiful here.
Yes, I have a lot in my own place up north, and they've been fantastic this year. I think with all the rain and then the heat, they've been quite stunning.
And the colour changes according to the acidity of the soil.
It does,
as
absolutely,
well.
yeah. I mean, I remember getting some in Wellington once, and they were deep purple when I got them, but when I planted them, they come the next year, they were pink.
Oh, she's rolled into that hoop extremely
Beautifully,
well.
Very well. She looks like she's dead in front.
Debbie certainly has got better position on the hoops.
Absolutely.
Today.
Yep. And that's what you need to have, is you need to be really nicely right in front, just a little bit back, and it gives you room to actually swing them out. It was quite interesting what Edmund was saying earlier, Peter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About the hoop running technique. She certainly wasn't going to stick in that one.
No. It must have been a little more difficult than we thought.
Yeah.
I didn't feel she needed to hit it quite that hard.
So she's come through nearly to the north boundary, but she's probably a couple of yards in.
At best. And she has got the red ball by hoop 2.
Yeah.
To shoot at, but she will be hitting that ball away from the hoop.
You've been to New Zealand a number of times, haven't you, Sandra, with various other tournaments and
my fourth
time.
And each one is equally enjoyable.
Yeah, I think the first time we met, though, probably was in the States, wasn't it? At Mission Hills. Yes, probably 10 years ago or something.
Yes.
And have you been here playing croquet or?
Yes, I participated in the Women's Worlds in 2019 in Hawke's Bay.
Oh, right.
Was happy to make it out of the block. But this sport is a totally different animal. This association is lovely in its difficulty.
Oh, you're... A rare event, Nelson, a rare event. So you played golf croquet.
I did.
Other one, yeah. And you're still playing a lot of that, or?
A bit. I'll be playing in Florida, the regionals coming up, but I haven't been playing too much. More trying to learn this one.
Yeah. Was that at the USA Golf Croquet Centre?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
National Croquet Centre.
Yeah, I played there in
2016. We've both played there, haven't we? Yes.
2016, and it also is at Palm Beach or Palm. They've got with golf course. It's got the 4 croquet lawns there.
Palm Beach, yes.
Palm Beach,
the beach club.
No, I'm not quite sure. It was a golf club with some with 4 lawns. So what would your approach be here, Nelson? Go straight to the hoop, or? Black's pretty well out of contention.
It is really.
And
I don't think you've got much other choice. Well, I mean, I mean, she's got a chance, getting her rush, I suppose, on the red. That's what she may be looking at. And the other beauty of it is she will be taking her own partner ball down. That's I suppose the beauty of actually coming up and using the red ball. She's punched that pretty well. It's going to be a bit short, I think. Yeah. But now she has the possibility of a rush to black.
Yeah. It's an ill wind that blows nobody anywhere.
That's right. And
although possibly the hoop could be in the way there.
And the blue ball.
Oh, right.
No, she's not going to do that.
Yeah.
She obviously didn't have a very good shot or rush to the black ball. Lots of things could have gone awry.
So we're going back to set for hoop 1.
Yep. And she's rolled both balls down very nicely, so she's got well down but beyond the hoop, and now she can leave the rush for red or yellow.
It's interesting. I don't know that she can get to a position here where she's got a straight rush to the hoop without actually giving away
a target. And knowing how these players play, they're quite aggressive in their shooting.
I think she's accepted the cut rush, but she's presumably wired yellow from blue.
Yep.
Were you up late last night, Nelson, at the dinner?
I think it's just the week has caught up with one. Yes, we had the championship dinner last night, and I think probably most of the players attended, and it was certainly a happy occasion, wasn't it, Sandra?
It was indeed, and it was also a beautiful evening with warm temperature at the Doubletree Hilton.
There was drinks outside to start with, and then a dinner inside. Also during the evening, Jeff Young was presented with this Hall of Fame because he'd been inducted into the WCF Hall of Fame.
And his wife Phyllis was in attendance, as was his daughter Dallas.
There's about 3 or 4 generations of them, isn't there?
Yes, certainly is. Yep. Well, certainly 3.
And the old pun was again in play when Debbie beat Dallas. We won't say the rest.
The Debbie and Dallas pun, shall we say. Strangely enough, in my career I once was in partnership with a Ross Dallas, his wife's name was Debbie.
And I have a niece called Dallas.
Do you?
and of course, you have some association with Dallas, or not? No, in America, no.
Just flying there.
Just flying there
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Oh, is that right? Straight through.
Auckland to Dallas, Dallas to PBI.
So that's just one flight straight to Dallas. No stopovers?
It is. Auckland, Christchurch to Auckland.
Yeah.
Auckland to Dallas.
It's a long flight. Don't envy you that one.
So Gabrielle is taking off from red up to blue.
She's out down on the line past
and
4.
She's wanting to get that rush up to black, up into the third corner.
And she's got that.
I think she will be able to hopefully cut that up into the third corner.
Is black in the corner, Nelson? Can you see?
I think it's just out. Not that far, but probably a foot or so outside the corner.
So not much chance of a cannon.
No.
An impressive number of casts. No fault for this game.
No. In some of the golf croquet players watching this might have been intrigued by the fact that Gabrielle actually made contact with the ball when she was casting. In association croquet, this is not a fault. It's all about intent. Did she intend to hit the ball? No, she didn't. So therefore, she just put the ball back and continue with her casting and hit the ball when she has the intention to hit it.
There are situations though when it becomes a fault if the ball you're hitting is deemed to be critical and you haven't marked it.
Yeah, that is a new law.
And it usually happens around hoops when you're attempting to make a hoop and you're casting over it and you clip the ball and the ball's in a difficult situation and would be deemed critical.
And the reason for that is that can you put that ball back exactly where it was? So if you've marked it, you can, but if you haven't marked it, it's now regarded as your shot. In golf croquet, of course, if you make contact, that is regarded as your shot.
And Nelson and I differ to the extremes of both ends of this particular law. I believe that if you touch the ball in the course of your shot, it should be the end of your turn. Nelson, A, because he casts himself, and B, because he thinks otherwise.
And also, in golf croquet, if you do that, the result is only the miss of one shot. If you do this in association, it can mean the end of the game. You know, you hand it back to your opponent, who may, make 12 hoops or a triple peel off it. So it has much graver consequences.
See, my mother regarded casting as an abomination.
Yes, but your mother was old school.
Well, no, she's way past old school, way past, and felt that it often wasted an awful lot of time.
Well, missing balls wastes a lot of time.
Well, yeah, all of that. But anyway, the end result is that we differ on this particular subject, but we've actually managed to agree on an enormous number.
We have, yes.
Bob Kroger used to say that of the top 10 players in the world, most of them cast.
I would say he's probably right. In fact, I would say probably 100% of them cast. Wouldn't you, Nelson?
Chris Clark does not cast.
But he's no longer playing.
No, true. Reg Bamford doesn't cast. Jose Riva doesn't cast. And they are top 10 players playing now. Paddy Chapman doesn't cast. So it's not totally true.
No, it's 30% play properly.
This was in the mid-90s that statement was made.
But percentage-wise now, a lot of especially the younger players, do cast. It sort of became fashionable, I suppose, in the 90s.
And not regrettably, but my wife has been taught to cast by a younger player, and she now uses that as a tool.
Anyway, so where are we? Gabrielle has made no more progress with her hoops. She's still on 2 and 2, and Debbie is on 2 and 1.
And Debbie's facing wired ball, red and yellow, I think, are wired from her.
It does seem
And
that
so
way.
She presumably has a shot at blue.
Yes, she does.
Debbie seems to have a Reg Bamford grip in that the thumb is on top, standard grip, thumb on top.
His is slightly different, but as you say, it does. She has the that's, and also her hands are quite apart. Anyway, she's shot, she's missed. Gabrielle has, I don't know much of a
I don't know that it's a useful rush.
Not overly, no. I think it's just going to just tap the ball and take off to the ball, 2 balls up here, which is quite an easy way of
creating a break. Strictly speaking, the balls have been put on the rush line.
Yeah.
To hoop 2. Yeah. And she should be able to load hoop 3 and go to the ball, the infield ball, to get a rush to hoop 2.
Yeah. So she takes off to black.
These ladies seem to be comfortable with playing a shot that gives those opportunities, because it's happened quite often.
A bit long.
Yeah, a bit long. Yeah, you would prefer it to be a little bit closer. Well, I would.
Yes. Be a nervous 7-yarder, that, Nelson?
Yes, it's probably getting to it.
In our terms.
Yeah, it's getting towards that 7 yards, isn't it? 6, 7. But it doesn't seem to worry Gabrielle and Debbie very much. And she hits the black. She can now send the black to hoop 3 and get her rush on the blue ball to hoop 2. The spectators are starting to build. We've probably now got something like probably, what do you think, close to 40 people?
Oh, possibly even more, Nelson.
Perhaps 50,
50
yeah.
or 60. Because we can't see along the line that we're sitting. There's quite a few people there as well.
Absolutely.
Gabrielle, too, has a standard grip.
She does, yep, but much higher. The hands are much closer together.
They both have carbon fiber mallets?
Yes, they both play with peak trimmer mallets.
It seems to be the standard piece of equipment for the English these days, doesn't it, Nelson?
Varying lengths of the heads?
I think they both play with 11-inch.
Whether the handles are the same length as I don't know. You'd have to put them side by side.
Yeah, but
she's left with a 1 metre, 1 yard shot at the hoop.
And she gets the rejection again. She's really just, the hoops are not being kind to her today at all.
Hasn't quite got the hoop position that Debbie has been getting.
No, that's right. I mean, you just want to be that extra
another foot
closer, don't you? It just makes that, because with that length, you've only got to catch the merest bit of wire and the ball is just spat back at you. I mean, some of the people who are probably watching are saying, oh, why are these players failing these hoops?
The reason is the hoops are set solidly in the ground, and they are set to 0.6 of a millimetre more than the largest ball, and that is not a lot of clearance. And also the rigidity of the hoops makes a big deal of difference in making these hoops difficult to run.
And they say the pegs sticking out of the ground up to 5 millimeters don't matter.
No,
but
they don't. No.
They visibly look like a jail cell when you're looking at them.
But they actually make no difference whatsoever. That's just purely in your mind, and I don't think it would affect Gabrielle and Debbie.
And technically, should the players believe that those pegs are having an effect, they can ask for the hoops to be hit in.
Debbie shoots and just misses. I mean, that was very close, wasn't it?
Very close. Interesting to see what Gabrielle will do here, because strictly speaking, she's right in front of her hoop still, and she may wish to practice running hoops. And
yes. Now we're just going to see the nationality flags, and in front of those flags are the trophies for this event. The plate, bowl, shield, and also all the medals that the top 4 players will receive, and the large cup, which is the Charles Jones trophy. Charles Jones was a good friend of mine, and also he was had a long history in croquet. He was president of Croquet New Zealand, and he was also the WCF, the World Croquet Federation president. He sadly died in 2011, and
a doughty opponent as well.
Sorry?
And a doughty opponent as well.
Yes, he certainly was a colourful character, and but he did a lot for croquet. He also managed a lot of the McRobertson Shield matches for New Zealand, and so this trophy is basically remembers, and as in what's the word I'm trying to find?
I'm not sure.
In memory of him.
Yeah. He also often went away as the manager of the McRobertson
That's
teams.
what I'm saying. Yes.
As opposed to managing the tournaments.
That's what I meant. He was manager of the team, of the Trans-Tasman team, and also the McRobertson Shield team.
And he was also heavily involved in managing tournaments as well.
Yes.
I think he was a bit of a fan of the variable Swiss format, which I'd have to say I never really enjoyed.
I wouldn't say that he... Yeah. The Swiss, Swiss is a good format, and it's used quite a bit in the UK. I know it's not popular in New Zealand, but I think it's because it has not been managed properly.
Yes, we'll agree to differ there, Nelson. I personally think it's an abomination. So now Debbie's organised herself a bit of a cut rush to the number 2 hoop. Is blue for number 2? I've got the screen and the...
Yes, it's at hoop 2.
And she gets that angle.
Yep, she's rushed over to hoop 2, and she's done it very well.
And she's a
good length.
Good length, about 1.5 meters or so out in front of the hoop.
Nicely done.
And again, it shows the value of being quite close in and straight in front of the hoops.
Yes, obviously when you're much closer in, therefore your accuracy goes up quite a lot. Therefore you're not making contact with the wire, and therefore you don't get the same rejection.
And Debbie now has one of my favourite shots to play, where she's loading it 4. And
It's a good one, this isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's and going across to the yellow ball, which is on quite a pleasant spot in terms of receiving this shot. And she's got the length of that pretty well perfect, and has got a bit of a cut rush on yellow. But
it would be fun to have Lorna do some commentating so we could hear a bit of some Scotland.
Bit of Scottish accent. I did ask Lorna yesterday, but she's saying, no, I don't want to be on the mic.
Perhaps we could find Nicola for a little Irish brogue.
Yes, you could. Yes. That would be good. Nothing nicer than an Irish accent, is there?
Welsh. I think Welsh is
to be Irish any day.
So Debbie's got a difficult takeoff.
Yeah, and as we know, taking off from the non-playing side is never easy.
And she's fallen short and wide.
Yeah, she won't be going for this.
Excuse me.
So another one hoop break.
Yes, and the trouble is when you're playing those shots and you're hitting them really quite softly to make sure that you're not going to go too far past the hoop. The lawn can have a major effect on the direction of the ball.
Absolutely.
And if I may quote Bob Kroger once again, he says that the reverse takeoff is the lowest probability shot in croquet.
I would agree with him.
Yeah.
Yes, it's you don't really want to be approaching a hoop from that side.
So where do you think Debbie's going to go here, Nelson? She certainly can't join up with a black ball.
I think it's a time to actually play a defensive shot. I think going anywhere near her own partner ball is would be a mistake. I mean, I suppose corner 4 has some...
It would be a bit of a teaser, wouldn't it?
Yeah, some potential, because it's in with, it's not too far from her own ball, but it's far enough away from the red ball to put pressure on him. But she's obviously decided to go to corner 1. Which is a lot more defensive.
It's certainly well and truly behind play.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gabrielle has a shot with red on black. I don't think she'll play the yellow ball. I think she'll play the red on black.
I would imagine so. Question is a red and black wired is another.
It's hard to tell, but I don't think so, though. I think black's just out enough to... yes, and the cap is put on the other way, so it's always a good indication that she's going to shoot.
she's
missed.
Better to shoot into friend than foe. Her partner's here.
Yep. So she's back within about 6 or 7
or 8 yards.
Yeah, from her own ball. So Debbie is shooting at her own ball in corner 1. Which, you know, it doesn't give Gabrielle a lot, even with those, those two balls together in the corner.
Well away from play. And it looks as though she's attempting to hit this ball rather than just go for position. And she's gone past it.
The wind is picking up.
The gentle breeze, Sandra, the gentle breeze. A mere zephyr.
We had a good rain out on the first day.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, I wasn't here that day. So
5-hour delay.
I never arrived until Wednesday, so...
Only 2 games were played instead of 3.
Happens a lot here. Well, unless the lawns flood, we seldom stop because of any weather issues. It's only when you can't hit a ball the length of the lawn that we stop. Oh, here's Beatrice.
Right, Sandra, thank you so much. We're going to swap over, have an English commentator. Thanks so much for your commentary.
It was lovely to be with you. Hello, Beatrice.
Yes, so Beatrice McGlenn.
Thanks, Sandy.
She's going to join us. Beatrice is the executive chairman of the English Association. British Association, English, yes.
English Croquet Association.
Sorry, yes, I made that assumption. And I did know it was English, I don't know why. It's just, I suppose because I didn't put the croquet word into it.
Before long, hopefully, we will be Croquet England as opposed to the Croquet
I saw that they're actually making that change, yeah.
Yeah, that's once the Charity Commission give us the
go-ahead. That's right, because you're becoming a charitable organisation, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. So that was a...
So the state of play, you have been, I know you've been watching, and Gabrielle did hit in and is going down to the Debbie's 2 balls in corner 1.
And she's playing the yellow ball, which is for hoop 3. So diagonally, quite a long approach if that's her intention.
So how have you found this event compared to the one in 2015 in Nottingham? Because I know you played that as well.
Well, of course, I organised the event in 2015
right.
So
this has been a much more relaxing event for you.
Better.
Yeah. I'm sure you've had a much better time here.
It is much easier playing when you're not worrying about the food or where people are or everything else.
Or the problems that people are having.
Yeah. So it's been great actually.
And you've come out with your daughter as well and your husband, and you're having a bit of a holiday in New Zealand.
Well, Sophie's been playing.
Yes.
And we had a few days before the tournament up in the north part of South Island, and then we're going on a tour of the south part of South Island.
All right.
Yeah, it's lovely.
So you're not hitting the North Island at all? Or?
No, not on this trip.
Yeah. But
No.
you're hoping to come back, I trust. Well, you have been before, anyway.
Visit, yeah. So it looks like Gabrielle's got a corner cannon down here.
And you played in the original one in 2012, didn't you, as well?
I think there's only about 7 of us have played in all three of them.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those.
Yes.
It was
and
really...
the others would be what, Jenny and Gabrielle?
No, not
No, she didn't come to Australia. No.
Rosemary Newsom. There were only 3 from the Northern Hemisphere went to the first one.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's probably the other ones are mainly Australian, I suppose.
Yeah. But I was really playing in that first one that I enjoyed it so much that I then said we need to host one in the UK, yeah. So I got landed with organising it for daring to suggest.
That cannon was very successful in terms of a cannon. You do have some limitations on where you can point the balls, but she's got right down to north of hoop 3 and has probably a 3 or 4 metre approach, I would guess. Wouldn't that be right, Nelson?
Yeah, at least four.
A difficult approach.
Well, the problem is she's putting blue to red, which is always fraught with danger.
I guess she could take off, but that's a very difficult way to approach a hoop, as we've seen.
The lawns are tricky now.
They are very tricky. Well, yesterday they were running 12.5. We measured them yesterday. I mean, these are probably not any faster than that, but if we could get a bit more sun on the lawn, it certainly would.
Well, they speeded up so much yesterday.
They did.
During the course of the day.
A good 2 seconds yesterday, I think.
So it looks as though Gabrielle's achieved that hoop position very well because she's standing pretty square to the hoop.
And nicely through. Grew to, because she's been having a little trouble with her hoops.
She did
more than a little trouble with the hoops.
She did come over and say, "Could I send out a search party for her A game?" So I'm looking.
Her A hoop running game is well, because she's been hitting well, but she's just been having troubles with the hoops.
I think compared to yesterday, Nelson, I don't think she's hitting as well. She seemed to hit everything yesterday.
It's nerves and tension, isn't it?
And this is the final of a world championship, you know.
And she really does want to do well because she was in the final of the last one and lost.
Yes,
and I think
people were asking, who do you put your money in? I said, well, I think it's about 50-50. I don't think there's much between them.
I think it's very close, yeah.
Is there, I guess we could look on Butte Doc and see what the overall situation between them is.
In the world ranking?
I mean in terms of just head-to-head.
Yes, I mean, it'd be interesting to see. At world ranking, I think at the moment, Gabrielle is about 42 in the world, and Debbie is about 51 in the world.
There's not a lot of difference, and they probably haven't had that many head-to-head matches actually, because Debbie stopped playing for a long time.
Yeah, 10 years. That's right. Yes, and
that's the period that Gabrielle's been coming through. Yeah.
I mean, I think basically Gabrielle said it was her first ranking game was 99, and Debbie stopped playing in 98. So it was probably a number of years before they actually played against each other.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's looking a little more, comfortable now. Her balls are much closer to the hoop, which makes them a lot easier to run.
If she starts to make a break,
then that's right. That's what she needs.
Yeah.
She had little time on the lawn in the last game. Every time she got in, she'd give herself a slightly longer hoop, and you need a few. As we know, you need a few hoops under your belt, and then you sort of settle. And
you do.
You're right, Nelson. Gabrielle is 42 and Debbie 51 in the Butte Doc rankings.
Good memory, haven't I?
You looked it up this morning.
No, well, when you're doing a bit of commentary, you want a little bit of background information. Yeah. You need something else to say while all day. It's sort of you do run out of subjects.
You do amazingly well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit unlucky. She's managed to just put it on the wire.
You think, I've done a lovely rush, just perfect, and you just get a little bit of bad luck,
The one thing that I've really found here is that running hoops with any sort of control is almost impossible. That if you take a little bit of wire, they only just scrabble through, and if you take no wire, they disappear off into the horizon.
No, just finding that middle weight, to hit the mat,
And there's an example, yeah. So she's just stuck in hoop 5 from about probably less than a foot.
And she just didn't hit it.
Yeah.
Because her red ball was quite close to the hoop. Yeah. She didn't want to go miles through, so she probably slightly underhit it.
Yeah.
And the result is
you don't get through. Yeah.
Don't get through.
It's a different game, certainly.
And as I said earlier, they have been reset to only 0.6. So this is the tightest they have been for the whole tournament.
Yeah, Ian Lyons has just said, he said the hoops, of course, are only half the width they were when you were playing. I said, half the width? Don't think that's half the width. Half the gap. We're not that bad. We need them twice as wide.
Wouldn't it? Yes, because in gate ball, the hoops are sort of about 5 times the width of the ball.
I've never played it. Yeah.
Sort of like, it's huge,
Yeah.
But then you're playing with like snooker balls, the balls
right, so you've got great big wide hoops, but little balls. Debbie's looking for her mallet, which she's managed to put down somewhere, and she's found it now.
Yes, I think she was probably expecting that she was going to have a bit of a sit-out.
Yeah. I don't know if she's actually got a shot with blue. Oh, she must have, because she's calling a referee.
Yep, John Christie, again the referee of this match, is walking onto the lawn.
Just as a matter of interest, the head-to-head is 5-4. I think I'm reading it right, in favour of Gabrielle.
So they've played each other nine
games.
I didn't think they would have played. No,
and I think probably a lot of those may be at perhaps the men's and women's. No, Debbie doesn't play much in the men's one, does she?
No, she hasn't played in that for a bit.
Beatrice, you've played Gabrielle 14 times.
Yeah, and she's probably won 13
and you've won 13 of them. She has won 13.
You've got one win there.
I don't actually recall it, but I thought I'd probably beat her once.
Yes, I'd be interested to know how many times I've played Gabrielle, because obviously...
Well, I can tell you, Nelson. But then 8 times, and you've lost 5 times.
But I then again also played her a lot on club match, club games, so which aren't put in the rankings. So I would have played her there probably, I don't know, 20 times.
You claiming an even Stevens on the overall result there, Nelson, or are you using the same proportions?
Well, I know we were playing our club championship, and we had to play 3 best of 3s, and I won 2 of them, and she won 1 of them, and they all went to 3. So I won 5 games, and she won 4.
That Butte Doc system is really handy, isn't it?
It's Chris Williams does a fantastic job. It's a brilliant website, and he has all that information in there. You ask him about something in the past, he'll come up straight away with the information. It's fantastic.
I'd really like to see it being the basis of the handicap system myself.
Well, he's a mine of information for all sorts of other stuff as
right?
well,
Yeah.
not just results. So Debbie's just looking to see to get the yellow out of the hoop. She's played a nice shot.
Not giving a point away as well.
Yeah.
I thought perhaps she could have gone the other side and got that up somewhere near.
Well, she spent quite a long time looking at it. She obviously didn't fancy the angle.
Okay, we're going to bring another couple of ladies to do some commentary along with Beatrice. So we're going to have Alison Sharp, who was one of the other semi-finalists, and Nicola Kelly from Ireland. So we'll have some different accents to keep you amused.
An all-female review.
An all-female review.
Okay. Right, we seem to have been abandoned by the chaps now.
Hello, Beatrice.
Hi.
Hello,
Hi, Nikki.
Beatrice.
Hi, Alison. So we're all complete novices at this. Well, I assume you two are both novices at this.
I've done a bit of commentary before in the past. Yes, I have.
Right.
And enjoying seeing all the numbers, the number of people here watching, the spectators. Great to see so many spectators today.
There's a good turnout, because I thought maybe with an all-English final that some of the locals would not turn up, but they've turned up
exactly
in numbers.
Right. Yeah. We're seeing some great numbers, and also lovely, dry, sunny day, a bit of cloud, but perfect conditions for Gabrielle and
Beatrice, we've just arrived in. Can you fill us in on where we are in the competition?
Oh, right, yes.
Well, if you have some
well, Debbie won the first game.
Yeah.
And in this game, she's now... Oops, hang on a second. There's a bit of equipment being moved here. Which is right. So she's sort of got control on this, but not really at the moment.
So Debbie's pacing the lawn, just checking out what her options are.
She's got blue on hoop 1.
No, blue's on hoop 3, and she's just put the black ball up north of hoop 3, and she's going to go join up there.
Yep, so joining up blue to join up with her partner ball black, sitting near corner 3.
Nikki, this is the first time you've played in one of these events. How have you found
First AC event, Beatrice.
The first AC event.
Second time in New Zealand.
You've done really well. I think you won 6 games over in this tournament.
Thanks very much, Alison.
Very, very good effort.
Well, it's
been thrown in at the deep end.
Thrown in at the deep end for the second time, because GC first.
Right.
But, no, AC was similar, but actually, the CAI was trying to develop Croquet AC in Ireland, and a women's programme there has paid off, I think, because
fantastic.
We've had new players come in. We've had a total immersion just in very recent times, and it's produced kind of a new crop.
And do you think that's as a result of coaching, coaches just encouraging people to come into AC? It's because it's great to hear that you've got.
It really started from the Irish government, from Sports Ireland, which is a government body wanting to sponsor women's sports development.
I know, that's
so
amazing.
Like it's, the intention was to equalise numbers.
Croquet, good hit from Gabrielle.
Great shot. Yeah.
So this is
by Gabrielle hitting in there.
Oh, it's tremendous that there's an initiative just to get women and girls playing in sport, and that Croquet has managed to benefit from that.
It has, and actually the government has invested heavily to make up the balance which was missing for so long. I've actually overheard one of the referees talking about it just yesterday, I think. He talked specifically about the need for investment in women's sports in all of the countries, in New Zealand, just like anywhere else, and maybe it's time to do it everywhere.
And also Croquet Ireland, didn't they help fund financially fund your trip here. Yeah,
they did.
You're very lucky.
Oh,
Not many
you are
countries
lucky.
do that.
They did, and it's been so welcome because it means that it's now suddenly potential for other people to take the possibility seriously.
Yeah.
And it's a serious exercise to come over, to have your 6 a.m. starts every day and produce 9 hours of croquet competition against the world's best.
Exactly right. And also it's an opportunity for you to get to know other top players and to see other styles from other countries, styles of play. It's great. It's great.
Completely. We met the other players at the opening ceremony, new faces and some faces from before.
Yeah.
And it's been incredible to see the range of players. The standard at the top is absolutely superb.
Yeah.
But now I think we all know what we're aiming for. You can't tell unless you've seen it up close.
Yeah. And the other thing that's so nice about this event is that although the play is serious and competitive, off the court everybody's so friendly and it's
absolutely
it's
right,
lovely.
Beatrice.
Yeah.
Very
much. Are you going to talk about the social life?
Not too much about the gin.
And also, this is the first time I've ever played at United, and I've been hearing about the United club and the courts at United for many, many years, and I'm finally here, and now I understand why it has the reputation that it does have. Very fast lawns, very firm.
Well, certainly
hoops.
on the Friday before this event
hoops.
started, the lawns were like lightning, and then of course we had all that rain. Yeah, but they're speeding up again now. Yeah.
Gabrielle has just taken hoop 5.
She has, with a loose load, a loose pioneer at hoop 6, but nothing she can't deal with. I think she'll head to red first, is my guess. Let's see what she does. I think she may load one back
black
at
up
this
to
point.
one back, yeah.
Yes, and we'll go to red. Red's in a little bit, so she will be able to get behind it to a certain extent.
We do have multiple white lines here as the courts are being moved, so it is one thing you have to be careful of, that you're looking at the right white line.
And I think they're fresh holes for the final as well.
Yes, they were making new ones last night. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm. Well, that's probably cut the opposite way to the way she wanted, but
that's right.
It's still a reasonably easy take off to blue, hopefully.
Yeah. And if you're not used to such fast lawns, I believe the player that is able to adapt to the lawn speed and the pace of the lawn more quickly than their opponent will always have the edge. I think in accuracy and again, yellow in the takeoff, yellow's gone a little bit too far. But it is hard to judge with lawns that are so fast. It can be hard to judge the pace. Once you adapt the pace of the lawn, then really you can't go wrong.
And these lawns are drying out as we speak.
Yeah,
and
they're drying out continually.
During the day.
Yeah,
they do speed up.
We were talking earlier about how much they sped up yesterday when the sun came out. It was
exactly
almost every time you walked on the lawn, you thought, "Wow, it's faster than it was a few minutes ago."
Sure, everybody's
less effect with cloud, but when the sun comes out, very much so. So they've been running about 12.
Somebody said they timed it yesterday, 12 and a half
12
seconds.
and a half seconds. Yeah, good shot. Good approach. And with these hoops, you really do need good backswing and good follow-through. That's how you get through these quadways. Good follow-through to give you a bit of oomph and momentum. And I don't think she touched the sides on that hoop run.
So is your club Carrick Mines then, Nikki?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I've been in Carrick Mines since 2019, I think, or 2018.
It's a lovely club. I've had the opportunity of going to Carrick Mines as well. Yeah, lovely
4 lawns, very immaculate lawns, very well taken care of. If anybody's visiting, welcome to come over. I was talking to Fiacre Carroll, who is the Croquet director in Carrick Mines. He is delighted to welcome people there.
Yeah.
So that's an invitation to all of the countries and all of the people here in
take him up on
New Zealand.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So for people who don't know where Carrick Mines is, it's on the outskirts of Dublin?
It's on the south side of Dublin, near a famous racecourse called Leopardstown.
Right.
Quite close to the city and accessible by public transport. So it's just on the perimeter, near the Dublin Mountains. Very nice club. I'm in another club, which I was involved in helping to set up. And it's on the north side of Dublin. It's kind of an unusual new club in a country house with croquet significance.
Yeah?
Historically, yes. Newbridge House Croquet Club. And we're kind of proud of the fact that it's rehabilitated a championship croquet lawn.
Oh, yeah.
From a champion player's home.
Yeah.
Cyril Corbally, yes. We're very pleased that the club is established now. And again, if people are visiting Ireland, Newbridge House Croquet Club is one to watch out for.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Definitely.
Gabrielle is looking good. All the balls in front of her with a nice rush to one back. Just falling a little bit short. It's the grass, as we can see, the grass is that much greener.
It's under the shadow of this big tree here.
Just black fell a little bit short there.
That's rolled through probably 4 or 5 yards.
Yeah.
You have to be good at return roquets on with these hoops.
I agree. Because as much as we'd love to run the hoops with more control, there are just times when you say the principle is get through.
Get through.
Survive.
It's all about survival at its best.
Yeah.
So true.
It's amazing. I discovered yesterday the way style of play can change towards the end of a game. Loosen up. Start getting creative. This looks neat.
Oh, that was a nice shot, yes. Yeah, so she's managed to get a nice position on the red, which is over towards the west boundary.
Right, that's it. She cut a little bit.
East boundary.
That's right.
Yeah.
She'll cut that a little bit now.
So it's
towards blue.
Interesting to think of the UK and how many players in London now and around the UK are watching.
Oh, yes,
how many?
Probably not very many at the moment because it's the middle of the night.
Actually,
I think people are watching. I think people are watching. I know some people are watching.
Are you?
Yeah, I do know. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Devoted
Definitely.
Croquet tragics are still up watching.
Well, I think it's it wasn't clear who was going to make it to the final, and I think Alison, we have to say, you've been brilliant.
Well,
do you want to talk?
Thank you very much. I was just very chuffed to have got to the semi-final. My Croquet held me in good stead yesterday, certainly in the second game that allowed me to get up, but just wasn't as consistent with my Croquet in the third game. And Gabrielle just proved her worth, and just her breaks were that much better than mine. She coped with the hoops that much better in the third game.
Yeah, she was playing very confidently yesterday, wasn't she? Yeah, she did.
But had a great match against her. Very worthy opponent, and have loved the whole event.
So all 4 of you have the 4 players, I suppose, the strongest players have reached.
Well, Miranda was. So
Miranda,
there were five
players.
Yes.
I'm just counting back. That's exactly it. So really, any one of those 5 players was potential for the
final. Yeah,
of course,
absolutely.
Miranda's playing behind me here, and I had the pleasure of being beaten by Miranda. I think the only score 0 came from Miranda, so I'm chuffed. But also, I was secretly hoping that she might be the winner, so that at least it could have been.
So you've been beaten by the winner.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. She's fantastic to watch.
She is. Yeah.
The weather is suddenly changing somewhat. It's clouded over, and the wind has suddenly got up.
I was going to make a comment about that when we were talking about lawn skiing.
Yeah, it's suddenly got windy.
Yeah, the weather in New Zealand.
Very sudden.
The weather this year is interesting because it's been so mixed through the days, but in a nice way. It keeps you on your toes. It changes back.
Yes,
this gazebo above us is flopping about now.
Both girls here in final, they are casters, so they won't enjoy the wind, as I am as well. And
Very good
sometimes
point.
you have to change where your hands are on the mallet, have to stop casting, and it's not natural for casters to have to stop casting in the wind.
Oh, that's huge wind.
Yeah, it's really
Suddenly got up.
Do they serve teas over to our commentary area, do you think? Or because I luckily brought a cup with me. I don't see any others. If anyone is listening over at the tea bar, could you please send us over 3 cups of something?
Fantastic.
That would be great. Thank you.
And the clubs that we've been to during this event, they've been wonderful. They've been so hospitable.
So Barbara Murray is here now, so as I've been here the longest, I shall pass over to Barbara.
Barbara Murray, welcome.
Thanks
My
very
name
much,
is Nicola Kelly.
Thanks very much, Nicola.
And I know, Barbara, you're from Wellington. And I know you've got about 5 players, at least, from Wellington here. We've all met them during the competition.
And have you just noted that Cindy's just beaten Kerry Ann?
Has she?
Oh,
Please tell us about that.
On lawn 2.
Please tell us about it.
Well played by Cindy.
So
Okay,
that
we're just
was,
looking over it.
Yeah. So that was a best of 3, I think, and I think Cindy's won both games, so she's through.
Okay.
Congratulations to Cindy.
Yeah, that's the bowl final.
Thank you. So just come through some windy
And it's now
interruptions there.
calmed down. Look at that again.
Yeah.
It's a determination to get the ball through the hoops. They are a challenge, and what can happen as a result? You can sail through with a bit of a long roquet.
Which is what
deal with
Gabrielle
that.
has now, a
Just
longish
what
roquet.
That's exactly right. So she'll be setting her leave. And just see what...
But if she misses that roquet on blue, red and black are quite close together. But she's got it. She's got it.
She nicks it.
I see Lois walking off in the background. I wonder, has Lois just finished?
And Jackie Lynch has beaten Lois Kirk on lawn 6, and that's for the plate final.
That was the plate final. Okay.
That was the plate final.
Well done, Lois.
Jackie Lynch.
Sorry,
Jackie
well
Lynch.
done. Sorry,
Jackie Lynch won that.
Sorry, well done.
They both look justifiably very, very tired. So
There have been some long days, haven't there, in this event for many players.
Yeah. So Gabrielle's heading for 4 back. Hoop 10.
I think she'll be setting a leave. Barbara, her...
Oh, that's her first ball going round? Yeah,
that's
of
right.
course.
So
Yes.
her other ball is for hoop 2. Her red ball's for hoop 2, so she'll just be...
You're right.
Setting a leave. I'm thinking a diagonal spread here might be in order.
She hasn't used red yet.
And I think she's still live on red.
Yep.
So this is a crucial point in the proceedings.
Yep. It's a question of how far she puts the black.
And then with a nice rush over towards
to corner
the
2.
commentary box, towards corner 2.
Ooh.
That's fine. It's nicely done.
Yep, very nicely
She can just
done. So
tidy that up and
it.
she set the leave. So that means that Debbie has the lift from balk A or B.
That's right.
Gabrielle's just got another couple of shots to
preparing the leave now.
Yeah.
You can hear the music from the Botanic Gardens now.
Apparently there's a big concert going on there tonight.
I believe lots
Some Australian woman is coming over.
Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of security. I'm not sure who it is.
And then I also heard it's the World Buskers Convention here in Christchurch at the moment. Have you heard that? Yes.
No.
Maybe
We've
later
seen
we'll
a few
see some,
buskers over the last few days.
So
lots happening in Christchurch at the moment.
And Gabrielle's busy taking the measure of the lawn, just working out exactly where she's going to position her leave. And she's put both balls out on the line.
Where else would you be on a day like today?
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Sitting on a corner of a lawn with
watching the final of the
although
Women's
Alison,
World
in your
Championship
case, I've just remembered.
2023.
You should have been there, I suppose.
I wish I was.
There you go.
Not to be.
Anyway,
not to be, such is life.
second best. I'll get you a coffee. Would you like a coffee?
I'm good. I'm good at the moment. All right, I think Gabrielle will be happy with that leave. And Debbie's under a little bit of pressure now to try and hit.
And they're nicely spread.
Very pleased to see you.
This is going to be
referee coming off today. Yeah, that looks like
They may be stopping for lunch. Both girls are walking off.
Yes, they are.
Yes, I believe they're now stopping for lunch. Yes, it's 1:45. They need to take lunch by 1 o'clock. So for those who are viewing in, we will see you later after lunch when play resumes.
Thanks very much, Alison.
Pleasure. Okay.
And thanks to Barbara for coming in.
Thank you,
Barbara. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Players have had their lunch break, and we resume with blue and black on 1 and 3, red and yellow on 2 and 4 back. Debbie is currently in play, playing blue, which is for hoop 3. Looking to build a break here, sending yellow to hoop 4, getting a rush on black to hoop 3. Blue is nice and tight on black, so hoping for an easy rush. Just slightly overhit that rush, a couple of yards past. Often can be the case after you've just had a lunch break. Getting the pace of the lawn can take a few minutes. Looks like she's maybe just slightly overhit that approach. Short hoop, but a little bit of an angle on this one. Opting to restalk. Played it through nicely, a little bit of wire, but she's managed to hold for a bit of a lengthy rush south.
Kia ora everybody, Sonia Sedgwick back on the mic. I've just managed to convince Miranda Chapman to come and have a chat to us. Kia ora, Miranda.
Hello.
Hello, congratulations. So what have you been up to today?
I played Alison Robinson in the final of the Shield.
How many games did it go to?
2.
And that was you both games?
It was 26-2, 26-3.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. First event to complete and in today's finals. Well done. Did it feel good out there?
Yeah, it's good when you're in amongst the balls and got control of them. I think that's been the key.
Yeah, controlling those balls during your break, hey?
Yeah, I mean, the lawns are nice. They're not overly tricky. They're good pace, which means you can play some of the bigger shots. The hoops are firm, the ground's firm. And it's that way up between you want to get in front, you want to be close, you want to be running them from less than a foot in front. But if you don't get that pace right and you slightly over approach or under approach, you suddenly got an angled hoop. And you try and put a little bit more into them to get them through the hoop, and you can get rejections. But suddenly you get the one that doesn't touch the sides and sails through by.
Yeah, I had that at 2 back yesterday, sailed through. Oh, that's good. And so you feel like you've come into form during this event, because you haven't had a whole heap of tournament play. I think we saw each other at the men's and women's at Lower Hutt.
That was the first event I've played in over 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't really sort of start my preparation until Paddy got back from the MAC, which was started December.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been lovely, to see you play and get to know you a bit more.
Thank you.
So look forward to future battles.
Yeah, see all the New Zealand women and get to know them, and it was good to go and play the women's and meet everyone there and get to know their play a bit more.
We're not a bad bunch.
You're not a bad bunch. You've embraced me well.
Huffy. That's awesome. And so you're just going to have a couple of days holiday now after this?
Yeah, tomorrow off. Fly back tomorrow afternoon and back to work on Monday morning.
Oh, blimey. All right. Well, all the best, and we look forward to seeing you again at future events.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Miranda. Alrighty, so the game's back on after lunch, Edmund.
It is.
What's happening? Can you give us an update? I've been busy chatting.
This is the first turn, I believe. Debbie hit in and got a good rush to hoop 3, which she slightly overhit, but still managed to play a good enough approach and hoop shot to make hoop 3, and she's just run hoop 4 and is approaching hoop 5 now. So she's just wanting to get a little bit of control back in this game. After Gabrielle played quite well just before lunch.
Right, she's round on hoop 4 back.
Yeah, 4 back in 2. Yeah, and Debbie's 1 and break, but for 5.
Oh, that will feel good if she can get that ball round, because she's 1 up at the moment, isn't she?
Yep.
Sun's just come back out again. It was getting a little bit chilly there.
It was, yeah.
That was great to hear before, Edmund, you having a chat to some of those young guys who are preparing for the Under-21 Worlds, giving your sage advice. They're obviously looking for you and look up to you as to how you dealt with things in the McRob and other, world, Under-21s, and how to deal with the Egyptians.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still learning a lot myself, so it's just sort of what I've learnt along the way so far, but... No, wishing them all the best, and hopefully one of them can bring it home for New Zealand.
Yes, won't that be exciting? I'm planning to go up and do some commentary for that event, so it'd be great to be there and watching. It just gives me such a great thrill to see so many young players, because, Branda, you and I, we both started out as mere children, didn't we? Who was your mentor? I know, but you tell everybody.
Oh, well, I sort of grew up around the lawns from my mum played. So I sort of was hitting balls from the age of 2, but didn't really start seriously until we moved to New Zealand in '98. And Paul Skinley sort of took me under his wing and just every weekend played games against me and gave me lots of bisques, and finally I sort of worked out what to do.
Well, highly experienced player, Paul, and a lot of international experience.
Yeah, lovely style.
Yeah, lovely style, yes. The Prince of Croquet, didn't he? That was the Prince of Croquet, was that right?
Something like that.
Yep. Very missed. Oh, it certainly is important. It's the same like with your mum, Edmund, of having that good grounding and the good bones in your break play and tactically what to do and how to cope.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate quite recently Paddy's been playing a lot of one ball against me. Which is,
one ball?
Yeah.
Okay. Like one ball AC?
Yeah.
So lots of shooting and having to make 2 ball breaks then, huh?
Yep.
That's a good idea. Might have to try that out with my father.
Definitely puts some pressure on.
Yeah. And Paddy's going to the New Zealand Open?
Yes, that's the plan. Yep.
And he's defending champion, isn't he, for last season?
Yeah, I believe he is.
Right. And Felix the year before, because I think Felix had won the year before, hadn't he? And then he is defender, but then Paddy took it from him.
I think that's the case,
right.
yeah.
Yes.
Paddy's also the doubles champion with Greg. So
yes.
I believe they're looking to defend as well.
Oh, very good. Oh, Debbie's having a look at things around here because we've got 2 balls here in corner 2.
Yeah, I think she's just working out how best to get yellow to 2 back and sort of stay in control and make 1 back as easy as she can for herself.
So she's made the hoop, has she? She can take Croquet that yellow ball, take it up to the back line, yeah?
Yeah. I think she was maybe just looking at whether or not she should cut it towards the 2 balls close to the corner, or whether she should just play it straight and give herself a bit of a split shot.
I certainly noticed when I was watching the McRob, I was very interested in watching Paddy, and that he does like the balls to be closer together rather than further apart. And it's that percentage play, you're reducing your risks down. You're having to play the really big shots.
Yeah.
I think a good rule or something that you're trying to achieve is the less distance the striker's ball can travel, the easier it is it's going to be. And so putting yourself in a position where striker's ball only has to move 5 yards or, 3 yards or whatever it may be, makes it a lot easier to get really tight control.
Yeah, and less stress in your break.
Yeah, and you're just less likely to break down that way.
Right, here she goes. She is looking like she wants to cut it over. We'll have to go quiet here for a bit because she'll be right next to us, so we'll talk to her in a few minutes. Have you had some lunch, Miranda?
I have.
You have? Very nice. Me too. I'm a professional arm wrestler, didn't you know?
Very clever shot there from Debbie. By playing the croquet stroke where her striker's ball also rocated red in the same shot, she allowed yellow to get more distance towards 2 back. If she tried to hold, she didn't really have enough room for that. And so by playing the croquet stroke and roquet in the same shot, she allowed herself to get that distance on yellow.
not a good time of the year for people with allergies. Debbie was suffering a bit the other day with the privet hedge at St James. Now she's going to start thinking about that leave, huh? Getting ready for the leave, don't you think, Miranda? Is that normally when you start thinking about leaves?
Yeah. I haven't been doing many leaves this tournament.
Unplanned leaves.
Can I just make a clarification too? It's Barbara here. Just before lunch, I was talking about who was winning some of the games. But just for clarification, we're just talking about the first game of the finals, the first of 3.
Yeah, the match is games, isn't it? There's games, and then you win overall match. You can rest easy now. So she cut that back to the line, so she's got a clear pathway down to 3 backs. You don't want to have that hoop or the peg in your way as you make your way down there. That's right, isn't it, Miranda?
That's correct. She should have room here.
She looks like she's just made it a little bit more difficult for herself getting a rush on black, though.
I did wonder that too, Edmund.
She doesn't want to get
How's
too...
it looking from your side, you can see better there.
I think she'll be fine, but she just doesn't want to get too close to the hoop.
Taking that to the left side of the hoop so she can rush that ball down for that good line to get onto the yellow. Yeah?
Correct. She has underhit red though, so she may look to double load 3 back. So this could be a change in her leave plans.
I've often sort of liked to keep the balls quite close in this instance and not put that ball down instantly 2-3 back because it's a lot of pressure. These lawns are running pretty quickly, but if it's a heavy lawn, sometimes I just like to pop that one into the peg and have a go at it with the next ball.
Yeah, and I mean it's about the longest shot you can play in that situation. So, yeah, sometimes if, like you say, the lawns are slow or you're struggling to get that power across, it can be a good idea to just delay that so it's a bit of an easier.
Hoop 1 and 1 back, that big shot then, isn't it?
Yep.
So Miranda, do you have a ball colour preference? Which balls you prefer to play, or are you pretty happy? Don't matter. They're all round.
Doesn't worry me.
It's all
at all.
fine. Do you wonder about the heat for the balls too? You don't notice any difference?
It's not hot here.
No, not hot, is it? It hasn't actually been that hot. We're pretty much like 20 degrees.
20? I'd be happy with 20. We'll be like 12.
I've been going on the buses and people are in their puffer jackets. In fact, Paddy, I think you turned up rocking the puffer the other day, didn't you? I mean, sorry, Edmund. He's not behind you.
I thought he was here for a second.
I know, I just freak you out then a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really like the cold too much, so, it's got to be reasonably hot for me to be in shorts and T-shirts, so...
I don't think
I've worn long trousers all week, and it's rare to see me in long trousers.
Yeah, long trousers. I've pretty much... You've been wearing shorts bravely, Miranda.
Yeah.
But you're normally kind of a long pants kind of girl too, aren't you? No? I don't know, I think it's also the sun. I just don't want any sun on me these days. We're out there in that baking heat. Years of being in the sun, it starts to have its effects.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's been hot enough to affect the balls.
Do you have any superstitions or anything like that while you play, or are you just
You don't
pretty
pick up
boring.
any nasty
Pretty
old
boring,
habits.
I'm afraid. No.
Yeah, that's okay. It's good to be
It's a
boring.
good,
in
yeah,
this
it's a good
sport.
way to be, isn't
Don't
it?
pick up any. Somebody was saying to me the other day when I was not doing very well, why don't you do this or this or this? And I'm like, oh, it sounds like a habit. I don't need to pick up, you know. Just, keep it simple.
Yeah,
And
I like to sort of, control the things I can control. I can bring my own lunches and things like that. Control what I'm going to eat during the day, and I think the less sort of superstitions and things you can get into your head, it's just one extra thing you don't need to be worrying about if something goes wrong.
that's right.
And the
You
more
keep
you
it
can just
light in your mind, isn't it? You don't
respond to whatever happens and not get thrown by things.
Yeah, I have seen you go off and hang out in shelter sheds and just regroup, and it is important, isn't it? You can get too busy chatting away and eating foods maybe you're not used to eating. Having one too many cakes, those beautiful cakes that were offered here often at these events, and if you're not used to eating loads of cake, you know, it can, disrupt the play. So she's gone through two back, and she must have had a good rush up. So she's leaving that one there because she wants yellow to be the one that has to pick up and take the lift. Is that right? Because yellow's on 4 back. Is that right, Edmund?
Yeah, but it looks like she's going to be doing a spread or an NSL with the wrong ball.
Might be NSL because the fact that red's all the way down there unless she can get it rushed up. So she's obviously having a good think about things, hands on the hip.
Yeah, she's almost rushed into an awkward position where she doesn't know which leave to take on now.
And are there any young women you're playing now at Matamata Club, are you? Or what's your club?
Lawrenceville is my club, yeah.
Any young women up and coming that we can encourage along?
Haven't seen any.
No.
No.
Nobody coming through the gate, huh? I think Matamata, they were doing something with the high schools up there and trying to encourage a little bit of that along. There were some high school aged people coming along and hanging out.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Because we do definitely have a lot of young guys that are really into the sport, but it's getting these young women into it.
Yes, definitely.
It's definitely what we need, isn't it? We're just like loners, aren't we, in this sport?
I think it would be good if we can revitalise some of the AC in the Waikato region.
Be fantastic.
Get it being played a bit more in the clubs.
Well, I hear you were quite active in the Nottingham Club. I have played at Nottingham many moons ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yes,
it's a lovely setting there.
It is beautiful, very park-like. I think I've seen videos of you playing there, Paddy.
Yeah, I've played the under-21 Worlds there.
Ah, yes.
I seem to find the stream quite often, though, so...
That's what I remember. There was a little pathway with a bit of a fence and a stream, and that you were quite regularly foraging down there.
Yeah.
Not looking for tuna or, inana. Getting yourself some kai. Seeing what it's in the local brook. And so Nottingham was quite active socially, or had a good crew of people?
Yeah, it had lots of great members there. Good standard of play and plenty of AC being played there.
Oh, well, hopefully you can create that energy and momentum in the Waikato.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. That ball is getting up quite close to the old peg, so... But has she used black yet?
I don't believe so. I think this could just be an OSL. Bit of a bailout leave, but still forces your opponent to hit, so nothing wrong with it.
Have you got any other tournaments coming up, or are you having a bit of a break after this, or you booked yourself in with anything?
Nothing at the moment. I mean, Paddy's got the New Zealand Open, and then we'll probably play the Top 8 invitation.
Oh, yeah. Do you play GC at all?
No.
Nothing. They don't want to come to the women's GC invites, the inaugural.
I don't even think I've got a GC ranking, so I can't see getting an invite.
No, you could. I could make that happen for you, and you could be our wild card.
That would be a worry.
It's not too far from home.
I don't even know when it is or where it is.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Okay, great.
We need you.
I really don't play any GC. I think
wow, that's very rare in this country.
Yeah, I think I played it the weekend before the last Women's Worlds. There was a GC tournament at Nottingham, and it was just a chance to get on the lawns and hit some balls.
It's pretty much like that one ball that you and Paddy were practicing without the contact.
Without the croquet strokes.
Yeah, the croquet strokes. Yeah, plenty of contact, but no taking of the croquet. I always wonder why they just didn't call it roquet, because that's all it is.
Yeah. Now, at least with one ball, it puts the pressure on to get forward rushes and really attack those hoop approaches and longer rushes, longer hoop approaches, puts the pressure on the hoops. Because if you...
And how are the lawns at Morrinsville, like pace-wise, compared to what you've experienced here?
They're slower than here, but they're quite true. They're flat, well maintained.
Awesome. So Debbie looks like she's finishing up here, but soft to the ground. Yeah.
The hoops are definitely easier to run.
How'd you find the hoops overall? You just
I like them.
Didn't make a big deal of it.
It's not a big deal, and I think I've had the control once I'm in the play, which I think's been an advantage over a lot of the other players. Is that once you've got your break and you control those bigger croquet strokes, you just keep the break going and keep moving the balls forward.
That's what I notice when I'm doing a break. I'm like, I want this to be very controlled. I want to be in, like when I hit that ball to the hoop or go to that ball at the hoop, it's right in front of the hoop. I'm not doing big rolls as much as possible. Right, so she's leaving this about mid halfway up the field again.
Yeah, pretty standard position. Yellow's a little bit closer to the west boundary than perhaps normally, but I mean, it's still forcing Gabrielle to hit something, and I guess that's the main thing that you want with your leave.
During block play, I was in the same block as Miranda and Debbie. Weren't I so lucky? I was a lucky girl. Got them both. Beat them both? No, sorry, I didn't. I had my chances though, didn't I, Miranda? I did have chances, but I didn't capitalise on those. Anywho, I digress. I did notice Debbie having a go at triples, or just, being open to that option during block play. But we haven't actually had a triple in this event. Has there been one?
No, I know there were a few attempts early on in the block play, but I mean, I think I took the opinion fairly early on, even coming into the event, that it was unlikely that we were going to see triples, and my plan was just to get to penult and put the pressure on that it's a finishing turn. You just bide your time and wait for your next opportunity to finish.
I think the conditions have made it difficult for triples, not only the speed of the lawn but the difficulty of the hoops. It seems as though if you're dead straight, you're fine and you're comfortable with your hoops, but as soon as you've got that slight bit of angle, that's major doubt, and doing a triple, probably at some point you're going to have some angled hoops, and it's
even just organising the single peel, it's been enough, and they're tricky enough.
Yeah, and it's probably just not worth the risk when you can just play a nice controlled break to the peg, like you said, and then put the pressure on that way.
Well, this is a tricky leave. What to do? Do you shoot down from that B balk line, and so you don't leave Debbie too much, and that ball's going to be in fourth corner if you miss, or you really don't want to. You can't be shooting at the red. That's your option, isn't it? Don't you think?
It is.
She is looking though. Is she thinking to play red?
She might be.
It's ball she wants to play.
That's right, and you're in a situation right now, if you miss the lift, then Debbie could go round to the peg.
I think for me in this situation, I'd be looking to just make it as hard as possible for Debbie. I know it would probably mean playing the yellow ball, which is not the one Gabrielle wants to play, but shooting from B-ball down into corner 4, sort of, it makes it as difficult as possible for Debbie to get going, and you're hoping that those few big shots that Debbie will have to play early on will be enough to force a mistake, and that's sort of her way back into the match.
She's going out fighting. She's taken that red ball down to the A-ball clone in corner 1 with the blue flag, and she's going to have a crack at yellow. Oh, she's hanging up the hat on the flag too.
Taking one of the shorter shots, so it's not the worst option. Shot.
Great shot.
Oh my te pakipaki. It's showing great determination and fortitude. Go out there and do that. Showing Debbie, I mean business. That cup is mine. I was just having a look. The cups are out on the table now, looking beautiful with the flags behind them. All shiny and wonderful. You get to keep the plate. You give back the bowl, is that right? With the big one? That big cup you have to give back?
Yeah, you give back the big one.
Charles Jones Memorial big bowl. But the trays are...
The trays you get to keep.
So you get a tray today.
Yeah.
And serve your drinks on. Pims. Right, so she's put yellow to hoop 3. Is that right, Edmund?
She has.
She's in.
Just
right.
just about stayed on with red. But this is a good opportunity at a break for Gabrielle. Get some time on the lawn after lunch.
Yep, they had a lovely lunch together, Debbie and Gabrielle and Ian. They sat together. We're a friendly bunch.
Oh, that's lovely to hear.
I know for a lot of English it's pretty hard. They'd love to see either of them win at the event, and this would be a first time for both of them, wouldn't it?
It would. This is the first time Debbie's played in this event.
And you played the final, yes? Continue.
Yeah, I mean, Gabrielle came runner-up last time.
How many games did that go to?
5.
Whoa. Is it a best of 5 today?
No, just best of 3 today.
Best of 3 today.
I think because we lost time earlier on, it made it a bit difficult.
And you really, psychologically can't think about, how many hoops each? I have to make 24 hoops and hit the peg, So what's that? 24 times 3. What's my maths looking like? That's like 72 odd hoops.
Miss hit that. That's a shame.
You can't think, I have to make 72 hoops today. Or do you start counting backwards, or what do you do?
No, it's just one hoop at a time, next shot at a time.
Yeah, she way overcut that rush.
So walking back to blue ball, is it?
Yeah, she's taking cricket from blue.
It'll be interesting to see whether she approaches this hoop, just given how close yellow is to hoop 2. She might look to put blue sort of more middle of the west boundary and join up with partner.
How one shot can change the situation. And which club does Gabrielle play in England? Where's she? You're not sure?
Somewhere in Sussex.
And Debbie? Am I putting you on the spot here with your croquet geographics? Because there's quite a few clubs in Christchurch. There's a good dozen clubs here, isn't there?
There are, yes. So she's just chosen to split and go back to partner.
Blue looks like it's gone.
It's out. Still on.
It's not those big split shots that can get you, though, hey?
It's not the worst thing in the world, but it will afford Debbie a shot through red and yellow. Although not with the ball that she wants to play.
Well, she'll be pretty gutted about that after hitting that great Croquet in to have it come to knout. Yeah. We're going to have a change of commentators soon. We're going to have Jenny Clark come in and commentate, and she was the inaugural first ever women's champion. Was that right? And do you remember where that was played?
Was it Canley?
Melbourne, Australia,
I believe.
And then the next one, where did you win it when you won it?
Nottingham.
Nottingham, on home grounds. Bringing home the bacon. Very nice.
You've been the champ for about 8 years now, haven't you?
I have.
Did you do that deliberately?
Of course, COVID.
Yeah, pandemics. I knew there was something about that drink. So Debbie's blue shooting through at yellow and has slipped by into corner, just out of corner 3. That'd be about a metre down from the corner. All right, so that's us, the Edmund, Miranda, Sonia trio, and you're going to be joined by Jenny Clark and Nelson Moreau. Thanks, Nelson.
Thanks, Sonia. It's mine. Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Nelson.
Ah, so interesting stage of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously an important stage of the game, the break all.
Obviously, looking at those last couple of shots, the pace has quickened.
Yeah. I was interested that Debbie didn't even really look at the target.
No, and we were actually standing there, and it certainly was a good target, wasn't it?
I quite fancied it from where I was sitting.
Yeah.
But she did that yesterday, actually. She had a case where she'd failed hoop 3, and I joined up in hoop in corner 2, and she shot at the corner and didn't notice that her balls were open.
Yeah,
2 yarder.
yeah.
Hit it though.
Yeah. Sometimes your mindset is on one thing, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Sometimes you need to look at all the options, don't you?
It's important though. It's important to be reminded from time to time to look at everything.
Yeah.
It's where doubles is so good.
It is. That's right. Good.
Both people will have to crack and take off that.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 very well matched opponents here. They've both played very well.
They have, yeah. I mean, and it was hard to pick between them really who was going to win it. I
think before the off, my money was on Gabrielle.
Yeah,
but she needs a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, she's really struggled with the hoops today. That's been her. She's not been getting. Debbie's been getting better placement in front of the hoops. You know, she's been that foot closer.
She played some very good shots yesterday approaching hoops.
Yeah, and so therefore she hasn't been giving herself too difficult hoops. Gabrielle's just been that little bit further back, and
she's failed a few longer ones, has she?
Right. In the first game, she failed hoop 1, failed hoop 2, hoop 2, 3.
I can know that feeling.
And with the first one, of course, it gave Debbie the break to fall back. So that's.
No, she's just been undone by the lawn here.
Yes, the problem with this bit of green patch here, and that's not the first time. She's been she's under approached it and over approached it, and so
it's tough. She's just played this fabulous rush from quite a fast patch, and then this absolutely glorious tree here does tend to make this pit a bit slower. You can see it's much greener.
Yeah, you can. Yes, sitting under it's nice, but perhaps playing wise, is a real hindrance.
I was sitting out before. Obviously the sun's gone away now, but when the sun was just beating down, it was very, very hot.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, they mowed the lawns again. Chris was going to mow them last night, but, you know, I got towards the tournament dinner and the club members have just been fantastic. They just stepped in and took over.
Yeah, no, they've been. I mean, I've been getting here early because of the doing the commentary, but even I'm getting here at 7 o'clock. But they're still already, you know, working on the lawns before 7. You know,
that's very impressive. Yeah, they've done a really good job of the hoops. The hoops have been outstanding.
Outstanding.
You know, the consistency of the width, and they've been quite firm.
They certainly have been firm. You know, and it has. You know, you've. You know, the old expression, it sorted out the boys from the men.
Yes.
And it really has made a difference in bringing through the top players, you know. Whereas if you had easy hoops, you could have had the odd upset, couldn't you, you know, and that really hasn't happened, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I played at Hurlingham in the British Open, and the hoops were illegally wide and were quite easy, but my goodness, I didn't fail a hoop.
No,
you hit and you're going round.
Yep.
This has been glorious to play in.
But the thing at Hurlingham is, of course, they just cannot get them rock solid on the ground, and that's what makes all the difference. You know, if you've got a bit of give in the hoop, it makes them 10 times easier to run.
Yeah, you can easily bully them through.
Yeah.
These ones don't want to be bullied.
These won't be. I mean, I've seen players play shots here really hard, and you think that's going to go through beautifully, and it just sits in the middle of the hoop. You know. I mean. Yes, so
be entertaining to see some golf croquet played here as well.
It would be.
I'm not sure where the golf croquet nationals are this year. Up north.
They're at Hiratonga.
Right.
Yeah. So which start actually on Monday.
Really? Goodness. I'm not planning that.
Yeah, they actually a bit of a low entry this year. Really, it's only 18 in it, so it's quite a low entry. So that's at Hiratonga, and then the AC Nationals are down on the Kapiti Coast in mid-February.
Kapiti Coast and Wellington?
No, just Kapiti Coast.
The doubles are in Plympton.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I sort of, I always think of the Plymouth as being part of the Kapiti Coast, but I suppose they are a bit further more towards Wellington. Yeah.
I'm geographically challenged and have absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
I think we've just seen a really big area here. So that was a croquet stroke, wasn't it? No, it was a rush, sorry. Sorry, a bit distracted there. I thought it looked like a croquet stroke might have gone horribly wrong.
Yes, they're playing the doubles at Plympton and the singles at Waikanai and Paraparaumu.
Yeah, I'd love to go back there. Both really nice croquet clubs.
Yeah, they are.
Difficult shot here, taking off into the corner.
Oh, she's done it beautifully.
No. Bit of a shake of the head there. No. She is okay. It was a really, really good shot.
But her body language said something else. I don't know why. Well, she's obviously it's got a bit of a cut rush. She hasn't got a straight rush.
But a really good shot, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And playing into a corner is always a dicey manoeuvre. Just slightly overcut it.
So I was, Gabrielle and I were both at Kashmir on the first day when we had all the rain, and it was clear that she's got some power. Yeah, she can play those big rushes.
She can, you know. She's got such a good swing that she really gets it's all in the execution of her swing. That's where all the power comes from.
Yeah.
And she holds her hands both quite high on the shaft, so she gets lots of swing.
This is the thing I'm really liking about these lawns. You can't just push the balls into place. You know, not only the hoops rock hard, but you need some precision with your croquet stroke.
Absolutely. You know, and if you're not close to the hoop, you are not going through.
Yep.
And they've set them to 0.6 today, so they really are quite
they're
very tight.
Today. And that's the sort of double challenge is, the hoops are difficult, so you have to be close, but the lawns are difficult, so you can't get close. It's a way of playing croquet you don't get very often, so it's been a treat this week.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this lawn has as many pitfalls, I think is the word I could say, as lawns 1 and 2. I mean, they, around some of the hoops on 1 and 2, you do get fall away, I find.
Yeah, rushing to hoop 1 from the east boundary is very difficult. Certainly on lawn 2, I think lawn 1 as well, it just tends to carry on.
Yeah.
this lawn seems to be flatter, or it doesn't quite have so many.
I think post-earthquake, the east boundary's better on this lawn as well.
Really? Just brought it up a bit, did it?
It's funny, actually, we didn't take too much damage here.
No.
But then if you looked out at the golf course, literally outside the fence, they had enormous piles of liquefaction there.
Yes, of course, you were here during all that period, weren't you?
Yeah, Chris was physically here during the big earthquake. Said the elderly players who were playing here were toppling over the earthquake, but no one was hurt.
Yeah, well, I was here exactly 1 month before, but wasn't actually here when it happened. So now she is shooting at a double beyond right down the boundary beyond hoop 4.
It's a very nice shot.
It looks
come off the mallet very well.
It's going to hit. It's going to hit.
Great shot, Debbie.
Great shot. Fantastic shot. It was on it all the way. It really was. I just had the sight line here, and it was a great shot.
I'll tell you what, these lawns have been pretty true. I mean, we've had a few that have hilled off a couple of inches, but
on the whole, they've been very
really
true.
Good, yeah. And I say this having come back from Ken Lee, where I remember hitting one Croquet that hilled 6 feet. This has been just an absolute pleasure to play on. And yeah, Debbie's shot incredibly well.
Yeah, no, she's shot very well. Well, actually, I think that certainly the top 4 women here have all shot extremely well.
Yeah, I've been very pleased with my shooting on the whole. Yeah, it's sort of one of the requirements here.
Yeah. Well, actually, probably top 5 because actually Miranda shot well too. Yeah.
And a few of the others.
Yes.
Cindy Clark's hitting everything over there. In the Shield final.
And she's Cindy's won the first game, and she's in the second game against Kerry Ann. I don't think there's a lot of progress so far. Looking over, can't see.
No, they're about 40 minutes in, so it's far too early to call.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good rush.
Yep.
And that's what Debbie's been doing, is rushing very tightly to hoops, so playing some good precision croquet. There's nothing anywhere near hoop 2, and it's also quite difficult to get rushes out of these hoops, because if you hit it too gently, it's just not going through.
We've seen that this morning. Seen that this morning.
Oh, of course, new hoops today as well.
Yep.
Even better.
Yep. Yeah, and Gabrielle had one down at, I think it was, I can't remember where it was now, but again, she might have been 3 back, and she just wanted to come through very gently, and that just stayed in the middle of the hoop. See, that seems to have overshot.
That's gone a long way past, yeah.
Looking at coming back to blue, is she? Or
I'm not sure how close she can get to blue. Whoops.
No.
A
little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, I went to Kashmir and tried the new hoops in the ground very early on and decided jumping angled hoops was the way to go. But that might have gone a bit far.
Yes, I saw you do one on lawn 1, I think it was hoop 3 yesterday. Yes. And you jumped it through beautifully.
Had a couple. I had one I was very pleased with. I had to take off from a ball in a worse than death spot, and then I had to clear the ball. But yeah, I did have far too many of them to do. Still keeps the innings, which is very powerful.
Yep. But as you see, if you get up into the jaws, you know that forward motion takes it through the hoop, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah, you get a good bit of spin. When the ground's dry, it will sort of grip.
Yep.
She couldn't get very close to blue there. And that's not a deliberate wide join. That's just whatever she could achieve there.
Yes, you want to be close to these hoops, but you don't want to be too close, especially if you've got a slight angle, because that's when they really,
Yeah, short-angled hoops are very, very difficult.
I suppose it's because you don't really manage to get the maximum ball rolling before it actually gets to the hoop.
Yeah, and as we're talking about, you can't bully them through. If you get any of the inside wire, it 100% doesn't go through. It's just great.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be quite interesting on some of these shots to have a slow motion camera to actually slow it down and see actually what happened to the ball. You know.
Yeah, we could probably try and do some of that after this event.
Because sometimes, you know, you play the shot and you think, I played that perfectly well. Why didn't it go through?
Like that. So
ooh, that was close.
That's one of the reactions that you get with these Atkins hoops. It's quite fun. If you hit a fairly straight shot, sometimes you hit a shot that will go through on pretty much any other hoop, but with these it actually sort of pings around a bit and then ends up adjacent to it.
Yep.
And I think that's just a little bit of inside wire and
yep.
Yeah, it spins around the place.
And these uprights are slightly thicker too, aren't they? Than the old,
I think, yeah.
Than the old hoops.
Well, they're not painted.
They're not painted, that's...
Yeah. The thing with jump shots, if hoops are painted or even powder coated, it can just grip that a bit more and spin around it.
Yes, I remember someone saying to me, "Oh, why don't they powder coat these?" I said, "Well, then then you've basically gone back to where you were, and you've not achieved anything, you know."
And you're saving a lot of money and time not having to coat them.
Yeah, that's true. Have you played with the sunshiny balls at all?
I think I've maybe had one game with them. I haven't come across them that much.
No.
They seem to be okay. I think they're a little bit softer than the Dawsons, but perfectly good. Probably 100 times better than the Humpties.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think now, you know, I think we're going to start to see them appearing at clubs.
Yeah.
That's a nice takeoff.
I don't know how many of them are actually available for sale and have been manufactured. Because my understanding is that what went wrong with the Dawsons is that one of the components became illegal in Australia. So one of the Americans at the MAC was interested in looking at making them, which would be excellent. Because the Humpties have always been marginal for the bounce test. And, you know, some of the rushes you play, it just dies.
It just dies, yeah. Yes, we used them for the AC Teams event, and it certainly was noticeable.
Right. Yeah, we were using them for the MAC.
Well, that's why we used them there, to give you a little bit of, you know, practice with them.
I've had all sorts of trouble with peeling because the Humpties pull a lot, so they're hard to peel with. And here, I'm not sure anyone's got a peel that they've played with pull through. You know, straight peels are fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a shame there haven't been any triples, but
no.
I think we've all had a go at them.
Yes, I know Gabrielle had at least 2 peels of a triple in the blocks of a couple of games, but didn't complete them.
No, I had a couple and just silly errors or something happening.
Yep.
But again, I mean, that's what you get with the fast lawns, because you're being so careful running hoops and occasionally you get no wire.
Absolutely.
Right, decent shot at going around again for Debbie. If she can get a rush out of one back to either red or blue.
Yep.
Another really nice rush to a hoop.
So she's got a little takeoff from behind, from the non-playing side of the hoop. On a normal lawn, you'd think you'd do this 100% of the time. When this lawn's a little bit tricky, it becomes a much more difficult shot. But anyway, she seems to have got good position.
Nowhere near as bad as United's been in the past. You know, we've had times when it was just horrific, like especially lawns 1 and 2.
Remember 2013?
Yes. Yes, that was the Opens where we had lawns at about 15 seconds at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't, it was, you just touched the balls and they just ran and ran and ran, you know.
Well, the British Open Cheltenham in 2003 was a bit like that. It was just a delight. But yeah, Chris would have watered, and there was a wee bit of watering happened in the week before the event, because his aim was to be 12 to 13 seconds.
Yep.
And the lawn I played on yesterday was 12 and a half, so
yeah.
absolutely spot on.
Yes, I think the fastest lawns I've ever played on have been here at United and also in Jersey. I once played there and they were running at over 14 seconds in Jersey.
Well, I've heard good reports of Surbiton lately.
Yeah, oh yes, and Surbiton get them good. But I don't think they've ever been quite as difficult as they were, as they had them here in 2013. Yeah,
yeah, that was a bit of a record.
Well, probably Plympton probably takes the record, doesn't it?
Yeah, I did hear in Plympton that there were some people who would tap a ball forward 6 inches and it would stop behind them.
Yes.
That's not really what we're aiming for.
No.
Yeah, there must be a few people thinking with the New Zealand Open going to Plympton, how is it going to be?
Yes, I think they are.
I mean, they were told to get them fast.
Yes.
So they absolutely fit the bill.
There's fast and there's fast. Yes. Well, it's fast and it's non-playable.
Yeah,
and they were basically non-playable.
Especially, if your lawns aren't flat.
Yeah, and there was wind.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't had much wind here. That's been a shame.
No, it only really. What day was it? Was it Thursday? We had a bit, and and it was that icy wind here. I mean, it was so cold.
It can be quite unpleasant. Yeah.
But the last couple of days, the wind certainly dropped.
I'm volunteering Bonnie for commentary.
Oh, don't bring her over.
Oh, got a third. Excellent. So yeah, still quite a lot of work to be done by Debbie here, and this needs to be quite a precision takeoff, but it is off partner.
Yep.
What's been nice is having these courts so fast that you can play pretty much any croquet stroke you want on them.
Absolutely, and you don't have to put any effort into it. You know, you just got to be able to use your muscle memory for distance and for the shots. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have another third commentator. So we're going to have Bonnie Johnson, another Kiwi, is going to join us.
Kia ora,
Good afternoon, Bonnie. Nice to see you.
Oh, kia ora, Nelson. Kia ora, Jenny. I should say kia ora kōrua, because that's the two of you.
So how's your tournament been?
It's been wonderful. Yeah. It's been wonderful. It's been awesome. Met some really great people, learned some lessons, been told off by some of the players too, and well deserved.
What were you told off for?
I was told off Debbie Lyons. Debbie Lyons, I was told off by her. I was at hoop six, and I had a ball at 1 back and a ball at 2 back, and I went negative, played negative, and shot my partner ball back into the middle, made the hoop, couldn't do the return roki. And Debbie says, at our level, I never want to see that sort of play again. And I was like, oh, okay, Debbie. So very wise words, and I've learnt a lot from her. And
yes, I think something you probably will learn from this event is that you'll see a lot more positive play from these players. Yes. New Zealanders can have the what's the word I'm trying to be diplomatic here, can be a bit negative in some of their play.
New Zealand lady players, definitely, and you can't get any better if you won't play breaks.
I think it's a fear. We haven't overcome the fear. We don't know how to overcome it, but by playing negative play. We either go into the corners or we shoot into the middle. So after I played Debbie, I played Beatrice, and I'd made 1 back really well, and then I got to 2 back and I had to rush the ball, and I thought, here it is again, the fear. And I thought, well, Debbie's probably watching from wherever she is, so I better put the ball in front of the hoop and put my partner ball going through the hoop. You know what? I sailed through that hoop, made, and I went right around to Rover. So thank you, Debbie, for that.
Yeah, you've got to have confidence in your play. I mean, you've got to believe in yourself.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is New Zealand women play against New Zealand women primarily.
Yes.
And so you just get the best of the defensive players wins, and you need to be more outgoing. And one thing, and it's definitely in Alison Robinson's favour, once you put her against someone good, she'll play properly, and she'll play expansively and just play breaks. And I can't think how many times I've played her where she just hit and gone to 4 back, but has played a much more defensive and I guess appropriate to the opponent game otherwise.
Yes, the problem is when players play like that and they win, they think they're playing...
Sends the wrong message, doesn't it?
It does.
So you just have to get out and play better players.
Yeah, and this sort of event, is great for that.
Absolutely,
you really
absolutely.
see, top class play, and it makes you reevaluate your own game. Mm.
Oh, it certainly has. I'm going to go home and practice the rush ball, put the ball in front at all times, not be afraid of the hoops. Not that I am afraid of the hoops.
You're pretty good for that, actually, Bonnie. You do play quite an aggressive.
And you've had a good
game.
season, really. You must be pleased with your season. You had a great New Zealand Open, and
thank you, thank you. No, about 3 years ago, when it was supposed to take place, 3 years ago, I was pretty low down, and there was no way I was going to be qualifying. So I knew I had to uplift and really, really push hard to get those 26 finishes. And, the likes of Greg Bryant said, Bonnie, you're going to lose a lot of games, but get that 4-ball breakout and keep on it.
Yeah.
And so, I thank him for that aggressive process. But then we had training with Chris, and one of the things I really appreciated with Chris's coaching was that he says, you know what he called me? An enigma. And we all raced into the dictionary to figure out what it was. And I think what Chris was referring to was sometimes, and I'm an uncharted person, I'm like, where do I go from here?
Yeah.
But one of the things he did say, and part of his coaching, was that he would try and remove a lot of the aggressive shots that I do. There's a lot of shots that I really shouldn't be doing, but I get away with. He says what we've got to do is reduce that. So, and the other thing that he encouraged me was play your game. 4-ball break, you're going to lose. Hey, it's okay. Suck it up, move on.
Yep. Yes, you've got to go through a period of losing a lot of games sometimes to improve, because you've really got to get into your head. I'm going to play my way. I'm going to improve. I may lose, but I'm going to play properly.
Yes. So that was two very clear messages that came from both Greg and from Chris, that you've got to continue to play that 26 break. And
all of a sudden, the penny drops and you start to win games.
Actually, I think I recall Bonnie spent the entire weekend getting told off. And she's come back very well, and you got your deposit back as well, didn't you? So Croquet New Zealand have got this thing where if you're playing in a World Championship, you have to pay for your own entry. But if you make the knockout, you get that refunded.
Woohoo, I didn't know that,
yes,
so thank you very much, Croquet New Zealand.
There's some prize money for you, Bonnie.
Thank you. No, but watching this level with Debbie Lyons, and at this level, it's just beautiful.
Yes, I'm sure you came here wanting to make the knockout, and which you did, and that's you've got to set yourself goals, and when you achieve them, you've got to pat yourself on the back.
Well, I've got to make some mention of Alison Sharp. She came in, and they served me up on a platter. Alison Sharp, Bonnie Johnstone, playing on lawn.
That lawn one over there you're looking at?
That lawn one over there, lawn one. And Alison come in, and I'm like, whoa, I'm this is a top lady. Anyway, she loves me. And I tell you why she loves me. And I was saying to Lorna next to me, I think Alison loves me. And Lorna said, what do you mean she loves you? And I said, she's going to blob in the hoop. She's going to give me a hoop. And off she went. And 5 times in a reality, she must really love me, because she gave me 5 attempts at hoop 1, and I walked on round, and off I went. Now, I wasn't going to look back, and I said to Alison, I really thank you for loving me like that. And she says, Bonnie, I like you. I do not love you. So I appreciate that from Alison. Thank you.
Yes, because you beat her in the first game, didn't you?
Yes. And then...
that's right, yeah. Great start for you.
There was some terrible voices in my head, because... one of the things was that she needed to get the white ball, that her partner ball, she had already gone round to 4 back, and she needed her partner ball to start. And I was on one of those wild hoops in front of, on 3 back, and I thought, I can make this hoop. And then I heard the likes of Peter Philby going, don't you even think about it. And then Greg Bryant was like, Bonnie, how many times do we have to tell you? This is too much of a risk. And then the negative part said, Bonnie, if you duff this hoop, you've set the whole lawn up for Alison to take the white ball right around. So guess what I did? I went into the corner and played chicken. But I tell you what, Lorna came over, and she was sitting beside me, and she said, the right thing to do, Bonnie.
So
I really
brand new
appreciate
hoops.
Yeah.
Start the tournament tight hoop.
But I was sailing through those hoops like there was no one out there, and Alison said, "God, I thought you were going to crunch in the hoops," and she said, "You just sailed through them as if they're not there." But until it came to 3 back, and it was like, oh, she's just right there. So, but she played a beautiful game, bringing me out of the corners. She taught me a lot, bringing me out of the corners.
I think we're seeing a bit of a post-lunch lull from some of these players.
Yes. So they both did stop after Gabrielle's break, and went and had some lunch. And Debbie's now approaching hoop 3. She's got.
Certainly playable.
It's certainly playable. It's certainly nearly straight in front, but it's probably a good yard and a half back.
Yeah, and got an angle to it.
A slight angle, yeah.
I mean, one of the real hallmarks of Debbie's play has been she's picked up breaks very well, and she certainly did yesterday in our match. And she's run some of these hoops very well. Do need a good, strong, positive stroke here.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Debbie is unusual in that she casts but actually then grounds her mallet. And there's not a lot of players who do that.
A few more do that now. Robbie
shoulders
Fletcher
go
does.
up, yeah. Her shoulders
Yes, Robbie does, you're right, yeah.
There's not really been a lot tactically to comment on here, has there?
No. I mean, that's that situation where you really want it to be that, half that distance in front of the
and straighter.
And straighter, yeah. And it makes all the... But when you're back that far, you've only got to catch the nearest bit of wire, and it's just going to spit you out.
So she's over-approached 1, under-approached 2 and 3. It's just that concentration needs to come back after lunch and just reset.
Yep. It's funny because the match between Gabrielle and Alison had the same thing. First game, great.
Yep.
Second game, it was in and out. And then the third game, Gabrielle played really well again, So it's why games go into these lull periods. You do wonder why, I think
just a bit of mental fatigue, I think.
I think you're right.
Good to see Gabrielle shooting at this. It was a bit of a no-brainer to take the shot, but it's been good seeing this positive play.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And them backing themselves, knowing that they're good enough to hit these. And a bit of work to do here for Debbie, but it's a reasonably easy take-off behind blue.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, this game, some of these days, players have been playing here from 8:30 in the morning, just 7 o'clock at night. It's been some long days, and that takes by this stage of the tournament, it can mentally drain you.
And these guys have been really preparing for this tournament for quite some time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mental energy spent on that.
Yes, well, Gabrielle came to stay with me for 3 days, and she was even doing this mental preparation of looking at all the positive games she'd won in the past to mentally put herself in a very positive place.
Yeah, there's a nice technique called feed-forward video self-modelling. So it's basically taking video clips of yourself doing successful shots and looking at them. Because it's all very well going, what am I doing wrong, how can I fix it? But the other side of it, of what am I doing right, and I'm going to keep doing that, and I'm good, is really powerful.
Yeah, well, the brain probably reacts better to positive thought than negative thought, doesn't it?
Well, I relate some of my training on Reg Benford's comments when he did the mind game and talked about preparation, looking good on the lawn,
owning the lawn.
Owning the lawn. And so I took, and every time I think about it, it's quite a calming effect. One thing he did say, though, you shouldn't drink alcohol. That's been a real hard test, eh?
I do understand that, Bonnie.
He does now drink alcohol before he plays, though. Has been seen in the evening having a beverage or two. But yeah, I've heard several people quoting him from the past of, you know, if you have 6 drinks, you'll be drunk. So if you have 1 drink, you'll be a sixth of drunk.
Now,
I'm not sure that's actually entirely true.
If we take James Death, for example, when does he play better?
During James Death's quarter-final in the British Open, he was really struggling, so I did feed him a pint at lunchtime. And he was brilliant after that.
It's getting the balance right, you know, when he's drunk enough.
Well, that's the importance as well in terms of calming or hyping. You know, some people need to be G'd up before sports. Certainly in croquet, it's generally not the case. Some people need to be calmed down. So whatever you need is not necessarily the same as everyone else.
Well, before I took up Reg Benford's comment about not drinking, people used to say, Bonnie, you play so calmly. Well, I'd had drinks the night before and I suffered from hangovers. So you can't move very much, you know, in front of the hoop. And it's one step at a time.
It's nothing like helping you keep your head down when you look up.
No, you don't dare look up because the world starts to spin. So there is something to be said about drinking wine, but it's not encouraged.
No.
Stephen Mullen has got a very good chapter on sports psychology and Beyond Expert Croquet Tactics as well. Talking about the major and minor games and just really putting croquet and individual shots into perspective. I found that really helpful to read before the MAC.
Yeah, it's a good book because they've, you know, basically used a lot of the players to edit or upgrade, you know, the Wiley's book, and but used, you know, a lot of the top players to put their own take on it.
Yeah, and it's good to get the, you know, the areas where the players have specific strengths and just learn what's going on in their heads.
Yeah.
I think that's what Chris provided us with when we played in Masterton. He provided us with individual feedback on what we should be focusing on towards the Worlds, and it was really good, really, really good. And then we came here for coaching in December, and that was really positive. So very much thankful for that assistance.
Yep.
Well, I'm very thankful for the assistance he's given me for many years as well. I've been incredibly lucky.
I must say, one of the things about Chris is he doesn't hold back when he gives Jenny comments, you know, and he, you know, if that was my husband, I'd take him around the back and say, you'd be really gentle with me, you know. And it's, you know, so there's no favouritism. It is what it is, and he says it exactly how it is.
I'll tell you what, when he says good shot, you value it.
Yes, yes, definitely. Definitely that.
That's what we've got here.
So she's actually making a leave. She's leaving herself a rush to hoop 3, up near corner 3.
You've got to ask what sort of targets Red got there, though, don't you? It's probably a decent sized gap.
Yeah, I think it's quite a gap there, Jenny. So red is right down the south boundary, and yellow is sort of what can I say? Between 1 and 2, about
hoop 6 high.
Yeah, hoop 6 high. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy shot.
I'm
either
shooting
way.
a blue and black here.
Yep.
She doesn't easily get a ball out to hoop 4. It's proving hard to rush. The trouble is that she'll get a ball out a bit, and you know, when we played yesterday, she picked her breaks up. No, I'm never taking the shot.
Just a bit for the spectators here, Jenny, why do you say that?
She's got a rush to hoop 3, so she's going to make hoop 3, and I just feel that putting red and yellow on that line makes it so much easier to get both hoops 4 and 5.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
I just think.
So where would you go, Jenny?
Shoot for blue and black.
Shooting at blue and black. She can't easily get a ball out, and she's got a pioneer at your hoop. She's such a good shot. But you also have to take the shot that you feel comfortable with.
Yes,
that's so true. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. It's no good shooting at something that you don't feel comfortable with. You know, so much in doubles. If someone says, "Oh, shoot," they say, "Oh, I don't really feel that's the shot." You're never going to hit it.
Yeah. Here it comes, and yes, no.
Very close, but no prize.
I think my philosophy in doubles is very much find out what partner really wants to do and feels comfortable with, and then say it's a good idea.
That's a good idea. Yes, yes.
Right, well, we'll see if she can. I mean, basically, you can make hoop 3. You're likely to get a rush somewhere towards corner 2.
Would these ladies play often together?
Well, earlier we looked up a head-to-head out of interest.
What did you find?
They've played each other ranking time 9 games.
That's quite a lot.
And it's 5-4 to Gabrielle.
Right, okay.
But obviously, because when Gabrielle's first ranking game was 99, and of course Debbie gave up playing in 98 for 10 years.
Yep.
So a lot of those early years of Gabrielle's play, they wouldn't have encountered each other. And also Debbie doesn't tend to play in the men's and women's or in those sort of events, so they wouldn't have sort of encountered each other there. So it's really just probably... so it's probably not that many events that they would have played in,
regional events.
Yeah, regional events, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing in 99, so I didn't encounter Debbie till her return in Colchester.
Yeah.
We'd played probably twice before this.
Yes, I remember watching her in 1996, which when was the year she obviously was selected to play for the McRobertson Shield, and she really was, one of the, top half dozen players in the country. I mean, she was, she could play as well as any of the men.
Yeah.
So what age do you think she started at, Debbie?
6.
No. They'd go put a mallet in the hand and she started at the age of 6.
In their back garden, they just played garden croquet, and they had a sort of a family tradition. She was telling me that they used to go, her father and brothers said they all just go and play a bit of croquet. And but it was all weird rules, it was a bit American rules along with, so it was that garden hybrid sort of croquet. And then her father found out about croquet, and they got a rule book, and so they studied it, and they went off and played in a tournament.
Yeah.
And,
played her father Don a couple of times at Cheltenham. Yes, very nice guy.
Yeah, very nice guy. Yeah. Don Cornelius. And then of course Debbie came out and did a world tour with Annabelle McDermott. And they spent a year travelling around New Zealand, Australia, and America, playing the croquet circuit.
Yeah, that was 1990.
1990, yeah. And I didn't realise that actually Sonia went to America with them as well.
Okay, Tony went to America quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
Was very well known in California.
But he went with Sonia went with Debbie and Annabelle, and actually she played doubles with Debbie and was runner-up to some event in America. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
They'd have had a great time. Yeah, we've really missed Annabelle here. She's a fantastic personality and a very good croquet player.
Yeah, very good.
So, interestingly here, I guess Debbie maybe had a crack at rushing partner to 3, but had the backup of going over, sorting out red and yellow when she wasn't dead in front.
So she'll be creating a leave again.
Be looking for a leave that that won't get shot at.
Yeah. Is she going for position here?
Goodness, yes.
No, she's going to go for her hoop.
Yeah, very aggressive.
Perhaps she feels that there's a reward in this.
Well, this is sort of a reward for Gabrielle in taking those aggressive shots. That Debbie's now going, I don't really want you shooting with me joined up in corner 3.
Yeah. No, she's changing her mind again. She's having a rethink.
And this is what you get from aggressive play. You can stop people from just bullying you and poking a ball out and getting you in a corner.
Yep.
I guess she's looking at a wiring here.
She is.
If you want to shoot, you can shoot into my guard corner. A very thin wire at hoop 5, though.
It's very thin, isn't it?
But it's better than nothing. You might as well go for it, and if you get it, it's a big reward.
As you say, there's nothing lost in having a go at it.
Or the alternative, I quite fancy putting yellow in corner 2 to maximise.
She's going back to position again.
Yeah.
She's weighed up her options and obviously decided that this is the
the best option.
And if she gets anywhere in front of the hoop, she's likely to have a crack at it, given that yellow is reasonably close to blue.
Yep. That's going to be sailing, I think.
It's not bad. Yeah, it is quite long.
She can do it. She can do it. She's had enough.
Looks like she's very straight, which is in her favour, but these hoops don't really like distance goes.
Your accuracy has to be 99%.
She's going to do it. Her shoulders are dropped again. Watch her shoulders.
Oh, not with that. She's not a gentle shot like that. She's not.
You need to give it.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, not smash it, but have a smooth.
But there's no way that was going through, even if it had been accurate.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, and you know the trouble with
that's the first time I've actually seen her play such a tentative shot.
Yeah, I find from what I've seen of other people is that the tentative shots come the further back you are. You're trying to gently guide it through.
Yep. So Gabrielle's playing with her 4-back ball.
Yep.
She has hit, so at least she's got the innings back.
And I guess maybe that was some of Debbie's thinking, is that it was the forward ball.
Yes, I think if it had been red there, I don't think she would have been doing that. Yeah.
I guess you've discussed this elsewhere. I thought Miranda's tactic of going to Rover was very strong.
Yeah.
You know, even Rover peels are challenging. If someone had done that against me, I'd have probably waited and had a crack. I'd have a go on the way round, but would have had to go straight. And all sorts of things can go wrong. No one's peeling here. So going to Rover, you give up the innings with a contact, but I think that was a really good tactic.
Yesterday?
Well, no, throughout the entire tournament.
Yes, I've seen her do it.
Until she was knocked out.
Yeah.
Even after that, I think.
Well, she certainly did it in the semi-final too. Yeah, I saw it, and she had the
quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, sorry, quarterfinals. I meant sorry.
Yeah, and she did it well, and just unfortunately, you know, fatigue or nerves or something got to them in that game. It became a wee bit scrappy, but you know, really intelligent thinking, just taking things out of the box a bit.
Yep.
I know this is not a woman question, we should ask other women, but what's the age difference between the two ladies?
Debbie is older.
Yeah.
Gabrielle is, I don't know, should we be talking about age?
Oh, I don't think we'll talk about age. They're fairly similar age. Debbie is a couple of years older.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
looks so young, aren't they? They're so young looking, but
Nah, Bonnie, you're just getting old, mate.
Well, thanks very much, Jenny. Kia ora koutou to you too.
No, it is good to see there's a few younger people here.
Yep.
Yes. So who would be the youngest here?
Pip Reeve, I'm guessing.
Sorry?
Pip Reeve?
Pip, yes.
No, I'd say Sophie.
Right.
Sophie
McGlenn, maybe.
Yeah, I think she'd be the youngest, I think Pip must be, because she stopped playing at about, she hasn't played for 20 years, and she
Goodness, okay.
And she was playing when she was a teenager. I've seen photos of her playing when she was, and she was quite a good player, young aspiring player when she was 17, 18 in New Zealand. And then she basically hasn't played for 20 years. And came back to it a couple of years ago. I could be wrong, but I mean, because she plays in a club only half an hour from me. So in fact, I played against her husband.
You're in Audible. Yes.
Luke seems to be doing very well.
Very well. He is. In fact, Pip was saying something this morning. She said I didn't introduce him to the game initially when I came back to it. She said because I knew that he'd passed me in such a short time. So I wanted to have a couple of years of my own glory.
Good on her. Yeah, there is certainly an age problem, particularly in New Zealand with croquet players and very much with female croquet players. I think the last AC Trans-Tasman, the other 3 players, I might misremember who some of them are, were over 70. Some of us is well over 70.
Yeah.
So we're not really bringing in new players, although we've now got Miranda back, which is a real bonus for New Zealand.
Absolutely,
Yes.
And they've got the under-21s next month in Mount Maunganui, and I think there are, of the 32 players, I think there's only 4 or 5 female players.
Right, yeah, so even in golf croquet, there's been a fantastic job to try and get youngsters playing, but then with COVID we've lost the secondary schools program and that's put things back years.
And then we can talk about our Marion McGuinness.
I know.
Just
82 years of age and making the knockout. Amazing. 83. I'm sorry.
83 and making the knockout. And we brought out of retirement and said, come on, you've got to be. And she qualified. So we're really happy with that. Liz McClay brought her out of retirement. Oh, sorry.
That was a really, really good lead from Gabrielle.
Oh dear, straight through the middle.
I might have had a bit more of a gap there because I'd be a bit worried about that being a bit of a target. But, she's forced Blue to play.
Yep.
Blue's the backward ball. She's got a rush. She's just got everything. It was a really good turn. Everything outside the rectangle of the hoops.
Yep.
Full marks for that.
Yep.
Except maybe just a little bit more space between those balls.
Yep. But...
Sit down.
But at the same time, Debbie also took the aggressive shot and went for it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, she had no choice, I think, there.
No, probably not.
It was such a good setup that
Yeah.
your corner, she's just going to go round.
Yep.
Although, obviously, on these lawns, she might not, but it's nothing like cornering, having your oppo go to 4 back. Or go to the peg in this case.
Yes, you do look right, Nana.
Yeah.
3, so she's got 2.
And in fact, this lead's just been so good that she can take partner to hoop 2, which gives you a level of comfort.
Oh, it's rolled off. Oh no, Black's over there. I think she'll go down to Black. No,
yes,
she's going to cut it.
No, I think she'll probably...
Yeah, she's overhit that and got the back up.
I think she'll
Black.
still hit it to Black. Mm-hmm.
Nice to start your break off partner.
Yep.
She's going to cut it.
No, she's going to hoop 2 here.
No. Oh, no.
A little bit hard, do you think?
Undercut that, so yeah. It's gone a bit far.
It's about level, probably. No, it's gone past the hoop. But
if she got the cut right, she'd hit it at a perfect pace, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. It would just put that little bit more, less weight or less power into the shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, Black's so good. You can defensify yellow a bit.
Oh,
good
lovely.
shot.
Beautiful shot. Oh, yes, it's through. Yes, straight on to yellow.
Gabrielle's just checking.
It's not through.
Oh,
not that was
body
a
language
fantastic
told
effort
us.
at a pick-up, though.
Yeah.
And even that, the strokes she played there for the hoop, you would have sworn that would have gone through. I mean, it looked really,
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it?
It looked.
Oh no, we're coming out. We've got John Christie come out.
So it might be marginal here.
Yes, yes.
Of course, new rules now that this has got to be done by sight and not by...
no longer the string test.
Oh, thank goodness.
So,
thank goodness.
look, he's down on his knees.
Yes.
Now, he's just had a hip replacement both
yes,
sides.
He has,
So he's in good form
now,
John.
Form. Yes, I want him in good form for next month. He's my doubles partner.
That's right. He said he was playing.
That's one of the issues with our ageing refereeing population as well, is that it's actually really important to get down to the ground. I mean, John took the effort to do that. If you don't get down to the ground, you don't see the whole picture.
No,
you need to get the level of the balls.
No, absolutely.
Yep. We had a bit of that last night.
You get people standing, looking down over the top, and thinking, what are you looking at?
Yeah. We had that last night with a wiring decision. And, the decision was the balls are open, and the player said, I don't agree. We had another look from ground level. And she was right.
She was right. Whoa.
Yeah. Yes, and you certainly have the right. If you don't feel that you've been given the right decision or something like that, you can ask for it to be checked.
Yeah, you can only appeal that on the basis of the test not being done correctly.
Yeah.
But I would argue if you can't be bothered getting down to the level of the ball, you haven't done it correctly.
Yes. Well, we learnt a new term yesterday. I was playing against Beatrice, and I kept saying, I deemed the ball. Then I was quickly corrected and
You
said...
deem the shot?
I declare.
No, you can say deem.
Well, I think they've changed it, actually. They may have changed the terminology.
Well, there you go.
Really must read the rule book again.
Today.
To be honest, I don't care what word you use as long as the context is clear.
We've got something in the background, some trimmer. There you go, Nelson. I've pulled you up on something. She's not comfortable.
No, she twisted her wrist
No,
around
she
in that
did,
shot.
you can see. Yes.
It's interesting now. I always wonder do you twist your wrist because you've realised at the instant of contact that you've hit it wrongly?
Yeah.
Or is it that just you've badly set up? Because, it might just happen post-contact where you've gone, oh, rats, or just try and steer it.
Do you think it would happen more because her hands are more apart?
Yes. I'm impressed at how well she shot. And, she shot incredibly well against me yesterday.
But that lower hand must be very light on the mallet, mustn't it?
Yeah, I think the issue is that if you're having a bad time, it could be quite disastrous. It's just a technique thing where you've got another moving part you have to keep control of.
Yeah.
Very charming look on Gabrielle's face as she's looking at that.
Should I take the black and get closer? Go for the yellow.
Yeah.
Well, she wants to come out this way so she can be closer to the black, which it makes a lot of sense. But she doesn't want to hit the yellow.
Get some markers down, ref. Goodness.
Here we go.
Yeah. And the reason, the markers are put down in case Gabrielle does make a mistake, the ball can be put back to where it was.
Yeah, I've called you because I might commit a fault. So, yeah.
Nice.
And she hits black
There's
nicely.
a big concert on right now.
We've got a sound check going on.
Singer come in from Australia, and so we've got all the guards around the park to make sure that people don't go in without tickets. But it's quite thumping on this side, so it's kind of distracting.
Yes, if I'm playing, I think music actually I don't find so bad. I think other noises like machines I find a lot more distracting.
We had a New Zealand versus under-21s golf croquet match here about a year ago, and it was awful because they had an anti-vax rally on at the same time.
Yes, that would be
with massive volume. It's an interesting option Gabrielle's taken for this pickup here. It wasn't the line of play I was looking at. Does get to approach the hoop-off partner, which is a big bonus. I think my option would have been tap through, rush yellow to black, and play more of a precision pickup. Rush black down to blue, or black to hoop 3 if you like, because you can get a 6-inch rush on black to 3. It would have left a ball up more towards corner 2, so this has got all the balls out, but just made some of those shots a little bit longer.
It's rolled. It is just rolled.
You have to
this
really
is going to be a beautiful shot.
Yeah. I'm jumping that.
Jumping that.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you hit these flat, they just stay in the hoop, don't they?
Yeah. Well, she's been really good running hoops though, but I don't fancy this at all.
Jump it.
Through.
Ooh,
Yes, exactly. Flat.
I don't like
no,
that.
I don't like it. No.
Did exactly
If you
that.
jump it, you've got the spin. You've also got the higher bit of the hoop where there's a lot more give.
Yep.
Although Chris did point out, for a right-hander, it's much easier to jump from the left-hand side of the hoop.
I guess Ian Lyons was saying that the other day, you know, that depending on which side of the hoop he's jumping from, he said it makes a big deal of difference.
Yeah. I mean, that shot, I feel I'm probably 90% going from the left-hand side and probably about 60% from the right, but that wasn't going through with that shot.
No.
And now it's a big opportunity for Debbie.
Yeah, so it goes back to my, you know, what do you have to concentrate? The small shots.
It is. No, hands are quite separate, aren't they?
Yes. Good shot.
Yep, she's hit that.
The other thing that you have to do, I think, is no matter how much you want to run a hoop and how much you know you can on normal hoops, you have to look at the shot on the day in those conditions and just make a correct decision and go, look, it won't go through as no matter how much I want it to.
And even though you know that's the way you normally run hoops, with these hoops, they won't go through.
Yeah, what are my other options, and actually is that a better option? I don't really know much about Gabrielle's jumping.
Yes, she's not played very much golf croquet, so it's...
Well, I don't see that as much of an issue, actually, because I think I'm very good at angled hoops, shorter ones.
Yeah.
And I'm not much good at golf croquet jumps.
No.
Yeah, but you give me a little hop or an angled thing and I'm absolutely comfy. But yeah, I think maybe she's also played in a lot of conditions where you can bully it through from an angle or stroke it through. Well, this is going to be a big croquet stroke now if she chooses to take it on. Yeah, really needed to make sure it just went past blue. South of it.
She caught it, didn't she?
West of it, yeah, she's run into it. Probably the right decision taking off. I do fancy the croquet stroke though. I think I'm just more of a croquet stroke than takeoff player though.
Actually, we've had some good feedback from golf croquet spectators who have thoroughly enjoyed watching the association play, and ask us what's actually happening, what's doing. So the encouragement is come over the other side and have a game.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the best coaches here, you've got the best lawns here. It's the time to do it now. And this is, but what about the sitting out and what about the thinking? And
I love that.
I love that sitting out.
These players saying you'll sit out for 3 hours. There was someone said that to me the other day, and I was a bit blunt. I said, look, mate, at your level, you won't be. You'll make a couple of hoops, you go and sit down.
You will be, yeah.
I think the way to look at it is if you run a hoop, you get a reward. You get another shot.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, you're not going to be playing all around breaks for a while.
You hear that argument so many times. Oh, but you have to sit out. It's like...
But that's one of the things that's killing AC is that there's too many golf croquet players who go, it's really boring, it's a horrible game. How do you even give it a chance if you say that?
That's right. I say to them, have you played it?
Yes.
No. Well, how do you know?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and games last for 3 hours or more. Well, they last as long as you set the clock. What I'd really like to see, and I'm going to push for in Canterbury, is people playing on half lawns.
Yep,
that'd be great.
That's always been my way too. I think it's a way to teach, it's a way to get people when they are just beginning, because then they only have to play small croquet strokes. You know, and these lawns are too big, so therefore they end up making one hoop or don't even get where they want. You halve the lawn and you're playing all the same kind of strokes, but they are more manageable.
And I think also golf croquet, there's a lot of opportunity to play half lawns, because if you play half lawns you can suddenly play at the tactics and a sort of a scaled version of the skill of the top players, because you then have a boundary that's genuinely short for you, because a 6 yard is not a short boundary if you're a 5+.
No.
Right, well, a couple of good rushes here and Debbie could be in. She should be able to stop that to 5.
Yep.
Yellow to blue. If hoop 5's not in the way of blue getting to hoop 4, I don't think it is. She may decide to take partner directly to the hoop herself, but we'll see.
So this game has got 1 hour and 14 minutes still to run.
Well, your time certainly could become an issue here.
Yes, it is.
It shouldn't do.
Mm.
I mean, the big thing on these difficult lawns has been establishing that break. Once you've got a break, as long as you can keep your strokes tidy, you can be running every hoop from under a foot.
Yep. So,
well, that's the aim.
There's only one of the other matches finished, and that was the Shield, which was run by Miranda Chapman, and the Plate and the Bowl and the consolation event are still going on.
Yeah, it sounds like Miranda played really well today. She was finished very quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
She made sure she dictated the game.
Well, it's something that being a good shot allows you to do, and playing aggressively allows you to do as well.
Cindy seems to be on 2 back and 5 versus...
Kerry Ann, what's she up to?
She's on 3. Her red clip is
3
on 3.
and 4.
Okay.
So Cindy is ahead.
Cindy is ahead. Actually, the contribution that Steve Clark has made to the refereeing has been really wonderful.
Yeah.
But to be able to be here and support Cindy is one of his goals, has been one of his goals. And but I'm afraid Steve has to hide behind the tree because it kind of ruffles Cindy's feathers. Hey, nothing against you, Cindy, because we know what it's like when our partners are watching us. No,
as I said to Steve this morning, I said watching is harder than playing, isn't it? He said, yes, my knuckles.
Manicured, he's done the manicure and the haircut.
Oh, I just loved having Chris courtside.
Yeah.
It was really nice, especially yesterday. So I'm not really sure how Debbie's got her. I guess she took off from red. I sort of expected her to stop red to hoop 5. And then she's overrolled yellow, so didn't get the rush down to blue. So it's all just got a little bit scrappy again.
Is she making a leave, or is she...
I think it'll be a defensive approach to hoop 4. It's
I think that makes most sense.
And also, if you do that defensive approach, if you do manage to run the hoop cleanly, you get a rush up in the vicinity of red.
Red, exactly.
Bit of a bonus, but yeah, I don't like the line of play that's left red there. I guess it's just nerves and it's just trying to be a bit more conservative, but I thought she had a really good opportunity to just get a break going, hammer home that advantage she's got at the moment. Oh, that blue's gone a long, long way too.
Long way. And she didn't really look like she was even really making much of an effort to get in front of 4, didn't...
I guess she was. She's just put blue far too far. It leaves a shot for red if you really want. I don't know. I think I'd be more comfortable shooting red at yellow. You can certainly corner here. We haven't seen a lot of that.
Nope.
I hope Gabrielle's sitting a long way away. Probably thinks what I'm suggesting is drivel anyway.
Yes, Peter and I have had some interesting discussions about what we would do. We don't always agree.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying before, I don't know that this has been particularly tactical, but there have been a couple of bits where I've, like this pick-up of this break here, I haven't been as comfortable with Debbie's options here.
No.
Yeah, I think probably she was going for precision, though, and doing the takeoff and still overran it a bit. And I think she's more of a takeoff player and rushing than I'm more of a croquet stroke player.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, well, you play to your strengths, don't you?
Yeah.
It's gone a bit cooler. The wind's come up a little bit.
It's a bit
It's gone a bit cloudy. We lost the lovely sun we had earlier.
I think we've seen the last of the sun for today. It was a beautiful, beautiful morning.
Yeah.
Oh, she's managed to get her to shoot with a backward ball again.
Yes.
Oh, wow,
beautiful.
Right in the middle.
Beautiful.
So yeah, I found this this sort of approach, and I know it's valid to take that shot, and she's a good shot and has got it. But when I played Beatrice, basically we were mucking around quite a bit until I got a rush to my hoop. So I set up with a rush to my hoop. I'm going to make my hoop, and then she shot at partner. So what I felt was fantastic. I got a rush to my hoop. I'm going to make my hoop, and I got 2 balls together. Here I go. But you know, the standard of this play here, and Debbie's ability to pick up breaks has been such that it's pretty valid having a shot at something.
Yep. Yes, I've been surprised sometimes. Some of the earlier games I watched, I'd watch players who, that's going off. It's off. It's off.
It's close. There was a big awe from the crowd. I thought she was going to get another cracking leave. I was looking forward to seeing what she'd do here. You know, she's been very impressive with her leaves. Unfortunately, this is more of a left.
That's gutting. Yeah.
No, some of the options where players would, on a shot where they should shoot, would take a defensive shot, and then when they should have taken a defensive shot, they would shoot.
Yes.
And
you almost figure sometimes they've got a bit too much of their coach's voice in their head and are getting it a bit scrambled. They're sort of going, I should be defensive, I should be defensive. Oh, maybe I should attack. And rather than weighing up the situations a bit more calmly. I'll let you explain that one now.
So we just had some comments from our technical staff.
I must say though, the cameras in that are doing a great job.
Great job,
because normally all you see is balls rolling over there.
Well, the cameramen are doing a great job, but the person who's really doing the real great job is Greg Bryant, who's directing the cameras and telling them what to focus on, and then choosing which camera shot he's using to live stream with, and that makes all the difference, because you've got someone who's very experienced in the game, understanding the game, and able to direct which camera shots we want to see, and that makes a big difference.
I believe he may have worked in some form of media before, has he?
I'm not sure. But that makes all the difference. It's having that's what's really made the streaming work so well.
It's brilliant. It's really bringing the game to a lot of people.
It is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. I mean, I know we'd had certainly on the first days of streaming. I think that we were up to 2,500 hits on that.
Okay.
Wow, wonderful. No, I can remember watching Jenny play, and she's out there doing a stroke for a croquet shot, and all we did was follow a ball and see what she actually did. And there was a shot over there, and we were like, oh, okay, this is very interesting.
But the trouble is you need someone who is directing it, who understands the game, you know. As much as you can have a technical person who can operate the cameras, it's the understanding of the game is very important.
Also, it's interesting to see where the ball goes.
That's what you want.
Sorry to see the expression on the person when the ball goes there. Sorry, so it's interesting to understand when the ball goes over there. Do they intend it?
Yes, yes.
Especially as a commentator, it's all very easy to go, well, the ball's over there, that was a dreadful shot. But if you see how satisfied they're looking, you can often see that actually that's what they were aiming for, and they've got a bit of a deeper purpose.
Yep. No. If you like, maybe we wanted to watch Cindy though. I think he might.
He might also be assigned to a lawn, but he wouldn't be Cindy's lawn.
No, he's not referring to that.
Oh, okay.
No. The referees have been very good on the whole, though, haven't they?
They've been wonderful.
We've had quite experienced referees, luckily, and sometimes, that's can be a little bit of an issue with tournaments, but you've had some really top-class referees here.
Yeah, I think Graham's done well being a bit selective about who he takes.
Absolutely. No, we've appreciated their assistance, their honesty. I did ask something, actually. I took Graham aside before I was actually playing, and I says to him, look, when I go, I've rokied my ball. When I go past the hoop, can I pass the ball through the hoop to see if it fits and then carry on doing my croquet shot? And he swiftly goes into the club room, brings out the yearbook, and he goes, "You cannot do that, Bonnie, because under the rule, trialing?
No ball may be used as a test ball.
As a test ball.
During the game.
So I went around and told all the other New Zealanders, no, you cannot pass the ball through the hoop on your way through to the croquet shot. But, hey, you've got to ask those questions, though, eh? Just in case.
Well, and that's why I do think people should do rules courses, even if they don't qualify as referees, so at least you know what the rules are. Because even if you do it innocently, you can create some bad feeling that can linger in the game and can really upset your own game.
Yes.
Should have approached that about. She's good at these.
Soft tap, you reckon?
No, quite firm.
Firm?
She's looking to try...
Firm and fairly smooth, yeah. You just dribble it, it's not going through.
No, it's not going through.
Oh, jumping it.
Oh,
the angle she's out, I'm jumping.
But she's... Now, let's just see the angle of her mallet.
Beautiful.
Just see where she places it.
Yep. Oh, lovely shot.
Really,
beautiful shot. Oh, she's taken a deep breath. Oh,
yeah, both these girls have run hoops very, very well.
Yeah.
Oh.
I knew the ball wasn't going to go very far, though. But she didn't want it to go very far.
Last thing you want is to ping off north of hoop 6, isn't it?
So she's got... of course, she's playing the short hoops at the moment, so playing with the free ball is... makes it a lot easier.
Where is the red ball?
Oh, red's still up on the north boundary, but... Yes, I think she's just going to leave it there.
Actually, there was a bit of discussion from Chris Clark saying to Dallas that she's created a new balk line called the sea balk line.
Yes.
That was really interesting. It was like, there was a new balk line? So he gave us a lesson on what your opponent wasn't looking at.
Yeah. Yes, she was telling me how she was just trying to get herself a nice rush, but she carried on further along the balk line.
Yeah, no, that's a bad croquet stroke.
Yep,
she's gone far too far.
Far too far.
Rescuing that's going to be hard.
You want that the other side of the hoop so that you're hitting it towards the hoop and not having to get back behind it and take it back.
Although, to be honest, if you're going to play a croquet stroke to it, playing it from where red is not bad. It gives you plenty of room to get red to two back.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, but I still would rather have it even at the other side. To be honest,
pretty tight and directly the other side. Yes.
But I agree with you. She has given herself quite a big playing area to play in. You know, she has. She does have to come across this green patch, which has caught the players up a number of times.
It's difficult. You want to sail across it, but you can also see it's been shaved. So. Hopefully the experience of the last few hours will give her an idea of how hard she needs to hit it.
Oh dear.
That was very gentle.
It's very gentle, wasn't it?
But it's through. Oh no, hampered shot.
Yep, so the referee will be coming out again. She obviously wanted to get the rush there.
Yeah, I think just running it was okay there.
Me too.
Got quite a bit of room there.
I was happy just to do a takeoff there, weren't you?
Yeah, and a lot of things that I've seen a lot of people, certainly not these guys do, is just not leave themselves enough room for the croquet stroke. So, you know, they get so close to the ball that they can only get it halfway to two back to get a rush. Red is a very big croquet stroke, to be honest, but still not too bad having it there.
Can see by our brollies, it's getting the wind and the flags are certainly flapping about.
Well, at least it's not raining.
No, at least it's not raining.
Mind you, I prefer the rain than the wind. You know, that affects the mallet on the swing. And
it does.
Oh, I like the wind. So many people let it get to them.
Yeah.
You have to be right, Reg, to say, what wind?
Or you can acknowledge the wind and just decide that it's not going to upset you. That's part of Stephen Mulliner's sort of major minor game. She made sure of that pretty comfortably.
Oh, beautiful. Cindy's just picked up a nice long roki.
Yeah, it's not going well for my house at the moment.
Why? What's happening in your house? How's your COVID patient?
COVID patient's still pretty unwell.
Oh, no.
We've got our housemate Lois in the plate final, who's game down, and I don't know, I think this one's fairly even, but her opponent's the one taking Croquet, and Kerry Ann's game down and in a bit of trouble in the Shield final.
Oh, you've got both of them staying with you, have you?
Yes, and Debbie. So we've
yeah, and you had Debbie. Yeah.
And yeah, we've got Claire locked in a bedroom.
Poor thing.
Throw the pizzas in.
That was KFC this morning.
Oh, KFC.
It arrived by Uber. But yeah, hopefully she's on the mend very soon.
Yeah. So will she have to delay her return to Australia? Don't know.
Yeah, that's something for her to sort out.
Absolutely, yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand, we've got the isolation period of 7 days, so that makes life very difficult. And
no, it's 7 days.
Still 7 days?
Yeah, we've become experts on the regs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep, 7 days.
We've also got through a few test kits, and the rest of the house is definitely negative.
It's still weird, isn't it? You know, I mean, it doesn't seem to be any rhyme nor reason.
No, it can be one person in the household's got it, everyone else is around them.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a bit frustrating to be in my second COVID-affected tournament in a row.
Yeah. Yes, because it happened during the MAC with Felix and Aaron, didn't it? And Graham.
It's a very good croquet stroke.
Very good. Really. I mean, a little bit deep on the red, but she got to the important ball with the rush on the blue.
Yeah, cracking ball with black. Won't be very happy with that, because it is nice to be approaching these difficult hoops from dead in front.
And it was dead in front rush, really, wasn't it?
Plus, you really want to rush to yellow here.
Yeah. She doesn't seem to be placing it that way.
I think from here you're placing it to get in front of your hoop. Whatever's most comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Got the green patch again.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the trouble placing the balls, because if you place it to get a rush to yellow, you have to put black just that much further from the straight line. This has got to be aerial to have a chance, I thought.
No, that just went straight across the jaws.
Yes.
Yeah. Possibly, did it take the inside wire, do you think, to push it across?
It could have done it. I couldn't really see, but it just went right across it. We might be able to see on a replay here. Can we see a replay on that or not? They sometimes will give us a replay.
That was a shame, because Debbie had played a really good croquet.
She did. I know. She deserved better. She really did.
Just needed to get that rush
right.
Where
the error was actually not rushing the ball straight in front of the head, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was that little rush where...
It was a simple little rush? No.
You were saying before, though, every shot counts.
Every shot
Everyone's
counts.
critical.
And, she played... So often, we've got a difficult shot and we play it really well because we really concentrate on it.
Yeah.
We've got a little rush. We only want to move the ball a yard and we cut it,
Yeah.
But it really should have been a simple rush.
Yeah, you've done the big stuff.
Too
You've
easy.
got a perfect rush. It's executing that, and I was guilty of that yesterday.
Yep.
I think we could put microphones on the players, it'd be interesting, but...
Rush out and say...
But worried mine might be X-rated.
we talked about this. I said, shall we rush out there and say, now, how did you feel about that shot? I said, I think I might...
There'd be a lot of
the mic
beeping.
might end up somewhere I don't actually want it.
But, in the cricket, like some of the big bash stuff, they'll mic up one of the players. You can hear them muttering away.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea in croquet.
No.
No, we have a lot of colourful words in croquet, don't we?
We do. Some colourful characters too.
Yes, definitely.
So Gabrielle is taking the shot at the blue and black.
So big opportunity. There's a ball near a hoop.
Yep, absolutely.
she's going back and resetting. She obviously wasn't comfortable with that shot.
I like her preparation and the fact she's willing to restalk things when they're not right.
And that's a lot of the prep work before you hit that ball, is stalking that ball. They do a lot of casting. It's and again, it's looking for that relaxed shoulders. I'm feeling really relaxed. I've eyeballed the ball again. And then one of Jenny's training courses, when we did the it used to be a tournament run by Kathy Grant.
Magic, yeah.
Magic.
Yes.
And she said, one of Jenny's coaching quotes was, when you stalk and walk the ball, find a piece of blade of grass behind the ball and focus on that. And I tell you what, it's helped my roking immensely. I used to just focus on the ball and think, oh, that's a big ball. But if a blade of grass is pretty hard to hit.
Yeah, give yourself a really small target to go for.
Yep. Here we go.
She struck that really well.
Yes.
And hit it really well.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Great
really,
shot.
really good preparation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very nice, smooth
And
swing, and gets the reward for
and
it.
she didn't hit until she felt totally comfortable.
Absolutely. And a lot of people ask, why do they cast so long? And what they're looking for is that body relaxation, that shoulders down, the whole full body movement. Some of us rush too much and we kind of just twist ourselves around the...
Yeah, you do,
We do. Actually, we do. We do a bit of Nelson sometimes. We do a wee bit of a boogie on the lawn sometimes, don't we? That's a Nelson special, when you see him doing a wee bit of a boogie.
We do love you, Nelson.
Yes, we do. We do. Me, I
It's too ingrained with me, that's the trouble.
Yeah, tough outcome for Gavs there. She's hitting fantastically, and this black's parked out of its brain, so she can't rush it to yellow. Played a very nice croquet stroke there, though, getting a good hoop 4 ball.
Don't want to talk too loudly here because the players are quite close to us. But, you know, now she's got a very, well, I think an easy croquet stroke to get ball midfield and get the rush on the yellow.
Don't like this at all.
Oh. So just when I said it, I thought it was the easiest stroke. She's not not playing it.
Yeah, I know people defend this shot. There are so many things wrong with doing that shot.
Well, I just like that other shot. I just feel so comfortable playing that other shot.
It's harder to control the weight playing a takeoff, as we all know, taking off to hoops.
Yep.
And this was a position to nail in that full ball break. Get your pivot out there.
And also, she didn't have to even be that precise. I mean, you know, I mean, she had a lot of room to get her red ball into a rush position.
Yeah, I think
that's nice.
Yellow was good enough, and she was on the rush line of yellow. And you could also have played a very straight shot with black, leaving it quite far
You don't have to take red wide. You can flake it down the playing line. It was that surprised me, Gabby. That's not her normal line of play. That's unusual for her.
I think it's along the lines of Debbie leaving that ball up north of hoop 3 earlier.
Yeah, perhaps nerves coming in a bit here.
Nice.
But, and she'll come back to it okay, but it was just such an opportunity. If you imagine black was round about where red is now, you've just got the world, and now you've still got a wee bit of work to do.
Yep. No, that really does surprise me. It's not her normal line of play, I must say.
Chris often talks about, like in a finish in a pegged-out game, he'll put a ball so that, you know, if you've got 2 balls, say, and you're for 4 back, he'll put it so when he runs the hoop, he wins the game. You know, none of this taking off or defensifying stuff. Actually, this was a big opportunity. You take it, you give yourself a lovely 4-ball break. You know, you play your rush to 3, and then...
And of course, she's still going to be leaving yellow behind now, too, you know.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. I think because black's there, you can't croquet black to 5 easily. It's a horrible croquet stroke if you don't get a rush on it.
Yep.
But yeah, now yellow's left behind.
Yeah, but that's all because she didn't take black over in the first place.
Decent takeoff, but yeah, she's made it difficult.
We've got Chris Clark behind us giving
Susan, isn't it?
Susan Lucas some coaching lessons. She's a new player.
Well, that was cut extremely well, I have to say.
I'll tell you what, I've been really impressed with Susan. Technically, she's still struggling a bit with some of the execution of shots, but she really, against better players, she was aggressive. She played some good shots. She did some really good leaves. If a player shows they can think, they've got a lot going for them.
Yep. I played against Sandy, the American woman, and she's lovely. Very colourful, very spiritual, really lovely player. Very weak in the play, but accurate. She didn't rush, and I thought for her tallness she'd get a better sight over the ball, but no, lovely player. Lovely player.
She hasn't played a lot of AC. She's mainly a GC player. She's not played a lot of AC.
Let's see what Gabrielle's like with the pass rolls.
Oh, that's heavy.
Not great. I believe Gabrielle's a Hurlingham member.
She was.
Right. So
now she's Southwick.
Oh, okay, right. Because I know Hurlingham and it's Hurlingham and Cheltenham, is it? No, Nottingham and Cheltenham was it? Have got Humpty balls now.
Have they?
I think Hurlingham might actually be okay, and they're much easier to play pass rolls with. I quite fancy.
They are.
Quite fancy Malcolm Fletcher's way of playing pass rolls, of turning the hand over and using it as sort of a Solomon-like fist. I find I get a lot more pass with those. So she's going to need a very good rush off the north boundary here, I think, to get things back together. So you don't want to be running this by too much. But unlucky, got a lot of wire.
Yes.
But she has made life difficult to herself, all from not taking on that shot earlier in the break.
One decision which I think is a bad decision, genuinely wrong, and she might get away with it, but you're right, she's made life a lot more difficult.
Oh.
But again, you see, she rushed blue over there, she's given herself lots of room so that a ball can go to hoop 6.
Yeah. I mean, I like playing this shot too. I mean, it's
looks like, oh no, it's pulled up.
It's pulled up. She needs to be more over that really to get that extra weight on the red ball.
A bit harsh. I think the sun's out now, but I think in the full heat of the day, that possibly would have got there.
Yeah. But we have had a little cloud for about the last 2 hours.
Nice.
Now we're approaching hoop 5 from hoop 1-ish. That's a bit unlucky, really. Good to see this.
But if she'd brought that ball in much earlier, she would have 4 balls to play with, and therefore I think she'd be in a much more accurate.
Alison Sharp was saying how much she loves her pivot, and I'm very pivot oriented as well. I want that ball in play as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, she's having this. A really nice croquet stroke, that, wasn't it? She's played some very good ones, as is Debbie. Now this needs to be firm and smooth. It's a decent stroke. It's a really good hoop stroke, that.
But it was just that far back too far.
Yeah. It's difficult approaching them. It was, and it all comes down to leaving that ball behind.
Yep.
This is turning into a cracking game, though, isn't it?
Yes, we certainly. It's been. Well, the word that I kept using yesterday was amused Peter, was it's very interactive.
Yes. So where's Debbie? Debbie is on 1 back with black.
And 4 back with blue.
4 black with blue, yeah.
There's only 2 hoops in it.
What's our time? What's the time?
Good point. 40?
45?
I'm almost tempted here to play the 4 back ball and make a couple of points. Yeah, maybe even just 1 point if you like. I don't think she can certainly do a rove appeal.
Obviously, that ball must be very close to the wire because she's certainly examining it very carefully.
Yeah. Oh, she's calling in the ref.
Yeah.
Here comes John Christie.
I'm surprised. I thought she might go blue at black or black at blue.
No, she's got some part of it outside the hoop.
Now, this is really, really important that the referee does their job correctly if you're shooting at this.
No, she's changed her mind. She's changed her mind.
The referee 100% has to be watching. If you hit the wire, if you do shoot it red, does red move?
Yeah.
And too often they're not really paying attention to that.
Well, inexperienced referees sometimes are not...
And the reason you have to have that referee watching that hoop is if they don't hit the ball, but the ball does move because they've hit the hoop, you could have a lift.
Yeah, that's right.
A wiring lift. So it's important that they see the hoop.
We'll see the result here.
And as players, so many people just carry on and pop red through and don't take their lift. So it's another thing that players should learn about, is sometimes actually running your hoop from in the jaws isn't always the best option.
True. In this case, if she had hit the hoop, we had a ball on B balk boundary, so that would have been good.
But anyway,
ball break.
I think she's taken the right shot. She shot an entire ball. She's hit a lot of it. And hit it looking really confident as well, looking really comfortable with the shot. Didn't see too many nerves there. Now this has got to be a leave, I think, because red is not rushing to one back.
She went through that yellow ball.
Hit the hoop, didn't?
Went through the hoop.
Oh yeah, but it's the wrong way.
Oh, wrong way. Sorry.
That's going to make life pretty difficult though, because I think red runs, so you do want to remove red from the hoop.
Yep.
And here we go. She's
you have
going
to get very close to it.
So we're going to end up with... Yeah, she's going to actually take yellow down towards corner 4.
Oh, it's difficult. She needs to play the shot. And needs to play it very well.
And she wants to be nice and close to that red. She doesn't want to be...
Yeah, I'm lining this up. I'm taking dead aim at red. And just trying to get as close as I can.
Oh dear,
referee.
Oh dear.
And now the referee will come on.
She's done reasonably well. She's got fairly straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be trying to land it on top of red, which possibly she was doing. It's a really good yellow.
Good yellow.
But still, ball and bulk. It's great. It's great seeing what a bit of pressure can do. Yeah, they're both playing very well, but
he's not marking.
Not as well. Nothing to mark here.
Nothing to mark.
Oh, that's true. Oh, this is a tense shot.
Yep,
clean.
Clean
Absolutely clean.
She shot very well.
She has.
Yesterday shot very well.
Very well.
The bits that I've seen today have been excellent. So I guess this will be a thick takeoff, sending this maybe a bit west of hoop 1. You can see once again getting those balls outside that rectangle of the 4 outer hoops. Just gives distance, gives a bit more doubt about should I shoot. And yeah, just makes it harder. But the number of long shots we've seen hit is again a testament to how good quality these lawns are. They've done a lot of work on them over the years. I think someone said to me yesterday there's about 30 volunteers from this club that have been, not just from this club actually, from the Canterbury Croquet Association, have been helping out. They've done an incredible amount of work.
No, people do not realise the amount of work that goes in to preparing one of these events. You know, they need a lot of volunteers who have to give up a lot of hours.
Yes.
I hope they enjoy the quality of the lawns after this is over, because they will be fast. But yeah, it's an opportunity for them to learn to play on good lawns. We've got a few inter-club competitions coming up, so to be able to play well on quick lawns is good. And also it minimises the risk of injury playing on proper quick lawns. Yeah, to be honest, mid-October these were paddocks. They were cut at 10.5 seconds, and I couldn't hit a ball end to end. You can't imagine it looking at them now.
No. Yes, often it's not a joy playing in September, October, you know. So.
No. Well, you see how many people rock up to these games and put on a wrist brace, or I had a belt for my back for a bit, or just some things coming apart. And a lot of people come to this sport through injuries in other sports. I mean, I certainly did, and I know a few others have through tennis and others. But it's such a delight to play on fast courts.
Yep. Yes, when I first started playing, that was the way you played. You played on fast lawns, you know.
Yeah, I remember John Prince always talked about 9-eye and Cotula and stuff.
But of course now with, all the irrigation they've put into clubs, and then not cutting the lawns very low, it's made for some very slow lawns.
Where did you start playing then, Nelson?
Where?
Yeah.
My first club was in Hamilton for a very brief time, for probably about 6 weeks, called Frankton Club, which no longer exists.
Okay.
And then I was member of 9-eye with John Prince.
Aha, right. So you enjoyed those fast Cotula courts then?
Yes, my first year of play, I partnered with John Prince in Saturday morning handicap doubles.
Fantastic.
And what a person to learn from.
Yeah.
A real gentleman, and just one of the precise, touch players who've ever been, really.
Yeah, I've only seen him at the end of his career, but still cheeky enough to try and take off from corner to corner and try and get a rush on a ball, and often succeed. And he's one of the first players I saw go round to the peg in his first ball. Not necessarily a winning tactic, but it entertained him for a wee while.
Yeah. Yes, he was really a fantastic player,
Yeah, we're missing some of New Zealand's top players now. They're not playing, or they're not with us anymore.
No. Yes, well, it would have been Paul Skinley's birthday this week, and I saw his sister yesterday, which was a real pleasure to see her.
Yeah, 12th of January. It was always fun when the New Zealand Open fell on Paul's birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Aitken won the New Zealand Open twice. I don't think here, but was it Wellington and Mount Maunganui where he won it?
Definitely Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, I'm not sure where his first title was.
I thought he certainly got to the final here against Chris, if I remember rightly.
I think the big final between Chris and him in 2007 was Wellington.
Was it Wellington?
Because lots of people remember all his big hits, but I did a bit of an analysis, and he missed a few 13, 14-yarders, but hit the 35-yarders.
Right, yeah.
That was a very good match, though. It was one that I know he treasured.
And he waited like 10 years before he got into the final again.
And we've got a bit of a pause here. I think maybe a drinks break.
Yep, could be. Well, might be a good time to us have a break. Get a cup of tea or something, but they seem to be having a break.
I can make the tea. What would you like, Nelson?
I'd like a cup of tea with just milk, thank you. And we could give a little bit of we might get the give an update on the other matches. So on the final of the bowl, which Cindy Clark is in the lead with one game, won the first game, and the second game, Cindy is for 5 and Penalt, and Kerry Ann is for 3 and 4. So she's made no progress since we last gave an update. On the plate plate final between Lois Kirk and Jackie Lynch. Jackie is for Penalt and...
one back and 4 back.
Oh, sorry, 1 back and 4 back, you're quite right. And Lois is for 1 and 6.
I mean, I enjoy living in New Zealand for other reasons.
The croquet's non-existent. Australian croquet's very good. They're very friendly, very supportive to each other.
I find here it's I need to relax a bit and worry about something. Anyway.
The managers are bad, the rest are good.
Okay, we have had a couple of these wonderful, what's it called?
Ginger crunch.
Ginger crunch. Absolutely delicious. And so we're back with our ginger crunch and a cup of tea. And Debbie is back in play.
Yeah, the lead caterer, Lena Metcalf's done most of the baking for this event. She's a very, very good cook. I do say this to someone else given 2 bits.
Spoiled. So she's got a big takeoff here. Would you be taking off to red or yellow?
I think taking off to yellow.
Me too. Because then you can really guarantee your rush, can't you?
Yeah. Play a shot. Yeah,
and yet a lot of players, you've got to go to the ball on the line. That's not always true,
Yeah, it was a few years ago, a long time ago actually. Now I remember, I think practicing for a tournament, and Dennis Bullock was there with his doubles partner, and Dennis was explaining to his partner, take off to the in-lawn ball, rush it to the one on the boundary. And Chris has been that's been one of the things he's been pushing lately as well. I can always remember Dennis saying that and thinking, yeah, but it leaves the ball on the boundary. But the point is, you then get a 6-inch rush to your next hoop, which is powerful.
It's all very well to go to that one, but then if you don't get your rush on the yellow ball, you've achieved nothing.
There's a lot of other things going on here as well, and the lawn's quite quick.
Yep.
And also, if she hits the middle of this, she'll be able to get have a very easy shot to get yellow out towards 3-back as well.
Absolutely. This game is all about trying to make your shots as simple as possible.
Yeah.
And you're always looking at the options that allows you to do that, and so often inexperienced players try and play the big shots before they need to. And it's I always remember Chris actually saying, keep it. His expression was play kiss croquet.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Actually, one of the other players that we've got here who hadn't been seen around for quite a long time, Peter Couch, was another very strong New Zealand player.
Have you seen him here?
Yeah, he's sitting over there.
Oh, yes, actually, I think Sonia was actually staying with him.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, he very much has built his game around precision play. He's very, very good at rushing. And he would always say, if you try these big shots, when it doesn't come off, you're sitting down for a long time.
Yes, he hasn't played much in recent years, has he?
No, he seems to have come back to it a bit more now, which is nice. And I think he's just rejoined United for the first time in about 30 years.
Okay, so she's done that. She got yellow nicely in, and she's hit the red ball a little bit hard, but it's certainly still workable. She's probably, 4 yards out from the hoop.
Oh, she's for 2-back, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's what we found, is those balls do sail by. We've got a bit of a breeze come up now.
Yes, we have.
Which looks like that would have helped push the ball along.
Time is starting to become a factor in this game.
Yeah, how are we going there, Nelson?
27 minutes.
27 minutes. We've got Debbie is 3 points ahead of Gabrielle. But yeah, what that could mean...
That was a lovely roll.
That's a good shot. A little bit long still, but
still dead in front.
Super shot, yeah.
And if she can just really wing this through right to the boundary, it really would be the ideal situation.
Smoothly wing it through to the boundary.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that the next break wins here just because of time becoming a factor. Because these breaks are very slow. You have to be so careful with the shots.
And she played it beautifully, right through to the boundary. Makes life much easier for her. She can get a rush on the red.
The red's a bit further north than I had thought, so she's not getting a rush to yellow, and yellow is getting on towards corner 4.
Oh, I think it's more in field than it's certainly, I think, halfway between the corner and probably and 3 back, which has certainly got a lot of room to manoeuvre there.
And loads of options. You hit red, see where red goes.
Yep.
I think you're taking off over to blue now.
You are. Why not make use of all the balls?
Yeah.
She can get a nice rush to yellow.
Where would you rush blue to, do you reckon? Where do you fancy?
I'd rush it right to the corner if I could. Gives me a little more room to manoeuvre to get the ball north towards 4 back.
Well, it's interesting. You've got the option of the corner, which I don't know if you can get the ball to 4 back.
No,
yellow
but
might be further out.
Yeah, I think you certainly can get it sort of 2/3 of the way.
You've also got the option of going sort of somewhere south of hoop 5 on
you
the south
have,
boundary.
yes, and playing that more of I suppose I call a split.
Much more difficult croquet stroke.
It is.
It'll get you a good ball at 4 back, but
it's a bit like the shot that she played to get over to 1 back when Black was here, wasn't it?
Yeah. And really with the difficulty of the hoops, I'm 50-50 whether I like the corner 3 or where she was looking at south boundary, sort of between 4 and 5.
And she seems to be looking at that spot, doesn't she?
Yeah.
But you notice she actually went down to look where she wanted to hit the ball to, so there was no furniture in the way. Players don't often do that, and then they get down there and think, oh, I've got a hoop in the way. Well, why didn't you go and look?
Who put that in the way? Yeah. Well, yeah, and also it's really important for a shot like that, and the shot, she's going to play the split, obviously, to mentally rehearse that shot and go, can I physically do it? Do I want to do it?
Yeah. Yep.
Because, even if you get a shot that's physically possible, but you absolutely hate and it's splitting the wrong side for you, it's not doing you any favours to give it yourself.
But, I quite like the shot, I must admit. It's a shot I'm quite happy to play.
Yeah, I think she's chosen the blade of grass to play it from as well.
And as she has got quite a lot of room beyond yellow there to manoeuvre the shot.
She hit that very well.
And she hit it really well. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay, blue a little bit further may have been nicer, but I wouldn't be complaining about that.
This is almost the first time we've seen a real 4-ball break for a while too. We've actually got a pivot. I think the last time we saw that was when that rush to 1 back was a bit short.
Anyway, she can get a rush to red. So she'll be trying to put yellow a little deep.
Can you remind me how we're doing for time, Nelson, please?
Yep, we are now at 23.
Right, so that's quite interesting because if Gabrielle gets in, she can get a ball round and peg it out. That'll be a point ahead on time. She has to get in. It's way too early to even think about.
And she's got a nice rush here.
This is good.
You can feel there's some control in her play now.
Yeah, you do certainly feel this break's going around.
Yep, she's rushed that nicely. She can put that to Pinault and get her rush on red to blue. It's all about finding those the line where you're playing the easy shot.
Yep, using the rush line, moving the croquet, the striker's ball as little as possible in the shot. That's a nice shot. Got the line right. sort of feel she's overcut that a bit. It may be what she played for, but I'd normally go for rushing it a little bit beyond blue but close, and just little stop shots sending red back.
Yeah, yeah. It's now more of a takeoff, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's got lots of control here.
She has got a lot of room. She can. That's nice.
Yeah, very easy shot now, but still really important to hit the right weight.
Yeah, right weight, yeah. You don't want it too far. Has gone too far. Well, you know, just marginally. I mean, I'd rather have it a foot further back.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be approaching every hoop from dead in front of the hoop, so you don't want to have to go across the hoop.
Nope.
Plus, there's been a little bit of sadness there. Looked a bit unhappy with that, but it looks quite good to me.
Yeah. She's nicely through. She can rush the blue back to red.
Nice firm stroke too, just making sure of it.
Yeah, she didn't want to. She didn't need to get any sort of particular rush here. Just make sure as you run the hoop. Yep.
And likely to be swapping red and blue over here. Red should be the one going to Rover.
It should be, yeah. But you can put that blue midfield and get the rush back up towards yellow and stop shot that down.
So I think blue's going to Rover. She's making sure of this.
Perhaps you're double loaded.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that either, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't really fancy it just on the basis that I want a proper leave. I want full control of the leave, so I do want blue at the peg.
Yeah. Debbie's in a good break. Welcome back, Bonnie.
Thank you. Bonnie is now refreshed.
Yes,
and got a jacket on.
And I've had some special requests as I've gone past people outside of the game, and one
people wanting to say hello to their loved ones, is it?
Well, no, not exactly, not exactly. I've got Nicole, a special request from Nicole from Ireland, and she said, Bonnie, speak about the social side of this whole tournament and how we've enjoyed the relationships that we've built up and exchanging addresses, that invites over to Ireland, Scotland, England, America. So, and it's been just great. The women are feeling really positive because it's been a long time since women have got together.
A lot of camaraderie here, yeah.
Yes. And Sunday, that was great. Yeah.
So anyway, she is double loading Rover.
She's just trying to make sure of it, which is good.
Yep.
It just means that it's that much harder to get a leave out.
Yeah. But it's probably what's making her feel comfortable.
Yeah. And finishing this break is really important.
Really important.
I don't know what sort of leave we'll see. I mean, I'd be doing a very defensive leave.
Yep. Especially with the time, Jenny.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd have balls on boundaries, some sort of defensive old standard leave. So where are we? She's on hoop 5, maybe tucking up in corner 4 or corner 2, and her ball's towards the middle of the east and west boundaries.
We did see a defensive leave earlier in the day when we had a ball on the west boundary and one on the east boundary.
Right. Yeah, these players are very good shots, and that's one of the features of women players. Some of the technical skills are not so much there with the big shots, but their single ball strokes are good.
Very good.
So don't let them hit a 17-yarder for a free break.
No.
She's got a wee bit of an angle here from this backwards take off.
And the problem is with this is yellow's so close to the hoop, and I don't know whether she can actually make contact with it going through, but that would be what she would be ideal.
Yeah, because you'll be hitting this firmly. It's a slightly uncomfortable angle, but Debbie's been very good at running these.
Yes. Actually, it's a terrible feeling when you're in a hoop running position like that. You've got this voice in your head saying, don't do it, don't hit it too hard, hit it hard. And you question yourself all the way through. And the hardest part is not actually looking at the hoop, but keeping your eye on the back of that ball.
She did actually hit that into the wire.
Yeah, so again, it's like, was she looking at the hoop, the back of the ball? It really is a fearful thing.
The other thing that you need to have thought about there, which I wasn't sort of focusing on so much there, is you've got both red and blue down at hoop 5, and you can run that hoop firmly. You just run it down to red and blue.
Right, yeah, go right. Just really whack it through, and if you go way past the peg, well, you got 2 balls there.
Look what she left Gabrielle. Neither of those balls would rush to hoop 5. Gabs has had to play this awkward shot. Yeah, she's had to take off backwards. I think I'd have probably gone up and tried to promote something to get a rush, but that could have blown up in my face.
Yeah.
I don't like backwards takeoffs to hoops. She looks nervy. She's moving quickly.
Come on, Gabby, through.
If she runs this, she's probably winning the game.
Yep. Just gotta relax. Here we go.
Everything happened very quickly there.
No, she's nervous. It's a nervous, tense. You know what's on the other side.
It's good to see her walk away because she played every one of those other shots quite quickly. So just go away, reset, relax. Tell yourself I'm good at these.
This is a very important shot in this match.
But also tell yourself there's 2 balls at hoop 6 to run this to.
Yep.
Oh, through.
And she's got the extra bit of roll. It's a cracking hoop shot. It's a really, really good shot.
Oh, I felt that. And as I say, she got the extra bit of roll, which has made her she's able to hit the blue quite comfortably.
Made an impossible shot easy. Yeah, but that was because she hit it so well. This is a ball to the peg and pegging out.
Yep.
And probably winning. It's very hard to pick up a break from here. Now this is
So if she basically, we've now look at the time factor here.
15?
14.
14, yeah.
So basically, if she basically goes round, if we say even 2 minutes per hoop, that's 14 minutes basically, and she goes and then pegs out 1 ball, she will be 3 points ahead, and leave a very difficult leave.
Yeah.
And Debbie would have 1 shot, and if she doesn't hit, it'll be all over.
Well, that's a bad start.
Not all over, but into our 3rd game.
It's a bad start. I think maybe rushing yellow to 1 back's the play. And she's looking at that.
But won't that mean giving her penalty? It doesn't really matter, I know. But
interesting comment. Yeah, possibly. Oh dear. I'm thinking you can probably just rush black into the jaws.
Yeah.
You're risking giving it.
But you don't want to rush it so that it pops back and.
I don't think you care at this stage. I think this break has to go to the peg.
Yeah, and so therefore even giving her penalty is not a big issue. Yeah.
Obviously, it means she can just run her over and peg out. If she rolls up to Rover. It's a good shot. No, it's a good shot. Much more likely from this angle to just leave black in the jaws than put it through.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't ping it out and let it stay on the side.
Yeah. Oh, it bounced back. Special shots. Now, what is that shot called? Is it Mrs. Such and Such shot?
It's just a bounce shot.
Yeah. It may also be that the ball is through enough she can actually take Croquet from it.
Okay.
I think it is. I think she's okay here.
Poor Skinley.
But you're much better to call a referee on. It means that
it's away from the hoop.
Get it marked now.
Get it marked now.
Because the ball moves as you're trying to put them in contact.
Yep.
On these dry, hard courts, it's really difficult sometimes to get balls to touch.
Yep.
Paul Skinley had some funny name for it. It's just called a bounce back shot, really.
Yeah. But I think she actually can make contact with it, don't you think?
I think she's okay, yeah. You often get players as a ref, they'll call you on and go, can I place this ball so it hasn't started running the hoop? Or has it started running? And the answer is actually, you place the ball and I'll tell you if it's broken through. The bounce back shot's pretty easy. It's just if black is clear of the non-playing side. But she's
clear.
Taking great.
Yeah.
Easy.
She'll be feeling very relieved at that.
That's not a problem. She can see all the black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be kicking herself a bit. She had the most beautiful starting position, and then just a couple of nervy shots. I've certainly played these ones, under-hitting blue.
But you can understand why it's the nerves come into play here. She knows that she is in a situation where she can redeem the game and win this game, and then it's back to 1-1. You're back to scratch again, and she knows how important these next few shots are.
Yeah, it's a gifted chance you don't think you're going to get.
No,
and it's hard to settle.
Yep. I mean, Debbie really should have been on the peg. Really.
Notice she's slowed down a lot now. Now that she's run hoop 5, she's just taken that breath.
Yeah.
She's going to hit the hoop.
No, but it's okay. It's okay.
Right. Just get your pivot out, get your pivot in play, and you're all right. Still moving faster than I'm used to.
She doesn't need to play quickly. I mean, she really should just relax into her own...
Yeah, she needs to settle down. That's a very good shot. Tell you what, though, Lois is only 2 points behind in the plate final.
Who took the first game?
Jackie did. Right, so she's got a really good chance, Gabrielle, here now. If she can get a sharp stop shot, or... I mean, the really big thing that you're going to focus on is rushing blue to the east boundary level with or south of hoop 1. I'm not sure she's got the ratio for this one.
She has quite a good ratio shot, I must say.
Well, it's not getting a lot of marks. So I'm not so worried about yellow, to be honest. The ball I'd be really upset about was you had to guarantee a rush on blue.
Absolutely, and she did overhit it both with both balls, really.
I think I would have probably not tried to get yellow down there because you're putting so much pressure on that ratio of the shot, and it was so important to get a rush. And if you could rush blue anywhere over to that west boundary, you can croquet it to 3 back.
Yeah.
Albeit it's a very nervy. Everything's nervy now. Good takeoff.
Good takeoff.
It's good takeoff. She's still got a pivot.
Why did Debbie break down? I mean, I know she failed the hoop, but I mean, why? I was trying to think back. What went wrong with that?
It was a poor rush to 6.
6.
So it's the ball was a bit north of 6, which wasn't a problem, but then just quite a poor contact and shot. Rushed into the back of 6. Really.
Yeah, I didn't see what actually happened until the ball was actually at Penalt there. So.
So, I mean, what I've been doing in that situation is trying to get the ball back so I can have hoop and roquet, so I can just slam it through.
Well, yeah, I saw a lot of that yesterday.
It's
actually,
not very classy, but it works.
But it's good because you don't worry about having to make about running the hoop hard.
But also remember the thing she may have overlooked, may not have. 2 balls down at Rover, you could run that hoop hard. Always disappointing if you try and run it hard and get no wire down to the south boundary, but less disappointing than having a ball parked.
She's hit that back nicely.
Nice.
So now she really needs to concentrate on getting her rush on the blue. That's the important thing here.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you point that in the right direction. Try and get your weight right, but 100% you have to have a rush on blue here. 6.
7.
Almost achieved what you projected.
Mm-hmm.
Almost achieved what you projected.
I know, yes. I'm very good with the crystal ball.
Yes, you are.
Very interesting rule of thumb from talking to Chris, I think, during the MAC or maybe before that. If you peg... it's pretty good. If you peg someone out, you want to allow yourself 5 minutes per point that you're behind them.
Beautiful cut, beautiful cut. I have to say, yesterday I was so impressed with the cut rushing that both Debbie and Gabrielle were doing. They were really, really, really good.
I did some too, Nelson.
Yeah, no.
Just a few.
Just saying. I wasn't watching much of your game, I have to admit.
So were you watching mainly Gabrielle and Alison?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Alison's a classic player.
I suppose I don't really mean yesterday. I mean with Debbie. I mean because I filmed 2 of her matches previously, so I was more aware of her play. But we didn't film very much of you at all, really.
No, it doesn't happen very often.
No.
But yeah, I mean that's what I was saying is Gabrielle hits the ball firmly and very, very cleanly.
Yeah,
lovely striker of the ball. Debbie's very good too, but I think Gabrielle hands together. Technically, I'm a bit more comfortable with that. And she does look good when she's swinging over a ball.
Oh, she does.
Oh, nice. Whoever wins, I'd quite like to see a third game here. I think this final deserves it.
It deserves it, yeah. And this morning, well, my prediction was 3 games.
Nelson.
So if we get 3 games, it's a big I told you so.
But I wasn't going to predict a winner because I felt it was just so close.
And here, look again, Gabrielle has rushed that dead in front. Now, very often, playing at other venues and other circumstances, you want it a bit to the side so you can get your forward rush. You want it a bit further back.
Not here.
You want to get your hoop, each hoop. I mean, black could be a bit deeper, but black's good. Blue's fantastic. Red's just falling as well. I don't know if it fell down or just didn't go very far. She didn't seem happy.
No.
Run this properly. You've got blue if you need to.
Yep. Yep, through nicely.
Lovely hoop stroke. Yeah, I think you're right, Nelson. I think avoiding putting them through Penol was big because it's just unfortunate if they get that lucky roll up to Rover, then they're quite likely to hit something and peg out. So I just don't think that I think Gabrielle will win if she pegs it.
Oh, lovely!
Beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot.
And to be fair, you want to rush.
You do.
Black isn't on top of
no.
Fullback.
You want that rush, absolutely. Going back to the old, wanting that little dolly rush to your hoop. Peter was saying, where does that expression come from? I said, I don't really know.
No, I'm not sure. We're losing so much of the history of the game now, aren't we?
Yeah. Yes, I always said to Charles Jones, he needed to write a book about the personalities in the game because we and all those sort of things that we've lost, and he had such a elephant memory.
He was one of the biggest personalities as well.
Yep.
It's sad to think it's 12 years Charles has been gone.
I know. Yeah.
And
31st of August, that'll be 12 years,
Pretty reasonable to be talking about Charles as the trophies have been donated in his honour.
I know, I talked about that earlier. Yes, I talked about that earlier and gave a little sort of synopsis of his, his career.
That was lovely when they had the first World Championships that Alison, his sister, came over to present.
That's right, I know, yes. I saw Alison recently when I was playing in the Invitation in Nelson. It was very nice to see her.
Quite hard to see her between bowls and croquet and tennis. And she's a very, very active lady.
Anyway, this is all going... Ooh. Oh, it's all right. She can actually take blue back and take blue to Rover.
So keeping good control. Important thing here is do not get black between blue and rover.
Let's just have a look at that time. Less than 2 minutes.
Right. Well, there's going to be a bit of time shuffling balls around towards boundaries, so this is very...
This is definitely going to be her time turn.
I think, to be honest, I'd have been rushing blue to our side of the lawn, to the west of the lawn.
Yep.
Because you want black out of the way. She's probably got a reasonably big gap. She's not pleased with it.
No, it's a bit sort of...
4 backs and your backswing a bit. She's sped up again a bit uncomfy with the result of that shot.
I mean, luckily she's got a very good pioneer at Penalt. That makes life a lot simpler.
You want blue good though. Oh, that blue's left short. That's well short.
That's short, well short.
That's what nerves does, isn't it?
Yep.
But she's got all the balls.
Yep.
Taking Croquet 6 inches in front of the hoop. Love that.
They have 6 minutes over there. Just hearing her.
Something's just gone. Yep. Time's just gone.
Time's just gone in the game. So our clock on the thing was 5 seconds wrong.
Not bad. Doesn't matter. Good. She made sure she ran it properly.
Yep.
So now you do have to start thinking about getting things towards boundaries.
That's right, you do.
But yeah, I mean, stop this towards the boundary.
Yep, you can start getting towards those directions.
I think I might put black towards
Cindy
the boundary.
has just won the bowl. Congratulations, Cindy Clark.
Yep, commiserations, Kerry-Ann. But yeah, Cindy's played well.
She has, and she's really deserved it. I mean, she really has. I mean, it's she's worked hard, I think, to before this tournament, and she came here with not a lot of expectations, but she was certainly going to give it her all.
And she's had a ball too. It's been great.
Absolutely.
And Kerry-Ann's had some really good wins here.
Yep.
She's played well.
I know.
Yeah, we've already said yep.
Yeah.
So, Gabrielle, slow down a bit here. It's really, really important, this leave. You know, take your time. Just getting balls off boundaries is important.
Initially, she just wants to concentrate on making sure she gets the rush from black to blue, so she got a little dolly rush to get that.
You're right.
That's the important thing at this moment in time.
So, stuff yellow towards the boundary, but don't really look at yellow.
Don't look at yellow, just concentrate on that black.
And she understands the importance of that. And again, rushing black to blue, I think I might just rush it on top of blue.
Right.
Sort it out after.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I hit that a bit? So yeah,
she's dropping down.
You have to be mindful that blue or black in this instance can play. Very often in end games, it's one specific ball has to play. So you really do need to get some things off the lawn. But yes, make rover. Critical. I think with the tension, I might have actually really played a takeoff. Importantly, black's nowhere near the peg. You don't want that. And it hurts as Debbie in that instance to have made an error, but I mean, errors happen. This is a very, very tight game. She's playing wonderfully. That's a really good shot.
That's a lovely shot. Perfectly right in front, probably 18 inches back, just perfect.
Now, it's interesting what side you want to put blue. I think it's personal preference, because your other options, put it the other side, smash it to the side boundary, but...
Do what's comfortable.
Yeah. She's fine. She's put it down a really good line.
But she's, you know, the tension is just...
Yeah. And now you have to hit this fairly firmly through the hoop as well. Yes. Oh, it's a good hoop. It's a good hoop. And she's got a rush to yellow, which is fantastic.
Which is great. She can put that ball out on the boundary, which she's done, and that's just leave it there. Go to yellow. Would you go to yellow first or black? I suppose yellow is easier, isn't it?
Yellow because it's easier, because you want to be able to rush it off somewhere.
Yeah. And then she can come back to the black.
I mean, if you can get yellow maybe towards the middle of the boundary, that gives you a nicer line to take off to black, rush it to corner 2.
Yeah.
You do have to make sure you can get back to the peg.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's important.
But she has got a 2-point lead at the stage, so even if you don't peg it out, even if you fail...
Yeah.
You know,
but I personally would be wanting to get this pegged out.
Yes. No, she should take 5 hours to get going for her other 2 matches. Oh, it's a really good take off that.
Yeah, very good. So she can rush that right to the boundary. Lowest missed.
So your slight problem here is that you're going to be putting black close to blue or yellow. I think I probably don't care. But given what a good shot Debbie is, I want black off the lawn.
Jackie Lynch is looking like she has... the time has gone and she's well ahead.
Yeah, Jackie's found her way into corners, so she's safe. Where would you cut it into?
Wouldn't you put it up near its hoop? Come up the stray.
If you put it too near its hoop, then blue's got a shot with its lift.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely.
It's difficult. It's really difficult. I think she should have taken a bit more care to get past it.
What about leaving it in the middle of the lawn?
No, Debbie's too good a shot. Blue hits yellow and wins. Is the risk? I don't know. It is interesting. Level with hoop 5 towards the west boundary, I think I fancy. I don't know.
I mean, she can rush it right over to the boundary, you know. I mean, so it would be...
Yeah. Which ball was it? Can you remind me, was it black that's for penultimate?
Black is for penultimate, yeah.
Right. So if you rush it to the east boundary, blue's got a rush to 4 back.
Yep. Well, hardly a rush, but if you if you send it sort of about a couple of yards up north of about where all those leaves are over there.
Yeah, so sort of...
Which is, it's probably, what's that, about a 12-yard shot?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it trying to put myself in the position of blue and black. And if you give me any sort of northwards rush of blue on black, I'm going to hope to finish.
Yeah, but a ball over here, that's only 2 balls on the, 3 balls on the lawn. It's not easy, is it?
Yeah, but you can sort of 2-ball it from there. I'd like black to come over here, I think, over to the west boundary. Yep. Yeah, like this.
She's kept bringing it this way.
Yeah. No, she won't be putting anything into a hoop.
No. The only trouble with this is also blue is having 2 balls, two balls together,
yeah.
That I don't like.
She's got to work that. Oh, that's very short. Yeah.
That's really short. No, it's not. See, I don't like that. I would rather have my first option.
The first option, unfortunately, though, is just you hit it, you're on the rush line to your hoop. Unclear. You might shoot at yellow here, actually. A couple of options. Yellow is excellent. It's on the maximum distance point, but if you hit yellow, you're thinking, I've got a break. But black's easier to hit, so... tough. Oh, lowy. And that's all over. That's the plate to Jackie Lynch.
Yeah, Jackie Lynch has won the plate.
Not going well for my house tonight.
No, so we now have the shield, the bowl, and the plate have all finished. And the only game going on, I presume, is the final of the constellation event, which is Rosemary, the Scottish Rosemary. No, English at Rosemary, isn't it? Erica. No, it's Erica. Sorry, yeah, against the Australian Rosemary. Yeah.
So we've got the.
I know they seem to be hitting the balls off. So must be finished. So we didn't see who won that.
Plate's going to Australia. The bowl is staying here in New Zealand, and the shield's staying here in New Zealand.
And we
excellent.
Yes, very good. Yeah.
And the trophy's going to England.
Yep.
Not sure where yet. Interested in what she's shooting at.
Black, I think. Oh, she's going to reset.
She's got to get the middle of it as well. If you hit yellow, you've just got the croquet stroke. Here she needs to rush it to yellow. Big twist to the elbow.
So there we have Gabrielle has taken the second game, score being 13 and 9, so as we're 22 versus 19. 22-19.
Good job counting there, Nelson. Thank you. I wasn't sure.
The maths is good. So we're into I mentioned the ladies will take a little break, a little cup of tea or something, and we'll take a break for 5 minutes as well.
Yep, so 3-hour final game.
3-hour final game.
Good thing we're not playing best of fives, because it would be a 2-hour final game.
I think we might be have to have the torches out.
No, the WCF limits will finish it in daylight, but they're horribly, horribly short games.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And on these conditions, you certainly did not need to have best of 5.
No, lovely competitive conditions. It's been just great to watch. It's been quite good not to play, to be honest.
And I'm actually glad that it's gone to a third game. I predicted 3 games this morning because I just feel that both these players deserve to get into a third game.
Yeah, no one deserves to be wiped off the lawn in this. They've played so well. So we'll be back shortly.
Back shortly. Oh, exhausting. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. So game 3. Gabrielle is about to take a shot at Debbie's balls. It was a corner 2 opening, and she's shooting from B-balk at black and blue. And she just missed that blue ball. That was very close. So, third game of the Women's AC Championship final. And Jenny's about to join me. She's been refreshed with some food and tea and coffee.
Far too much.
And it's gone a bit dull, the weather, hasn't it, Peter? Peter's here as well. I don't know if you want a mic, Peter.
So Nelson, you're still on about the weather. You're still cold. Looks like Jenny got the last of those chocolate biscuits as well.
There's a plate full there.
Not anymore.
Happy to share my biscuit with you if you'd like to.
No, I did have one.
Yeah.
But
so I was just talking to Gabrielle during that break, and she was obviously very pleased with her pressure time turn to take that second game, but she said she really wasn't aware of anyone else around the court. She was just totally focused on what she was doing, which is what you need to do when you're in a pressure situation.
Yeah, it was very good. It was a very impressive turn. We're seeing even here Debbie rushing that a bit fast. She's been rushing a lot better this week, but there's so much on this. And she's possibly still beating herself up a bit. Hopefully isn't. Hopefully she's had a complete reset.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is she knows she could have won it in 2, and now she's back to and you've got to put that out of your mind, haven't you, Jenny?
Yeah, yeah. You've got to be able to just play to your ability, calm, start again.
And we have commented on their ability to rush balls to a spot.
Yeah.
During the week, it's been quite impressive.
It's a bit angled, back probably a foot, but not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, Gabrielle's turn, she did rush some balls to very good places and some good croquet strokes.
Through.
She's through.
Now, what we're going to see different in this game, though, is it's going to start to slow down a lot.
Yeah, because the temperature's dropped a little bit. There's not much sun out. It's a bit cloudy, so the lawns are going to be a little bit slower, I think. Oh, it looks like it's a little more hampered than we thought.
But it's an interesting thing in golf croquet that some people try and do is, if they can't block someone properly, pop a ball where their foot goes. And you can see this hoop's in the way of Debbie's foot, which is a bit less comfortable.
Yeah. And if you're not standing in your normal way, you've...
yeah, it's just all that much harder.
No trouble hitting that. So all the other consolation events have finished. So I'll just wait for that plane to go over.
Yeah, the old rescue helicopter's been really busy today.
Rescue helicopter, all right. So Erica, I'm sorry, I don't know Erica's surname.
Malay Perunam.
Right. She won the sort of consolation event. And so that was for the players who did not qualify for the plate knockout. Then the plate, which is obviously the players who did not qualify for the last 16, was won by
Jackie Lynch.
By Jackie Lynch.
An absolutely delightful Australian.
Yeah. Quite a character. I only met her last night, but she really was quite a character.
Lovely lady. She's delighted to have won it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was really nice talking to her.
And then the bowl was won by Cindy Clark from New Zealand, and the Shield was won by Miranda Chapman from New Zealand. So basically, of those 4 consolation events, we had an English winner, one Australian and 2 New Zealanders.
I think Cindy Clark was absolutely amazed that she got that far, and B, managed to win it, which is it was quite an event.
Nearly.
Good effort, that.
Do love that shot though, don't you, Jenny?
Yeah. Oh.
It's a good one to practice because it's you know, if you can get that shot often, there's your break to fall back. You know.
Yeah, during the MAC, that was pretty much every warm up every day. We would play a lot of those.
Yeah.
Here it's been less so because it's been so difficult to get in front of hoops.
Unfortunately, she was going across that green patch, and the ball does slow up a little bit. I think she tried to compensate for it, but it just wasn't quite enough.
It was quite charming, actually. Yeah, I applauded it, and she turned over and gave us a grin and said, "Nearly." They must be getting tired. There was a lot of concentration went into yesterday. It's been a long day today.
Gabrielle says she wasn't feeling tired at all. She was feeling very geared up. So
good
that's
on.
good on.
Very good.
Yes, a full day's croquet can be pretty demanding. Actually, it's far more than people give it credit for.
Yes, she said you've seen the Higgins C game and the Higgins B game. She said, now I need to bring out the Higgins A game. Yes, right on the button.
It's a good shot. Now we'll see if she can play the split shot. This is one of the things that I think is lacking more in the women's game, is they're a bit more anxious about playing the shot. It's a big split, but if you're willing to play it, you've got a break.
Yep.
You know, you just have to hit one of blue and black.
Absolutely. And your other ball's at 2 back, and then you've got a nice break set. But she's not doing it. She's doing a takeoff.
Yeah, I know there's a lot to be said for keeping things tidy, but you know, just getting those balls out. All you have to do is hit blue or black, and you're going to get that rush to hoop one.
I could be wrong.
No, she's...
Yeah.
Good spot there, Nelson. Yeah, she's played it really well. It's a good shot.
Yep, that's nice.
But again, it's pulled up on that green patch.
Yep, that's
yeah.
And you can't really, on that sort of shot, compensate for that. It's very hard to do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the reality is the important ball is the one going down to blue and black.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
this is a bonus getting it close.
Yeah.
No. But that's a good spot there, Peter, because you really do have to look at, you know, any croquet stroke, which ball is the non-negotiable that has to be right. Does it have to be south of something? Does it have to get past something? And you have to make sure of that. And yeah, in this case, you just put a ball at black's hoop. You do have to make sure that you get down to blue and black and hit one of them.
Looks as though she feels she's a bit short.
No, I think short. Yeah, she does a little bit short. Yes, you're right. But as Jenny said earlier, these lawns will slow down a bit now at this time of night. It's getting towards 5 o'clock.
And we have restaurant bookings at 7:45.
Really?
Yes,
so
well.
at the moment, this will finish at
7:45.
Well, I shall be departing from you even earlier than that. I have a flight to catch, so I won't even see the end of this game, which is a great pity.
What time's your flight, Nelson?
7.
You will not see the end of this game?
No.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, there have been no error games. There have been some pretty good ones.
It's a little bit angled. It's shot across the jaws.
Very quick to get behind that ball and prepare. I do like her swing.
No.
But Yeah, as you said, it was very angled.
Mm.
Again, I'm jumping those just because I want to get that bit more spin on the ball, and because they won't go through flat for me, to be honest.
They won't. They're just going to come across literally go across the hoop. Mm. But she must have caught a bit of near wire there. Mm.
Yeah, I agree there.
But again, it's that, taking off from the wrong side of the hoop to hoops, to round the hoops, which are never easy. And this is exactly how the first game started. Gabrielle handed Debbie the first break by failing hoop 1.
That hurts when you do that. And she's close enough here, she should have control to get a rush to black, which will help her tidy up that slightly dodgy yellow.
Yeah. And it's, it feels really cruel in a way. I mean, she did a lovely hit in. She did a good split shot. She got a reasonable rush. She got within a yard of the hoop. And
she's overcooked that. She's not happy. Really does want to have a rush on black here, although a good takeoff will compensate.
But with these hoops, it's actually you do have to push the ball through a bit to make sure that it goes through. If you just try and glide it into a spot, you pay a big price for that.
You certainly do. You end up parked in the hoop normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where these hoops are so good in the combination of the really firm hoops where you have to hit it properly.
Yeah.
But then the quick ground where it just keeps going. Would be handy for her if she went and had a bit of a look at black. She has to move black because that takeoff to get a rush on yellow from where black is at the moment is horrible.
I think she would presumably be able to organise a rush on black here.
Yeah, she'll certainly be trying to rush
upfield.
Yeah.
Looks a bit short to me. Yep, a bit short.
Lovely red.
Well, one's
red.
very nice. And I think in reality she can push black into a more comfortable position in terms of yellow.
Yeah, but you do need to move black, otherwise it's not nice.
Yeah, you can move it to a really worse spot.
I would say anything with fairly full contact will.
Yeah, that's got to move to north of the line from 6.
Now we're actually close to the rush line as well,
which is helpful.
All she needs is to make one nice tidy hoop and just feel she's got a bit of control and she can settle.
Yeah.
So I've seen Debbie make a bit of an effort to get new standard leaves here. What's she been doing today? Diagonal spreads, right.
I've seen a few minutes else, but
not very many at all. Not in the games we've been watching.
I have, yeah. I've seen both Debbie and Gabrielle both do NSLs. Yeah.
So you've missed all my leaves, Nelson.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. We weren't put
and
on.
Miranda doing contact leaves, which has been an interesting
Yes, interesting one, yeah.
Good hoop.
I think in general terms Debbie's got better hoop position in this match overall than Gabrielle.
Right. I think from what I've seen, Gabrielle's a little better at running hoops though, but there's a lot to be said for tight hoop positions.
I don't know. I don't think Debbie's put her in the situation where she's had to run really difficult hoops.
Right.
Very often, so she's invariably been 6 inches in front, and
nice place to be.
Indeed, my favourite.
Yeah, I know. There's a sort of interesting contrast where people, we advertise the game as a game that, it's not really a gendered sport. Men and women can play equally. And then we have a Women's World Championship. But you only really need to look at the people who have just won these consolation events. They're absolutely delighted.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to develop the game at all levels, and this is really helping the game. Jackie is so pleased, and so Cindy. And there's been some really good friendships made here.
No, I have to say that was one of the things I noticed. There was a wonderful camaraderie last night, between the players here.
It was really nice last night for closing dinner. Gosh, the food was spectacular too, actually. Right, look how tightly that's set up now.
Yes, it's...
This is what we saw of Debbie yesterday, and also a lot throughout the tournament.
Nelson and I made various predictions in situations like this, that he is an all-round break. And well, not that we paid a price for it, but we were proved wrong on quite regularly, because particularly on lawn 2, the ball only had to go slightly sideways. At a hoop.
It could just pop sideways, couldn't it?
Yeah, and it did regularly.
And I saw one where Debbie basically wanted to move the ball 4 inches, and she moves it 2, and then ends up with an angled hoop and fails it.
Especially when you're taking position from this close. Any sort of angle close up, as we were talking about before, is just so difficult.
But she played a pretty good break the first game this morning. It was very controlled and very easy hoops. She was, she played really controlled croquet this morning.
Yeah, the hoops didn't put her under any pressure at all.
No, they didn't seem to know.
But they were all
Gabrielle was the one. Gabrielle was the one having the trouble with the hoops this morning, not Debbie.
So you're just clarifying the time limit for this game's 3 hours?
That's right.
Right.
Yes, at the moment...
there's no time being carried over from...
2 hours 40.
No time being carried over from previous games, so used it all
the time.
Fine use of hoop 5 to stop the ball.
Exactly.
But it shows the precision of the line of red as well. So a nice takeoff. It does put a lot of pressure on you on fast courts if you have to take off. It's much easier to rush that tinier down.
Absolutely, but as you said, the lawns are slowing down a bit. They're not quite as testing as they perhaps were a little bit earlier.
But from her point of view, it would have been better to just push that ball slightly into the hoop.
You just want to take croquet 6 inches from the hoop, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
That's very nice.
I have this idea in my head that I like to take croquet from a point where I could make the hoop if need be.
Yeah, that's pretty good, because if you underhit it, that's somewhere you're running it from. Yeah, I certainly had a couple where I was approaching the hoop where I'd tap it and the striker's ball didn't really move. Not usually very welcome.
So this gives her the opportunity to load hoop 6 and use black to go down to the red ball.
Yeah, it's not a bad line. It's sort of coming across the line to load 6, but it's quite a short shot.
Yeah. And she wouldn't want to be taking off down to the red ball.
No,
I wouldn't have
keep
thought.
that pivot involved. You certainly wouldn't. You want a 2-back pioneer, don't you?
I do indeed. I do indeed. We have had discussions with both these players about that, and they've both disagreed with us.
I think there's a time and a place for them. I think here I would do what Debbie's doing, which is double load hoop 6.
Yep.
But if you've got a tidy, I assume she's doing that, I could be wrong. If you've got a tidy hoop 6 pioneer, putting in an early 2-back pioneer's got a lot of benefits, because otherwise I'm leaving it as a pivot anyway. I'm probably swapping pivots so I can put the 1-back ball from closer.
But I have seen Gabrielle, play in the past, and I've seen her, load 2-back on many occasions. So but for some reason she has not been doing it here.
In faster conditions, it's less of a good idea because you've lost your pivot.
Yeah, I see. I've always looked at it as a means of correcting a poor.
But not in a situation where she's now double loaded hoop 6.
A poor 6 leave, 6 pioneer.
Yeah, well, she wasn't happy with the yellow pioneer.
She did this a lot yesterday as well. If she didn't have the pioneer perfect, she'd correct it. And
another one up.
Previously you looked at it and went, there's a very small chance she could break down at hoop 6. Now you're looking at it going, well, she's making hoop 6.
Absolutely.
But you're also looking at it going, she's got a backwards take off to hoop 5 across the face.
Yeah, that's I thought she would rush it down so that she could control the rush on the red ball around the hoop, because there's all sorts of possibilities there of leaving it in the devil's position.
Yeah, I think it was just she really wanted to make that 6-1 tidier, but red is a bit worrying there, and you rush it onto a wire and it pings off. It's not very nice. I've got to be honest, I'm not sure which ball's going to hoop 2 at this stage. We're going to 1-back. I think I fancy putting yellow there, but it means you leave red somewhere a bit yuck.
It's a bit yuck, isn't it?
Technical term, Nelson.
Yes, they say we use a lot of jargon here. It's a new one for Croquet.
But she's got a nice rush on red. I'll be rushing red up, and given where she's rushed red to,
she can now put red as 1-back.
Everything's back under control now. She's got control of her pivot again. She's being a bit harsh on that red. It's not too bad there.
So it looks like yellow's going down to 2-back from here.
Yellow's not going to 2-back, it's a pivot.
You reckon?
Yeah, she'll want to make 2-back off partner as well. Good Lord.
Okay.
Yellow's going to 1-back.
So she's double loading it.
It seems a bit excessive given how good red is. Yeah, don't like that option because...
And we've got a real problem on our hands.
That is dead. No, she's not hitting black.
There's black outside the hoop. Could she go through the hoop to get it?
No, I think black's on the outside of the line. Yeah. That's not why I didn't like this line of play. It's just, it makes, how are you getting a ball to 2-back from here? You're going to be putting it from a long, long way.
So that's why I would have...
You thought you had a perfect 4-ball laid out,
exactly.
And all of a sudden...
It's like, oh, bugger. Yeah.
That's sort of why I felt that I would have loaded 2-back from that shot.
Yes, better.
I mean, sorry, I just...
Not getting many votes yet.
No.
quite fancy a pivot. You can put a ball to 2 back. You can rush to that red that you're a little bit uncomfortable with at 1 back and tidy things up.
Yeah, except that you've still got the black ball to work with as well. It could become your pivot.
Yeah, but you can't rush to red. You're not going to get a rush out of hoop 6.
What's she doing here?
Going for a big scatter here.
Yeah, going for a big scatter.
She hits it well. She'll leave a 9 yard.
Yeah.
Right.
So no scatter.
And red's got a rush on yellow towards that, or black towards that. Quite fancy playing yellow here. Maybe rush past black, stop yellow, black back to 2, rush black off next to blue. Get a hoop 2 pioneer and a
rushing black back to blue is not that easy, I don't think, because it's it's hard to quite see the line.
A lot of wire in the way, isn't there?
Gabrielle's just examining those options.
I was going to say the rush on black would have to be fairly precise. You'd have to get in precise position.
But you could from there. You could rush sort of 4 feet past it, maybe 6 feet past it. Lots of options.
So she's taken the option to rush yellow to blue.
And rushing yellow on top of blue, is she?
No.
Yeah, pretty much. She hasn't given herself room to
No.
get
I thought you meant to get a cannon.
Oh, God, no. No.
No.
Way too complicated doing that.
Yeah. She looks like she's looking at going to black now, doesn't she?
No, I think she was looking for the wiring, wasn't she? No, you're right. She is going to black. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for the benefit you gain here of the extra couple of feet on yellow, I might have just rushed blue to hoop 1, because you get a 6-inch rush on blue from that line of play.
You do.
And now you've got your more open stuff that, Dennis's thing of rushing to a ball on the boundary is pretty strong.
I'd have thought she would have put blue back towards hoop 2 a bit.
I think she wants to guarantee her rush on black. I think that's the more important thing.
You mean with the takeoff? We all know what takeoffs are like.
I think what she's doing is the correct line of play myself.
I think the croquet stroke would be a horrible split.
Yeah.
She's lost that completely.
And she's gone too far.
Felt like it was going downhill there a bit.
It did. Certainly looked like it.
I mean, look at how far she had to go to black to get the rush to hoop 1. When she was over by blue, she was on the rush line to 1.
I it certainly was the easier shot.
I was actually going to suggest that, but I thought I was being naive.
You just wanted to get a ball to 2 back. I know you.
Yes, from a bit of a gift. She hasn't really got a lot offered, has she?
And to be honest, psychologically, when you're sort of having your little conversations with yourself, it hurts a bit because you're going, I had everything.
Yeah.
She has obviously now got the innings, which is great, but if you're going to take that line of play, which leaves nothing near hoop 2, I'd much rather have had a crack at rushing blue down there.
Certainly was a much easier way of getting the perfect rush to 1.
Yeah. Any other line of play I'd like to have seen getting a ball to hoop 2.
Yeah, see, I would have thought that rather than the takeoff, the pushing the blue ball to the west of 6 would have given her more control over the approach to black.
Well, I think she intended to get blue to go further somehow.
Yeah. But also she might have been hedging her bets a wee bit about not wanting to put it closer to yellow.
Yeah.
To where she's going to lay up. Although black must be playing if black's still on the lawn.
Ooh.
Oh, good effort.
That's a teaser.
It's a decent shot, that.
Yeah, but she's just...
These guys don't seem to be terribly strong at playing pass rolls with these balls.
No, they don't. No, I have noticed that the other ball tends to go quite a distance.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could be partly because they're getting used to playing, you know, the different English clubs. Some of them have got the Humpties, they're easy to pass rolls. Some have got these. Now, the only way I can get a pass roll out of them is by turning my hand around and playing Malcolm's sort of punch shot. I call it Malcolm's shot. Loads of people play their rolls that way, but he's the guy I've really seen play it effectively and have copied, really.
Yeah. I presume we're talking Malcolm Fletcher here.
We are talking Malcolm Fletcher, yeah.
No.
You say Malcolm or Robert?
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
I think Roberts mainly plays with his hand in sort of a standard grip position, but Mal's always been the Solomon grip and then just putting his hand down the bottom, but getting fantastic ratios with very, very clean pass rolls. Because we all know lots of people who can get 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 pass rolls.
Because he's married now, isn't he, Malcolm?
He is,
Yeah.
and I met Alicia both at the Australian Open and the MAC, and she's absolutely lovely. And she's just gone and got to know everybody and fitted in so well.
Does she play at all, or is she...
I think she's maybe played a little bit, but not really.
So she's sort of a croquet bride.
Yeah. Well, she can be croquet bride or croquet widow.
Yeah. Take
I
your
recommend
pick.
she plays. But no, she's just been a lovely girl to meet. That was really good of Gabrielle because the ref there was actually giving her a line. So she sent him away. It's also likely she's found a flag in the distance that she wants to aim at.
Yes. I'd say that red flag looks a culprit.
It does look tasty, maybe even the blue one. You don't want to get that wrong. Well, blue's got a double.
What sort of shots blue got there?
Yeah, she's straight on to have a look at it. Tell you what, I never come on as blue to look at it. I don't want to give them a hint what I'm looking at. Looked like it went downhill a bit. Looked like it went downhill a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
I
off.
didn't think I'd hit it badly when I struck it.
It just seemed to
just carried on.
carried
going.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice big green pitch down there. So
Oh, shouldn't stand in her.
Nice last turn, by the way.
So Debbie's taking on the shot from one up on Gabrielle's red and yellow.
Yeah, means Gabrielle did not leave a double.
No. I couldn't work out which ball she was aiming for there.
No, it looks to me like she's aiming for red. Now she's...
You're both on the line to see very well as well.
Yeah, I think red's the ball. But I'd never admit it until after I'd hit one of them.
Oh. But well, I actually felt that rolled it in towards the red anyway, so looking at it from this angle.
So, yeah, Debbie's saying she was robbed. Nelson was on the line. Very sweet. Gabrielle came over before.
I actually thought it was going to actually come into the red.
Yeah, Gabrielle came over before and said exactly what I was saying. You have that internal conversation. What a gift. Oh, rats haven't done anything with it. Well, Dennis, if you're listening, you're going to rush blue to black on the corner, on the boundary. Or probably looking at this, go straight to hoop 1.
I'd have to say I'm a bit surprised she didn't come to black first.
You can miss 4-yarders though,
Well,
especially in these nervy turns.
Yeah, but she tends not to.
Yeah, I had a bit of a look at it. The trouble is, she had a really nice rush pointing at blue.
Well, yes,
You come to black,
So
you can lose it.
why lose it?
Yeah, although she now doesn't have a hoop 2 pioneer. These two are determined not to have a hoop 2 pioneer.
Well, she's not. And had she come to black, she would have had a hoop 2 pioneer.
How?
Well, hit black, put it into 2, go up to
Sorry,
yellow.
if she'd taken the 4-yarder, but yes, she may not have got a rush to blue, so it might not have mattered. It's all very well having a hoop 2 pioneer, but you've got to make hoop 1.
Well, I think she's got enough skills to have got it up to the yellow ball.
Maybe.
I thought.
Maybe.
I'd have fancied my chances even.
Yeah, I fancy another game, Peter. Off we go, lawn 1.
Yeah, right. I know all about lawn 1.
That's a really
Just
nice
through
hoop,
that, yeah.
but a bit too nice.
You hit that well.
Good Lord, what's she got there? About a 10-yarder coming back?
I'd
Maybe a
say
bit
so.
less?
Hmm. So, Jenny, what's the advantage here?
More comfort shooting at partner, I think. You're not leaving a ball where Debbie's break is. It's a lovely shot. It's beautiful and smooth. Because if you shoot it blue and you miss, you end up on the south boundary. Well, not actually south of any of Debbie's hoops, is it?
No.
No, I'm shooting a blue there.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's what you fancy again, though. You know, if she's looked at it and gone, I could miss it onto the hoop, I don't think she could have with that line.
No, she was.
I just want to hit blue and play a big croquet stroke. She might have fancied hitting partner and getting a rush on blue up towards the corner or hoop 2.
But this is a pretty big take off to get any accuracy.
Got a nice hoop 3 pioneer, though.
Yay. We've just got something in the middle here that needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Oh, didn't see this coming.
Well, she was just practicing this shot out of corner 2 for hoop 2.
Yeah, I do fancy having a crack at rushing blue there, though. I don't really like this line of play. Nice take-off, though. John Prince would have been trying to get a rush on that ball.
Yeah, so would Jerry Guest.
Right. Has Jerry been seen lately?
Oh, I haven't seen him for years.
Cindy. Yes. Just confirming important details to Gabrielle that Cindy won the
the
bowl in 2. Oh, blessed Australians. Lois Kirk, the runner-up in the plate, has just delivered me a lovely-looking can of raspberry and other contents.
Cruiser.
Yes.
Vodka cruisers.
Is a vodka.
Well, we're not meant to say things like that on air.
We do not advertise brands like vodka cruisers on air.
Right.
It's wild raspberry flavour, apparently.
Might come round.
That could be superb.
The lines. Oh,
really?
no, and then it curled. No.
I think you're okay. So, yeah, Gabrielle's chosen to come to black in corner 2 and then go to blue. I quite fancied the takeoff a little bit more across the rush line. Maybe the peg was in play, I'm not sure, but from hoop 3, because it didn't put... I didn't feel it put hoop 1 in play quite so much, and gave her the choice to rush to 2 or to corner 2. I'm not sure she's got the power to want to rush to corner 2 without something very short, though. As it is, she's played a really nice shot. She's been very lucky not to get the hoop, and well, she's avoided being very unlucky with the hoop.
Yes.
It was a very nice shot she's played.
The ball certainly was moving to an unplayable position.
It's a lovely rush.
Still going.
Yeah, very impressive.
It's pulled up about 4 metres, 4 yards, take your pick.
Good to see the crowd appreciating that as well. There's been very little applause here, and that was a good shot.
Yeah, she's right in front of the hoop.
Yeah, another nice shot.
Ooh.
Good enough.
Has she got a shot on black?
Yeah, I don't think she's got a shot on yellow.
She might have a shot on yellow, but she's
got a shot on blue if she hits it fabulously.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Looking down the line, I'd say the leg of the hoop splits the ball in 2.
Yeah, you want to play a sweep. You need to drag it a wee bit. Oh, she can see yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, that was close.
I didn't hear anything, so I'm assuming it didn't hit.
No, I didn't see anything either.
Oh, you were looking, were you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a little bit further back from hoop 2 for comfort, and the other ones well, she didn't really want to slam it through, because then she'd have the nice choice of a couple of 5-yarders or a 6-yarder.
But, so another break goes...
Yep.
Goes west.
Ran it just to the worst possible spot.
Well, we didn't want to say too much while you were there. I think Nelson and I were accused of being a little bit harsh on our first day, so we've tempered our comments.
He's on Gabrielle's side, mate. God's on Gabrielle's side.
That last one, and I held off this one, but that was just
I think she...
Do you need anything? Do you want a drink or anything? I've got 3 new people, and they said, oh, do you want to join our 4 each week?
Yeah, nice.
good hit.
Yeah, Debbie came off the lawn berating herself, saying she'd snatched at the shot. Okay, that's an interesting observation from Nelson, that Debbie's lower hand came through a bit more. And that's, even with my hands much closer together, that was something that I've been working on, having spotted I did very badly at the McRob, is that if that lower hand starts taking control, it's ugly.
It's only got to be so, it only has to be so slight. It doesn't have to be very much.
So, do you think Gabrielle's hands are closer together? I always thought there used to be a gap. There was something else I could have asked you, but probably shouldn't right now. It's just Gabrielle sensibly commenting she's not going to do a corner 2 cannon. Well, maybe she's going to try. It's been played in a really good spirit, this match. It's great. Oh, she's not bad at corner 2 cannons.
I do enjoy.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, I think I'd accept that one.
I do enjoy cannons.
It's. I think I'd be happy with that one.
Quite interesting how she played it, where she was.
Yes, absolutely.
That way, out that way.
She was aiming really to, cut the ball.
I tend to set them so that the two balls are pointing right at the target.
Yeah. Well, the way she's done it, she's managed to get black out a long way.
Yeah. That's right.
She did say before she played it, before you ask, I don't know how to play a corner 2 cannon, before playing it really, really well.
Yeah.
And she's got lovely position. Has she not? Yeah, I think she has. Yes, lovely position.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
It looks pretty good to me. And you were asking earlier. I'm trying to remember. She's always had her hands fairly close together, in my memory, but she may have been a little bit further. But no, she's always had that slightly dippy,
her swing is quite a.
She does a sort of slight dip,
Yeah,
it's almost wristy.
Yeah. Quite a lot of people do actually.
A lot of people do, absolutely. Yeah. Whereas Debbie's is not. Debbie's is much more straight.
Yeah, real classical sort of swing.
Well, I spend all my coaching life trying to tell people to get rid of their wrists in terms of the shot, as a rule. I'm not sure whether I'm right, but it's always seemed to me that the wrists add another level of movement into
the less
swing.
Moving parts, the better, really.
Yeah.
And your wrists can kind of fine-tune things and tweak them a bit. But then you look at Robert Fulford, who's got a very wristy swing. Less on these days because he's been a bit more sore. But he's a beautiful player.
I like Gabrielle's swing.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful swing. Partly I was asking, I feel like I can remember her being a little bit further apart, but also loads of people that were coached and started, or at least progressed their game with Ian Plummer, had fairly split hands.
Yeah.
If you look at Patrick Hort, for example.
Yeah.
And I used to when I played standard.
Yeah.
But then my wrist gave way, so that was the end of that.
I think Gabrielle has been more, come away from the Plummer sort of, and been more influenced by other players.
Well, people like Keith maybe as well as a coach.
Keith, absolutely.
Tremendously.
Keith helped Gabrielle a lot.
Yeah.
He probably improved her game more than anyone.
Potentially also Ian Burridge, I'm not sure, but
I would say more Keith myself, from my knowledge of her.
Well, if Gabrielle gets through, we can find out in her speech.
Absolutely.
Well, it was a great cut, but probably didn't achieve what she was looking for.
Well, now she's got the choice of a great takeoff or something else. If you roll down to corner 4 right now and just accept your fate and have a leave, you've got a very powerful leave. You know, clips on 2 and 3, Oppo's balls at 2 and 3, and a very wide spread of these balls.
It's very hard to sometimes give away the possibility of break, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That helicopter's busy today.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. That's the Westpac rescue helicopter, and it's not nice to see that in the air because it means things are going badly wrong for people.
Tell you what, that's going to be fairly smart.
That's a superb shot.
Yeah, I mean, she can certainly cut it towards. It's
yeah, and I spotted a bit of applause over there from Debbie as well, admiring that shot.
She'll unfortunately having to be going across the jaws of the hoop, which is never what you want to be doing.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Lovely
hoop through here.
Lovely. She wasn't looking for any sort of she just wanted to make that hoop nice and smoothly, which she has done. You can hear from the perhaps the sound there. Gabrielle missed that shot and wasn't very happy about the result.
Yeah, they're always awkward ones, those sort of
return
5-6
rotas.
counters.
Oh, they're horrible, aren't they?
Yeah. You know, she's hit a lot of miles. It's totally forgivable to miss a couple, but it really hurts when you're the person actually missing them.
Especially when you've run the hoop and you're there and you've got the two, and you've done the difficult shot earlier with the takeoff.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating. So what is Debbie going to do? Probably the safest option is to shoot blue at black.
Red's a bit close, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, red's short, though. Black's just safer, isn't it, though? Very smooth shot.
Very smooth shot. But it misses and goes to the boundary.
Goes smoothly past.
Yeah, tempting red at yellow here. Make Debbie hit. And rush.
Sometimes you've just got to put pressure on your opponent to hit that sort of 8-yard shot.
Yeah.
Don't know what that means.
5 minutes.
It's not for me then. No. I don't care what time it is.
You've got a swimming pool.
Which we still haven't used.
No, she's decided to go into corner 1. So effectively a wide join.
Cheryl may have gone for a swim.
So and Debbie is shooting her own ball. But so far in this game, there's been breaks in the offing, but unfortunately they've all given them away. She hits.
Good shot.
That's an 8-yarder under, well, not as much pressure as there may have been had the two balls been together.
Less pressurised shot than.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to leave you. It's been an interesting 4 days. I've still got a little bit of saliva left, I think. Certainly been doing a lot of talking.
Sure, you can replace it, Nelson.
It's certainly been a pleasure commentating with you, Peter.
Thank you, Nelson.
4 days, and great to talk with you, Jenny.
Yeah, it's been a fun afternoon, Nelson. Thank you.
Not at all, and I really. I don't know who's going to win this, but they're both worthy champions, and so I'll say bye-bye.
Goodbye. So it's goodbye. It's goodbye from Nelson and hello from Jenny and myself.
Yeah, we're staying. We've got quite a testing shot now.
Get to the point where I can actually see the play.
Bye, Stefan. Nice to see you again.
Did that ball curl round into that position, or I was behind the screen, I couldn't see it?
I couldn't see a lot of it, to be honest. I was a bit distracted by people getting ready to go.
Yeah.
The boundaries have been pretty good.
They have.
I mean, I know that they've talked about a couple of shots hilling off, but they're only hilling an inch or two.
Yeah.
Rather than,
feet.
At Kenley it was yards.
Was that right?
It did make for some fun, though. Yeah, we've got nice solid ground under our courts. They've got reclaimed land. Oops, that's a miss, isn't it?
Yeah. It's interesting that the earthquakes don't appear to have affected these lawns, particularly not badly at all.
I was saying to Nelson that before. I mean, if anything, I think the boundary of Lawn 5 is flatter. There used to be a bit of horror to shoot down.
Yeah.
And yeah, these lawns, it's pretty compact. It used to be tennis courts, I think, because you've still got the post holes. You can see the odd square. But when the earthquake happened, Chris was here running a tournament outside in the golf course. The golf course was littered with huge mounds of liquefaction.
Was that right?
None of that.
Yeah, I came down after the first earthquake, and I was really surprised at the fact that there didn't appear to have been any movement.
I don't think the first earthquake did so much. It obviously caused quite a lot of damage, but it was really the second one that really caused a lot of trouble. Yeah. I think after the first earthquake, we had about a 4-day stand down from work, and I just practiced croquet, and it got me into my first Mac.
All right.
The second earthquake was just a mess. I mean, I just tootled around Christchurch, digging up liquefaction wherever I could be useful.
All right.
And Edgware Croquet Club was very badly damaged. Next to the Elmwood Croquet Club, the tennis courts were just a wavy mess. They were gone.
Hell.
But yeah, this club survived well. I think the number 5 shelter that we can see looking across to the south boundary was a little pile of bricks.
Oh, right. So it just collapsed.
But otherwise it went well. It was just very localised, the damage. There's some places the house would be destroyed, and a few doors down the house was pretty much untouched.
Yeah, the first earthquake, my son and his family were all at home, and there was some damage to the house. They knew where they all were. The second earthquake was during the day, and everybody was at different places. So there was kids at play school, kids at school, both parents at work, and nobody really knew where anyone was or whether there'd been any damage at all. Oh, that's a big roll.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Hell.
A really good croquet stroke. That one deserved a bit of applause, but I got my hands full.
Yeah. That's a roll from effectively A balk to beyond hoop 3.
Yeah.
Within a metre or two of B balk. Joe Hogan may well have even been proud of it.
I think Joe would have liked that one, yeah. And I hope Joe's watching. He just loves this stuff. It would have been great to have him down here.
Yes, I see he's been given advice to play again, or to keep playing. Because he came. No, well, I'm not sure. Just, I think he was. He asked what he could do for the sport, and whoever it was replying said, "Just play, Joe. Just play."
Yes.
Because he's just been inducted into the Croquet Hall of Fame.
The World Croquet Federation Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Very well deserved. And I've had a lot of messages from him during the MAC and during this tournament. He's been so supportive.
Yeah.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh.
Oh, that guy had chances.
Because he did come out of retirement 3 or 4 years ago, didn't he? And
yep, came out of retirement and played in the 2016-17 MAC.
Yeah.
Can't remember which of those 2 years it was.
I played doubles with him at Palmerston North at the Triton tournament. Regrettably, we went poorly.
Was it in the corner? I
Yes,
believe so.
Yes, it was.
Yep. Just confirming for Debbie that black's in the corner. Yeah, and Joe and Chris were a very, very good doubles combination, and Joe really supported Chris to go on to all his successes in the singles, I think, as well. They also played on the world's most trivial lawns and had a best-of-3 doubles match that took 3 days.
Good Lord. What are the world's most trivial lawns? Where?
Green, flat. This was Mission Hills in California.
Yeah.
Very, very flat, very lush. The hoops weren't all that firm. There were sextuples happening, lots of TPOs, TPs. TPOs where the person then finished off the contact. Yeah, not an Atkins hoop in sight.
Well, were they thought of then?
We had them here at the time, yeah. I think they use super hoops, but they're just not as difficult. And also, a lot of the American courts have got sand-based courts, so if you're a bit angled and you're a bit concerned, you just smash it.
Yeah.
And it goes through.
I played in Florida, and I was quite intrigued by the hoops with the very long sort of cross carrots.
Yeah, they're called fins.
And they just, they didn't even really gauge them when they put them in.
If you get them wrong, there's nothing you can do.
No.
They're very hard to adjust.
Well, the poor guy that put them in, I think at the start of the tournament, everybody went out to play and somebody all of a sudden measured them and he was asked to reset all 12 lawns.
Oh dear. Might as well get it right the first time.
Yeah.
And that's what the guys here have done so well. They've set the clamp well, and they've got the hoops right the first time, so they haven't had to be fiddled with. So they've been very challenging.
I think there was one hoop on lawn 2 that must have shifted from 0.8 down to 0.4 over the course of a day.
Yep. Wow, they were aiming for 0.6 today.
Yeah.
All right, Gabrielle's a hoop 4, so quite a long rush to play.
That might not be.
Make sure she makes hoop 4 now.
Yes. No pressure. There's a lot of the English players are playing with these. I presume we now call them trimmer mallets.
Yes, yes, trimmer
I
mallets
think
are very good quality.
Yeah, I have got one, But I'm still actually mainly playing with that pidcock that you demonstrated to me a long time ago.
Yeah, sadly, I got one of the first square pidcocks.
Yeah.
And it fell apart. So
Oh,
Alan
did it?
replaced it, and it fell apart. And then Dave bought the business and was sort of cleaning up after some of those less than ideal mallets, but didn't fix my one. Wasn't able to. So that was $800 down the tubes. I had to buy a new mallet. So I was hoping that the new person might replace or repair, but instead I lost $800. But I have got a fantastic quality mallet now.
Yeah, well, I've got one of the newer ones, and I don't use it very much. I really bought it for if I was to go and play in Australia, and I could put it in my suitcase.
Oh, you got the airline shaft, yeah. Dave's changed the airline shafts and done a really, really good job on those.
Oh, she's fallen pretty short on that hoop approach.
So yeah, you might have noticed on the video that Gabrielle sort of turned to us and sort of turned her hand palm up. What she was showing is that she's basically put black into the jaws of hoop 2. If a ball's got any part of it in the jaws, it has a lift, no matter where any other ball on the lawn is.
And she's just made a very good hoop.
She needed to.
Yeah, well, there was her one hope of retrieving the situation, because there's a red ball down by B balk.
Two options here. You can either tidy up the lawn, which I think she'll do, and have a leave, or you can try and cut blue to hoop 5 and carry on. I think she'll be going for the tidying option of getting black out of that hoop.
Well,
but it gives Debbie a shot. Oh, she
we
might
don't
look
know.
at hoop 5, because Debbie's playing really well and shooting really well, and she's missed a couple of shots, but she's still a really good shot. So it's tempting to try and keep the break going. But if you notice red, it's just a foot off bulk, so lovely aggressive play. And yeah, I should just mention, Gabrielle's just such a nice person as well. They both
Well, they are actually. They're both lovely and prepared to talk to anyone as well.
Yeah. I think it's how they both let off steam a bit. Debbie was saying in one of her matches she sat in the shelter on her own, and she said it's just not her. She likes chatting to people.
Yeah.
Gabrielle's a very sociable, lovely person. Played a really nice takeoff here too.
Yeah.
Needs to keep this break going though.
Yep.
Good hoop.
But the more she comes down this way, the more chance she has of either using the black ball as a pioneer for one back. I don't know what she's got in mind here.
Your ideal situation, which is not very easy to achieve on lawns of this pace, is to rush red to black and use it to cannon black away from the hoop, so that you can rush to 6.
And give yourself a rush to 6.
Which, somewhere like Hurlingham, where the lawns are so even, easily paced, green and lush, it's very playable. But here,
there's a couple of possibilities here. She could potentially get a rush up to hoop 6.
Yeah.
And then the break would continue.
Yeah, you're either rushing to hoop 6 or on top of black, depending on where you end up. Well, there's yellow going.
Looks a bit short, actually.
A bit short, yeah. And now you're just laying up in that corner. It's red's hoop. Blue's at hoop 4, which is great. It's ahead of red's break. And
hold on, she still needs to clear black.
Yeah.
Black and,
But yeah, she's going to clear black, but she'll be laying up here. That's great. We're going to end this turn likely on 3 and 6 plays 2 and 6. It's just really tight game.
just waiting for the ball to get past the screen, and it didn't quite make it.
Yeah.
So Gabrielle's attempted to push the black ball through hoop 2 and probably a bit further out than running position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's played that really well. I've almost
actually
thought about playing that as an Irish appeal just to make absolutely certain it goes out.
Yeah.
She has played it well.
I did wonder about pushing it this way, but...
Nah, too close to
too
red.
Too close to red, yeah. And on top of that, where she is, she's been able to get to a point where she can have a little bit more control over where yellow goes relative to hoop 3.
Yeah, that was one of the things when we had the training weekend that Chris was coaching the New Zealand women. He was talking about playing your last shot, your croquet stroke, sending the oppo ball somewhere, such that you get close to partner, so you can leave yourself a rush at the end, rather than dribbling into... There's all sorts of possibilities of leaving doubles here if you're coming in from a long way.
Yeah.
And now she's just got full control. Or indeed, if you're coming from a long way, not having a rush. Oh, she's clubbed that one. Oh, I'm shooting at that with blue. She's not going to get the ball very far out. She still may be able to manufacture a break, but it's not really guarded as she would have liked. She absolutely clubbed that last shot.
I thought she'd put it about 6 to or a couple of yards up the pitch towards the hoop.
Yeah. I mean,
that's where I imagined it would be.
She's hit it. It should be 3 yards away from yellow, or 2 yards if you're uncomfy about that distance.
Yeah. And it looks as though it may present an even bigger target to yellow, to black rather.
Black, yeah. Oh, it's interesting that if you shoot with black and miss, you are in all sorts of trouble. Wow, this is aggressive. Even I hadn't spotted this shot as an aggressive option.
So,
looking at it.
From Gabrielle's point of view here now, Jenny, would you take the slightly dodgy hoop approach, the longish hoop approach, or go down and utilise those 2 balls?
It's interesting because she's saying have a go at that hoop approach, but yeah, you don't need to. You're right. I'm a bit of a coward. I think I might go down and sort out blue and black.
Yeah, because apart from anything, you can put a very good ball in at 4.
Yeah,
if you do that,
they're nice and close. You can get a lovely little stop shot or a little drive, I guess, or half roll.
Yeah.
Getting a hoop 4 pioneer. And she's doing that. You can see she's looking at the spot where she can comfortably take off.
She's just pushing it up a wee bit to, I don't know, I guess shorten the takeoff.
Yeah, shorten the takeoff and also improve the line, because now we're taking off down the line rather than having any hint of an angle towards the boundary.
So she can go infield slightly.
Yeah, and if you're backing yourself, you can do a thick takeoff, get yellow infield, hopefully not in the way of the hoop, and then yellow's your pivot infield for the play.
I think I'd be just doing the takeoff. Wimp. Personally.
Wimp.
That's me.
Oh, she's got a couple of yards, about 4 yards on yellow. It's really nice.
And very she's right up close to black.
I don't necessarily see that the momentum in this match is swinging, though. It's very even.
Well, either player's 1 shot away from a break.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's you can do a leave and have all the strength in the world there, but one shot from your opponent, and they're both very good at doing that. And
yeah, just one shot, one false move, one good hit in. It's very even. I'd love to have Samir here with his camera and his long lens, because, yeah, just a lovely photo of Debbie sitting there contemplating things in the shelter. Oops.
Oh, she's fallen short on that.
Oh, Debbie's got away with that hugely aggressive shot.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or one mother of a cut.
I don't think she's actually got the power for that. She's going to give it a crack. Or is she? Is this going to corner 2?
Yeah.
Often a good thing to be able to cut your losses and understand when you're underdog for something coming off.
Well, she does have the option now of a very accurate takeoff.
Yeah.
Getting hoop position, but
nothing to lose doing that. Blue's good there.
She's got her own ball there, and if she doesn't get it, she can revisit.
She can get that guarded corner right. Oh, that yellow's superb there. I do not believe you can shoot at anything here. And I always want to shoot at something.
Yes, I'm a bit the same with it. I don't know, neither of them in the previous games have walked away from a shot for so seldom.
Black at blue, just saying it's getting difficult to rush on these lawns. We're tightening up a bit.
Well, it also lengthens the rush to a hoop, which reduces its potential accuracy.
That's why I think black at blue's got some merit, just because...
But Debbie's going to have a look at those two balls to see what kind of target they present. No, obviously insufficient. Well, may even be wired on them. It's a bit hard to tell.
To look though. Yeah, sometimes you just see a target you can't leave behind. There we go. Yeah. Finally found a leave that she won't play from. It's an interesting game when you get to the position that no one wants to try a TP, so they're happy inching balls around. Does it, somewhere on that screen, does it tell you how much time we've got left?
It does. 1 hour 40.
Right, so loads of time, but not...
But time's being eked out, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't put money on this being pegged out, this match. At least the sun's come out again as well. It's rather nice. Playing to probably try and get a rush down to hoop 4.
Yeah, no, I don't think where that yellow ball landed, I don't think she had the option to put it across the hoop to run to blue.
Trying, but yeah, wasn't happy with the outcome.
I think it hit the leg of the hoop and...
Oh, you can't stop her shooting at something now. Might as well just make it long. One of those end-to-end rolls would be handy. No, carrying on.
Taking off to blue.
You take off to blue, try and get a rush to 4. If you don't, rush towards corner 1. Dig black out.
That wasn't the commentary team. Wrong side.
That's not very helpful. Now you're parked up in corner 3, so there's a freest shot.
I think she may well go down to black and push that perhaps over to corner, up over to hoop 4.
That would encourage black to shoot with the ball at its hoop, though, is the only problem. Yeah, if you can persuade Debbie to have pop another ball into a corner, it's always nice when people don't shoot.
It is, but from where she is shooting at blue, and I appreciate it's by hoop, but effectively she's hitting the blue ball away from the hoop.
If she shoots at blue, yeah.
Yeah.
And it would hit blue away, but if you're joined up, you hit blue, knock it
And
away.
she's got 2.
Roll it to 3, getting a dolly rush to 2.
She's certainly going down to shift black.
Yeah. That's a nice takeoff, isn't it? So this will cause a shot, I think. I think Debbie will be shooting at something. Maybe red and yellow. So much to gain if you hit this.
Could she just attempt to wire them on red and yellow?
Could do. I mean, she might just decide she doesn't want to shoot at red and yellow, doesn't want to give her a dolly rush somewhere. I'm fancying you can have a shot at something here. You've got to rush a hell of a long way to get to your hoop.
Yeah.
And they're not showing that it's easy to put a ball to hoop 5, rushing to hoop 4.
So this looks as though it's going over to hoop 4.
Is that black still on the lawn?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a lovely croquet stroke.
Yeah.
Really nice shot.
And enormous length on it.
Again, has to be quite careful where she places this next ball to avoid leaving a double for one of those two.
She's certainly not going over there to check. And I'm fairly sure there's no double for black. Blue may be a different kettle of fish, but I think black's probably going to move anyway.
Yeah, I think black will want to move. I think she'll want to probably shoot at blue. Given the rush she's left herself, you can't just leave it because black can just shoot at blue and set up for a break anyway. So I do think this is a pretty free shot. There's so much to gain from it.
Yeah.
I quite fancy playing with yellow if she misses this.
Well, I was wondering that because much shorter rush. Blue ball there in terms of one back.
Yeah. Hates it. A little bit of frustration there, but there's still a long way to go in this match. And, you know, it was a long shot.
Gabrielle's playing red, so she
Don't do that.
presumably fancies the rush to 4 somehow, either with blue or yellow. No, she's reconsidering.
Need to reconsider that one.
And it looks like she's reconsidered.
Does mean you're leaving a ball in the left corner, but you can dig it out a bit.
It's only one ball in the left corner.
And yeah, she's given herself room to chip it out a bit.
Now, I would assume here she's going to rush the ball up past blue, put black to one back and make 6. with the blue ball.
Nice looking rush, maybe a little short. Oh, it's not bad.
No, I like that.
Settling for that?
Yeah, I'd settle for that one.
Wouldn't mind another yard, but I'm settling for that too.
You might, yeah, I mean, you could get black slightly closer. But a sharp stop shot here would fix that.
You get another yard, you're going more across the rush line, but still got to be fairly happy.
That looks like a pretty good rush into hoop 6, Jenny.
No, it's a cut.
Is it?
Looking at the line.
Oh, yeah. She is too.
Not bad, though.
It's gone a couple of metres
Oh.
further than I would have said was comfortable.
I always thought watching her cast there that there was just too big a swing there.
Well,
so not surprised to see
her swing's always been a bit like that.
Yeah, that was just too big. It needed to be caned back a wee bit. Black's pretty good because you really want to take off to red here after the hoop, and then put red down to 2 back.
And I think she's working on that, given that she's left red. Oh, yeah, I think that's okay.
She doesn't.
I don't know, perhaps she doesn't think it's difficult to tell here how in front. No, it's wide.
Those two are very close. So this is trying to cover the shot. Interesting she hasn't gone and looked at the spot to try and not let black have something in the background, but I guess she's going to go well away from it. Ah, it's a big scatter. Oh, very nice. Like this. If she plays this well, it will be a really good option.
Requires quite a cut.
Shot, Gabrielle. So yeah, to play that, all you do is you go and rushing blue off the boundary. Where am I rushing blue to? Aim there. You still did though.
Yes.
Gabrielle's just objecting to me admiring her scatter shot.
Not a situation she wanted to be in.
No, she didn't play that well though. She's got blue on the boundary. She's joined up. Debbie's got a shot that's probably short enough she has to take. And again, a lot to gain from it.
Is that a 10-yarder?
Yeah.
10, 12?
Yeah, probably 10 to 12, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not very good at estimating these. Compulsory shot at this distance with their shooting abilities. She will be feeling a bit stressed. She's missed a few shots, but they have been long ones. But that might just make her focus on her technique and.
Well, even the last shot of the last game was this sort of length.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was shooting at that ball after the peg out.
And she tickles
Good
it.
Shot. Felt she twisted her wrist quite a bit in the follow through there as well.
Yeah, it didn't look the smoothest shot, and I find her action's unusual in that she casts and casts and casts, and then just grounds a mallet and plays the ball, and yet she hasn't moved a feet, she hasn't moved anything.
She's getting herself mentally really just absolutely believing she's hitting it straight.
Yeah.
Robert Fletcher does that. He casts a bit, not as much, grounds his mallet, and then hits everything he looks at.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a few people have been doing that lately, actually. So at least one other really good player in the MAC was doing that. I can't recall who at the moment. Rather handy Croquet to make, though.
Hmm. So we've got blue and black on 6 and 2, and red and yellow on 6 and 4. So a very, very tight game. At this stage, no one's exerting their authority.
No, and this is a big hoop approach, this.
Again, it's not from an ideal situation. It looks as though she's putting the ball over on the red side of the hoop.
Yeah, I sort of think with that hoop approach, you just line the balls up how you're most comfortable to get blue in front. And if it's left, if it's right, doesn't matter too much. This really has to go through.
It is in a very good position, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good hoop. That'll give her a lot of comfort. Yeah, it's been a pretty tough couple of hours for Debbie, really.
Yeah, it has actually. Been from a position of kind of ultimate power in the last game.
Yeah. She is mentally very tough. She'll be tired. She'll be berating herself a bit, but she also knows she's good. And, you know, she's been there. She's played in the MAC. She's won all sorts of tournaments.
Yes. The experience is very valuable.
Yes.
Really.
I mean, Gabrielle's got that experience as well. She's played at the top level in the UK for so long and had such a good season this year. I'm quite enjoying this quality of the music we're getting in the background here.
Well, it's certainly better than, how can I put it, the party at Pai Pai in the park. Though that's perhaps slightly unfair because it is Poye country.
Well, yeah, I was saying to Nelson, we had a New Zealand versus New Zealand under-21s match, golf croquet match here, and we had all the anti-vaxxers having their rally. And, you know, I'm happy for people to have their opinions and not want to be vaccinated, but, you know, not at 100 decibels while I'm trying to play croquet.
Yeah.
I had a headache by the end of that.
We had a tournament at home a few weeks ago, and the local council decided they were going to water blast all the buildings around us. We managed to dissuade them.
Should comment that was an absolutely superb croquet stroke by Debbie.
Yeah, it was. And she's set it up so that, and I didn't want to say that before she made the hoop, but having made the hoop, she can push the ball over to within the vicinity of yellow and get a rush on yellow up to red and load 3 back.
Yeah, Yeah, it's the position where yellow's going to go to 3 back.
And she,
Good shot.
And she stops casting, and it looks as though there's almost a moment of indecision.
Yeah. I thought when she was casting over that 1 back that she was just trying to get herself mentally ready to play it.
Hmm.
A lot of twitching her feet a wee bit and her knees. But yeah, nice period of play. Wait till she gets out of earshot to not bother her. So you're just popping black into the middle. I'm fancying some sort of reverse OSL here. Something a bit defensive, so Gabrielle's got to work to get going. Reverse, because Debbie's on hoop 2.
Yeah. Well, and Gabrielle's on hoop 4.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, so you can leave red floating around somewhere between 3 and 4 if you want, but I'd fancy yellow in the middle of this boundary. And blue and black up in this corner. Now she might decide she wants a reverse spread or something similar. The trouble is with a spread, if someone hits,
they've got a lot.
Got the world, haven't they? Yeah, I mean, I've been going for defensive OSLs, largely a recommendation from Chris. Obviously quite a lot easier to make.
Now, as a country boy, the term OSL...
Sorry, yeah. So it's an old standard leave, but not just your normal old standard leave is throwing a ball somewhere between 1 and 2 and throwing a ball somewhere on the eastern side of the lawn and going and hiding in corner 4.
Yeah.
Now, the defensive leave we've been going for has been putting a ball within a couple of yards of the middle of the west boundary and putting a ball in the middle of the east boundary.
Yeah.
And then hiding in corner 4. So yes, it's leaving a 13-yarder. But this is what Chris Clark did against Stephen Mulliner in the 2008 World's Final, and Stephen hit loads of shots, but it's very hard to get going off.
Yeah.
And yeah, typically they'll lift one of the balls, shoot at you in the corner. They've got a 13-yarder. If they miss on the wrong side, you've got all sorts of lovely options to promote balls up the lawn and hit balls into other balls. And I got quite a lot of value out of it. I mean, if they miss on the shooting from the south boundary, if they miss slightly on the left of you, you can hit one ball into the other, promoting it up to that ball that's often left in the middle of the boundary. So now you're taking Croquet near corner 4, 2 balls together halfway up the lawn. You can get a ball to hoop 2 and organise that rush to hoop 1.
Yes, now Debbie's right in front of 2 back. And I guess no more than a few inches in front of it.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? She won't be happy with that ball down at 3 back, though.
No,
you know, we've seen her double load things. And I'm not sure if she's getting Hoop and Roquet running this hoop, which would be a bit awkward. Oh, that's handy.
Yes, is it ever?
What's she got? Looks like she's got a rush to yellow.
Rush, yeah.
That's fine. Whichever rush I've got, I'm taking it to a ball. If it's a rush to black, you rush black off behind yellow.
Yeah. This looks like she's been presented with the opportunity without having to do any additional work.
Yeah. Still be interesting to see what her leave is. I mean, I'd like to see her tighten corner 2, but she wants some sort of a... Well, she's not really getting a spread, is she? Tighten corner 2 is my pick. But yeah, getting a ball round to 4 backs just rested the initiative back when she was looking, you know, a little bit behind things for a while.
She's certainly got a lot of options, Matt, from here.
Yeah, it could in fact be a new standard leave. So leaving red on, you know, sort of northeast of hoop 4, so it can't be seen from bulk. You can punt yellow over towards the eastern side of the western side of the lawn, you know, past line 1 and 2, and then rush black back over to the east boundary.
Just have to be a bit careful with the red ball that you don't put it in hoop running
That's
position.
a good spot, yep. I don't think she's going to do that. I don't know what we've got coming here.
No. I think it could well be a new standard leave. Because I think what it looks like she's doing, she's going to put yellow up towards 2. Yeah, towards 2. And perhaps take black.
Yeah, I don't like this playing red last, because you then have to end up kind of dribbling back to black.
Yeah, but it'd be a short dribble.
It's a fairly short dribble.
Yes.
I don't really like the first shot my turn having to be a 3-yarder on partner rushing it to yellow, but we'll see. What's she for? She's a hoop 2. That's a pretty strong leave if she gets it right.
Well, she's she's kind of pushing yellow to play.
Yeah.
Here.
But still needs a fair bit of precision on that red.
Yes. Now the wind's getting up. We had that gust earlier this afternoon. It was absolutely amazing. It just came out of the blue.
Yeah. Yeah, the golf fellas said that we were due a bit of wind this afternoon.
Oh, righto.
Golfers tend to know wind.
Do they? I guess they should. It has quite an effect on play.
So it's now 6:30, and we've still got 30, 40 people watching this. It's pretty good. Hour and 15 to go.
Yep.
Gabs has come for a cheeky visit to yellow. Have a look at it.
It almost looks as though red's almost in the position
she's leaving
that Debbie wants.
Oh, it's great if you can croquet in a position before you run the hoop.
Yeah.
I just thought it looked like it was quite a long way off the hoop. So
yeah, well, it is quite a way. It's a good foot out.
Oh, she's done well.
And presumably in a position that makes running it a little bit dicey.
Done very well if she's got that on the blade of grass. Yeah, she's nice. Well, there's a challenge for Gabrielle. Does she take her double from bulk? Does she take her double from where it lies? Fancies that.
Yeah.
She had a really strong hard look at that. I think in my match yesterday with Debbie, I declined every lift she offered.
Is that right?
There was always some sort of target that I fancied more.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a target, but
yeah, a couple of balls that were
something I wanted to shoot at, whether it was a couple of balls or just one ball.
Whether
that
you wanted to
felt
play a particular ball, is often the case. I always find it a bit frustrating when you go and put an opponent in a situation where you feel they've got to play that particular ball. And so you really work on how that looks, and they go and pick up the other one.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all your plans have just gone awry. They're working on you a bit, Jenny.
I won't get to the last one, thank you. I'm hosting more Australians. They're a very generous, nice lot. Right, we've got this long lift. She's looking hard. Oof.
So Gabriel played down east boundary at the 2 balls.
Must have been close the way she was looking at that.
Now she's either got a cut rush to hoop 2, or perhaps she just taps it, goes down and
she's not
works with the yellow. Sorry?
Yeah, she's going to get those separate. But even if you tap them, you're still leaving...
It's going to go in a yard.
Problem is, if you tap them, you're going to take off to yellow, put yellow to hoop 3, and then yellow will have a free shot through you. It's corner 4 if you don't get going. But you can't really think of the if I fails. You've really got to think of if I get this right, what have I got?
In fact, she's rolling the blue down.
I did think this was reasonable. They still haven't got a pass roll between them yet, but it's not too bad. Oh, it is too bad. It's about a 6-yarder.
Yes.
And where's that blue for this next croquet stroke? Isn't that in the line that you'd want black to be going? Maybe not if you're rushing it to hoop 2.
No, it's slightly wide of that line.
Yeah, you're okay there, aren't you? Oh, I'm going to have to excuse me for 5 minutes. I've just got my golf buddies turned up.
Oh, and they're noisy.
Back. Got that? Good shot.
Yeah. Right, so Jenny has interests other than croquet. She's, I think, become a very good golfer in the past few years, and some of her golfing mates have just turned up, and so she's just going to see what they're up to. So for the time being, you'll have to put up with me. So Debbie has played a great stop shot, getting the yellow ball up to within about 3 metres of hoop 3, and she's got a rush to 2. And that's black's hoop. She's playing black ball. And she's certainly got the distance, and I think she'll be pretty happy with that shot. Fittingly, the final is the only game left being played, so all attention has been devoted to that. And another good hoop approach. And she's through that hoop. And she's rushed that up to south of hoop 6, and I suspect she's relying on blue, which is well and truly southeast of hoop 4, as her pioneer. I thought she may have tried to load 4 with the red ball and go over to the yellow. But she's just taking off to make sure of her rush on the yellow ball. she's not rushed that anything like as well as she would have liked. She's really just snicked it. So she's now got a difficult takeoff. And we'll see how she feels about this. She certainly looks as though she's going to attempt it, but it does look angly from the position of her body relative to the hoop. And she threw it comfortably. And in fact is 7 or 8 yards up the pitch and has left herself a 5 metre, I guess, return shot, a 5-yard return shot. Which she's hit. So she's loaded 5 a bit deep, but she's got a good cut rush down to the blue ball to, I guess, correct the position of the blue in terms of approaching the hoop. And she's, hold on, no, I thought initially the red ball was going to crash into hoop 4. Going to want to do an interview for this with the winner. Sorry?
Yeah, he said it'd be good if we can get one.
Yeah. Give me a list of questions. No, Nelson's gone. Nelson's gone. So Debbie's got her rush on blue into hoop 4. She's, for some reason or other, cut what looked like a pretty straight rush up to the hoop, but I don't think it's a real issue. Looks like she's pretty well in front of the hoop and perhaps a foot out. Through that, and with a rush back upfield to collect red and load hoop 6 with some reasonably short shots. Okay. And Blue's in a nice spot to stop shot it into hoop 6 and get a rush on red back down to yellow. And that's been achieved fairly successfully, in fact very successfully. So red's it down towards the centre of A balk, or the middle edge of A balk, and is going to be put upfield and approaching yellow. Just means that she can push the yellow in towards 5. Debbie's looking at this as though there's a certain amount of angle on it. In fact, she's standing over it a little bit to perhaps jump it slightly. Oh yeah, she's through that well, I say comfortably, but she's certainly gone a long way, which is consistent with playing it more as a jump. So she's able to shoot at her pivot ball and correct the whole situation. So she's connected with red, put it out almost to the west boundary, pretty well midfield, and will now, I presume, play a slightly thick takeoff to yellow. She's not quite got that as far as she would have liked. You're coming to join me? Yeah, yeah. Jenny abandoned me for her golf mates. Ah, righto. I've just been joined by Barbara Murray from the Wellington Club.
Hi, Peter. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, good.
And Kelvin and Mike.
Oh, is that right? A multiplicity of clubs.
Very close, very tight game here between Debbie and...
I hope you're not asking me to... Gabrielle is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, it is. I just can't see her at the moment.
No, she hides in amongst friends. I think she's in the shelter just on that far corner. She likes to chat.
Yeah.
In between
takes her mind off
turns.
things.
And so Debbie's sent yellow a little bit further than she may have wished, but has an approach to 6 from pretty well straight in front.
And that's a lovely shot.
It's actually about twice as far out as she normally gets.
But it's still very makeable.
Oh yeah, yeah. Though I'm not prepared to make statements like that these days.
Well, she's giving it a go, so she obviously thinks it's makeable. And she takes her time with the shot.
Yeah.
Beautifully through. And a nice rush.
Oh, now we've got Bonnie Johnson. Being by myself doesn't worry me. Being attacked by hordes of females is a little more troublesome.
That's true.
So she's got the balls nicely ahead of her and quite a few options.
She could certainly hear.
What's our timing on this? What's our time left?
About 53 minutes.
53.
Okay.
She's got she could potentially load 2 with a rush, come back to red and bring red back down to yellow and approach 1 back that way. And she certainly will push black down towards red, perhaps play a croquet shot.
Just send blue down to 2 back.
Yeah.
8. Hoop 8.
Yes, yes.
Whether it's with no, we've Nelson and I have both discussed that, and we have made a conscious decision to retain the old names for the hoops, because we believe that the new numbers effectively just take away the history of the game and dumb it down to a certain extent.
So I don't know that she's very happy with that shot, but it's still salvageable.
Oh, it's, yeah, she
nice
can,
roll down to
she can
back.
sort it out.
Black to red.
Yeah.
Tuck up behind red. Come up to yellow.
I think what she was trying to do was push the blue ball about, say, 3 metres this side on the line with red.
And that's exactly what she's doing now. It's going to red.
Well, no, it's not as short.
It's still okay. And blue's gone a little bit far, just beyond two back, hoop 8.
It requires a fairly accurate takeoff from here to get position on yellow to go into the hoop. And she's heading into the green patch, which slows the ball down.
Oh, not that green patch. Surely not that green patch.
Indeed. Indeed, the green patch.
And it's looking good.
That looks lovely, Wade.
Yep, that's pretty...
Beautiful shot.
Hope it doesn't sting you. We've just got a wasp beside
it's gone away.
Lovely rush up to one back, hoop 7.
Nice.
Lovely shot. Debbie'd have to be happy with that.
We tend not to talk when they're in this corner.
It's okay, I don't think they could hear me.
They got ears like hawks.
Well, actually, no, on the first day when you said about Beatrice going into that green corner, Nelson actually mentioned the green corner. If she, bad shot, he said. But I hear that he corrected his stance after that.
And lovely hoop position.
Annie McPhee's stance. It's pretty tense.
And she's through beautifully.
So, one back has been achieved. My guess is that yellow will be sent into the middle and she'll go down and get a rush on red down to, effectively to A balk, I would say, so that she can load 3 back and come up to red.
Or to blue?
Sorry, to blue.
Yeah.
Alternatively, it looks as though she's sending yellow right down to 3 back. No, it's wide.
But she'll be bearing in mind too that she's made 1 back now, so she won't want to leave balls. She will have given a lift, and so she won't want to leave the balls in too vulnerable a position.
Well, no. I don't think that's a risk. She certainly won't be wanting to do that, I agree. But I don't know that it's a risk under the current situation.
Nice.
So, Barbara, in your previous episode commentating, were you put in a position where you had to review your own performance?
No.
Oh.
feel that's in the long distant past now, Peter. To be honest, I've moved on and I'm ready for my next game.
I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, how you feel the tournament's gone and have you enjoyed it?
As a participant, fabulously well organised. Chris Clark has done an amazing job as a tournament manager. Everything has run extremely smoothly. All the work by the groundspeople has been stunning. The food has been amazing. And the weather, other than the first day, the weather's been glorious. What more could one ask?
Well, it's wonderful to hear that, and I'm sure the organisers will be very pleased with your comments.
Oh my goodness, look at those white semoids doing past. Just saying, I used to know a cricket player who was so fascinated with seagulls. Remember the seagulls in cricket?
Yeah.
The cricket commentators always used to talk about the seagulls on the pitch when things got a bit.
Well, oddly enough, I was stopped by a lady over in the pavilion saying she'd had a message from a lady in Scotland who'd been watching and was intrigued by the birds that were. She's a twitterer. A twitterer. And twitcher, is that the word? And I was able to inform her that most of them were sparrows, but swallows dive and swoop along the ground.
Now this is a pressure shot.
Well, this is.
Even though it's how hard do I hit it to get through?
But also,
it's whether or not she can get an upward movement of a mallet to put a forward spin on the ball. Is the
but
issue.
also she's very vulnerable because she has given the lift.
If she doesn't make the hoop.
If she doesn't make the hoop. And she's kept that blue ball very close to the hoop so that if there's any risk, it minimises them. It minimises the risk by increasing the amount of distance that person would have to roquet from, that Gabrielle would have to roquet from the baulk line.
I don't know that she's kept it there. I think she was forced by the position of the ball when she.
She's through. Beautifully done.
It's very interesting that you girls are looking at the potential negatives rather than following up on the positives.
We're talking about what she's doing to minimise risk at every point along the way.
That's what I mean. Is that I don't think that she would have even looked at the risk at all.
I think she would have when she was sending her black ball down towards blue. She would have been considering before she sent it down where she was going to leave blue.
No.
And that's a lovely position that she's got on blue now.
Well, yes and no. She's now got a very long takeoff.
Oh no, she can come over to the red and bring it back into play.
No. She's got a very long takeoff here to get outside yellow.
Why run the risk of going over to red, risk going out or having too long a roquet to do?
All of that, but what she would have liked to have been able to do is to rush blue to red and then take red over to yellow. That's what she would have liked to have done.
But the shot she's done is just perfect in terms of positioning for blue.
I think it was what she was put in. She was put in the position where this is what she had to play.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because she, in normal terms, she wouldn't have put herself in the situation where she had to take off to get in front of two
Sure,
back.
her preference would have been to have got behind yellow and then done some sort of stop shot to send the ball up to.
So she's gone a little bit too far.
Hoop 10.
And will again have an awkward approach to 3 back. And it's interesting that she's put blue up there.
So she's going to have to do a reverse takeoff.
If she makes this, she's actually giving away a contact.
What do you mean?
Well, she's...
Isn't that blue on
no.
fullback?
No. So there's blue.
Is there two colours on fullback?
Sorry, it's blue on fullback.
That's blue on fullback.
No, she hasn't given away a contact.
Right. Sorry, I thought that was Gabrielle's clip.
Gabrielle's on 4 and 6.
Yeah, here we go. Ooh. That's a pretty heady takeoff.
She's not happy. She's shaking her head.
And it's yellow. Yellow's on hoop 6. And is she willing to give it away? There's no seagulls on the lawn, you know?
Haven't been all day. I've never seen a seagull on this lawn today at all. And in fact, I haven't...
We're not that close to the sea.
We are. Christchurch's. If there was a storm coming, you might see seagulls.
Sorry, I know what's been on the lawn. The magpies.
Yep, they have.
Here we go. We're retreating.
Well,
and we're not retreating to our partner door because she's gone through one back. So
well, she's already left a vulnerable ball.
Yep.
So she's attempting to minimise the damage here.
And that's probably the safest move to go into corner 2.
In the background we can hear a band playing, and it's called, the song is called, come on Barbara, you're very good on that, you're very good on the music.
I'll remember the minute I get home, or in the middle of the night tonight. So Gabrielle's taking the lift shot from B Bork. She'll want to Croquet blue.
This is a Dave Dobbin number, is it? Well, the something is.
Someone like the Human League or someone. Someone's bound to send us in a comment, tell us who's the song in the background. Feelies. Feelers? Feelies. Feelers. I think it's the Human League.
Human League?
You could, haven't you got that app on your phone, which...
Going through your mind, Can't afford to miss this. Yes.
And she's got it.
I don't know.
Red. Where is red? Where are we playing with red?
Gabrielle's got a yellow ball at her hoop 4.
Whoa. Best position.
She's going to put blue at hoop 5 and go down to the yellow. And luckily, the yellow is on the side of the hoop that she'll be approaching it from.
Pretty wide approach.
No.
Could have got it closer.
Oh, I think
She'll just want to tap. She'll just want to tap yellow.
2 metre, closer. Nice tap.
so. She's rushed that just past the hoop, but it's only just past the hoop.
But if it'd be closer, take off.
No, it's not a takeoff.
Oh, sorry. No,
That looks lovely.
lovely. Tense moment.
No.
As easy as the hoops look.
Bonnie, I think you're exaggerating everything.
And she's got her partner ball on the other side, which always gives you a lot more confidence with your hoops, having your partner ball on the other side. So return Roquet, and she's got it. She'll be looking to put that up at hoop 6 and getting next to blue.
Splitting across to blue.
Black's still sitting in corner 2, so a long way away.
She's still on the right side of the hoop, so she can play this reasonably comfortably. She may not get masses of length on it, but
Getting the right position on blue's really her priority at this
that's
stage, and that
perfect.
looks good on both
balls.
for both balls. She might even want to consider appealing yellow through hoop 6.
No, she won't be doing that.
Blob. Shank it.
Nicely done. She's through hoop 5.
So now she's, after this, she has to load one back and get to yellow, which is quite a roll, and potentially in where she's put it.
Her other option is to take off up to black at this stage. But no, she's going to do the roll.
No, she'll...
Go near black yet? Sorry.
Yeah, you've got a problem with black though, Bonnie. I mean, that's... So she's again played this magnificently.
Yep.
Got perfect length on both balls.
Mm-hmm.
Although it would have been better out the side where she could push it along to the hoop, so she's going to push
I think
it.
you're not really that she's going to come to black and load 2 back with black.
No, red. She's going to tap it, yep.
Still has a reverse takeoff.
Yeah, she's got to come, and we're always frightened of this because we never know how hard we should hit it. And she's going to, and you look at that piece of lawn that you want it to stop on.
And it's quite heavy round that hoop 5.
Yeah, it's quite green.
Yep.
Lovely.
That's looking beautiful.
Beautiful. Again, yes.
And her partner ball on the other side, which always gives you some confidence.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and that is what happens in croquet. So close to the hoop, and yet we tense up. We've got these little voices in our heads going, should I hit it this hard? Should I hit it that hard? Should I keep my shoulders down? I'll tell you what's a tense moment. Everyone says it's such an easy hoop to make. No, it isn't. Your brain is really thinking about your next move and what you should be doing going through that hoop.
And also should be worried too about how hard she should be hitting it, because she didn't want it to go very far because yellow was just on the other side.
Absolutely. So Debbie's come in. She's got her ball in corner 2.
She hasn't got an easy shot
to get to black. It's tricky getting to red and yellow too because the hoop's in the way. If she misses, the risk is that she'll hit the hoop and give Gabrielle another ball to play with.
Nope, she's going to hit it hard to hit the whatever ball she's going for. I think it'd be red.
I think it'll be yellow.
Okay. What is she on with blue? Oh, with blue? Where is she with blue?
She's on 3 back.
On 3 back with blue.
Hoop 9.
So she'll clear red.
And then how's she going to rush yellow to 3 back?
She needs the Roquet first. And she's missed it.
So Debbie's just missed an 8-yarder.
There's a pressure shot.
And I think Gabrielle's ball, rejected ball, is in hoop running position. However,
difficult to tell from here.
No, she's playing. She's actually going to play yellow.
Yes, also yellow.
Yeah.
Now the etiquette on the lawn is normally you wait for your partner to line their ball in, but obviously they've discussed that you carry on play once I've placed my mallet in the position that the ball went out on.
I think that...
not.
She's happy with that?
I don't know.
Yep. Yes.
Nicely through that time.
However, nothing ahead of her.
Yeah.
Well, she's about to play something ahead of her.
No, she's got no balls ahead of her, Bonnie. No balls ahead of her.
Black in the corner done, corner 2, but it's not very easy to dig out and then get hoop position.
You're not going to play with my feet. I've got to move that corner.
Keep it above your feet. Yeah, actually, above your ankles. Oh, look. Nice.
Very
nice
gentle.
Tap. Nice tap. So she's going to send black out. She's going to send black up to
She's going to...
She might be
I presume playing a load and hold situation.
She is not happy with that. She's done the...
She's just hit the hoop.
moment. That means...
It's called oh hell.
That means beep, 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 beep. And I should have done better.
She needs to rotate black now.
So it's another pressure shot coming from yellow onto black.
Now keep quiet. She's coming into this corner.
She's looking good.
Shut up.
Here we go. Oh, pressure shot. Missed. And it really is a pressure shot. Yep. And we all know what's going on inside her. It's like, I should have hit that ball. I should have hit that ball.
No, what she's actually saying is I should have played a better role in the shot beforehand.
Yeah, but, you know, life is about sort of, okay, that's one incident, let's make it a bit better than that.
Black's on 3 back.
So, looking at it, she appears to be putting yellow infield and creating a rush on red over to the blue ball. Very slightly gone past the point that she tapped the ground or dug the channel for. However, she has a cut rush over to blue.
Yep.
I'll tell you what makes this game so human is that the top players even talk to their balls like, stop. And all of us have been in a position of playing balls and we wish they would slow down and stop. So we yell out things like, stop, don't go out.
We've all done that.
We've all done that. So Debbie has just told her ball, the black ball, to stop. Hence, she overshot the ball and she did a cut rush and she's coming into the blue.
And she's leaving red as a pioneer 4 back, hoop 10. Blue's travelling, Black's travelling, I mean. It's overrun just a little bit. Just a little bit.
But she'll cut it back in quietly.
She'll have to do a long roll down.
No. Oh, here, you're right. Actually, no, she's going to reset her lawn. She's resetting. Yep.
Do you think she might have a go at positioning Black for that?
No. The way she's placed Black is behind Blue, heading towards the north boundary, south boundary. Actually, it's the south boundary.
I'm just going to go to Blue, if that's all right, leaving to in charge.
We let loose here, Barbara. We can now do some internal commentary of our own, because I'll tell you what, as females, it's a huge. It's been wonderful, hasn't it, been, Barbara?
It's been a fantastic, huge learning experience for me.
Yep.
Exposure to a whole different set of play. That's exactly what I would have done. She has sent Black down to have a go at getting her position.
Yep. But it's calling. What she's doing is resetting her whole lawn. And it's what we've been trained in. And for our psyche, it's been a very hard learning curve. Chris Clark has said, Bonnie, don't just go out there and make hoops. Think about resetting your lawn and getting a better control on it. And that's exactly what Debbie is doing. She's resetting her whole lawn. The yellow and the red are separated enough for her to feel confident that she can go forward and reset her lawn.
And I think she's trying to wire Blue and Black from yellow.
I believe so.
And leave enough of a gap between the balls so that red doesn't have a double.
So
over to Gabrielle now.
The key ball that she's worried about. Oh, Gabrielle is going for yellow. I don't know why she goes. Players would go for the blue and black, feeling quite safe. That
what it does is it gives it gives Black a chance to reset and send red back up as a pioneer for back. So you can understand. So now the pressure's on Debbie. Does she make the hoop, or does she come and separate red and yellow?
Yeah, I'm back. She's going to play black, and black is on 4 back.
No,
3 back.
Cancelled. Till tomorrow morning.
Well, we've got the return of
Nelson Morrow.
I just couldn't keep away.
Passionate about the sport. Has always been passionate about the sport.
Your flight's been cancelled, Nelson. Wow.
Tell you when you get to the airport. It's great, isn't it?
They're not send you a notification?
Yes, at the airport. Arrived as I arrived at the airport. Mm.
Oh my goodness, typical Air New Zealand. They rescheduled my flights, and
so 6:15 in the morning.
Oh my goodness, have you got somebody to take you out there? We can go on Seagull flight if you're talking about the Seagulls. Or
so it's I've been watching it on my phone. It's obviously been a bit in and out.
Yes. And just right in front of the hoop, lobbing.
Yeah.
They call it shanking the hoop, is that right?
Shanking, yes. Mm.
Interesting term.
Yeah.
We would say blob.
Yeah, we say blob.
Actually, Chris Clark would say to us, very sloppy play. Oh,
She's through that.
Nice.
No.
Lovely, gentle.
But now she'll have to go and get
So what? How much time have you got? You have 23 minutes. Mm. Yeah, he was going to Wellington.
Yep.
She'll have to think about where she's going to put Blue, because if she goes through 4 back, hoop 10, she'll be giving a lift away. So
we don't call it 10, it's 4 back.
So she's going to have to move
in between the two, changing the turns, you know.
I was asked to use words that some of our golf croquet players could understand.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I just don't see why we should change the names.
No.
Being a traditionalist in that way.
Yeah. It's a partnership. We use both both terms.
I agree with Barbara. There's a partnership taking place here with
GC
and AC.
Yeah, well, I love it. I love GC, but they are different games, and I don't see any reason why we can't have different names.
So this is interesting because she has left blue quite exposed near the balk line. If she goes through 4 back.
That's true. Gabrielle.
So Debbie's just checking. She's worried that Gabrielle
just
has
an old line. She may have.
Has lined her ball in.
She shot.
And it missed, and it did go out. So
calling referee.
Referee's
just to adjudicate. Over. So obviously it makes a bit of a difference for Debbie, because she can actually get the red ball much further in field, and gives her a lot more room to manoeuvre the shot. Yes, sometimes one gets caught out by old hoop lines. Sorry, by yard lines. Yep, so it's been replaced. So she's four back at the moment, is she?
Yep. Black's 4 back. Blue's already on there.
Yep.
So it's going to bring red a bit in field, but not very much, it looks like.
No, she's
bringing it up the line a bit.
Yeah. Easier line to play it on, you see. That's her reasoning, I think. Yeah. Much easier to get the rush on the yellow ball.
And a lovely rush over to 4 back, hoop 10. How much time do we have left?
23, 22 minutes? No, 20 actually, 20. Yeah. So it's definitely going to finish on time, I think.
Nelson, has Greg given you an idea of what's happening as the game finishes? No.
And that's a lovely rush up to 4 back. Hoop approached Croquet's shot for 4 back on black. I think it looks like Debbie's checking her watch. Very mindful of the time left. Position looks good, but she's not happy. It's not quite, maybe a little bit too far back.
Her preference is for something like 4 to 6 inches in front, and anything outside that, I guess, raises the issue of will you make it.
Again,
I think she's running away.
I think she'd feel more comfortable if it was her blue ball on the other side. But at this stage, she's not going to give away the lift, so she'll comfortably go back to 4 to her blue ball.
And I don't know about you, that looks right in front, Nelson.
It's a bit hard to tell from here. It's certainly slightly angled, but at this juncture, with only less than 20 minutes to go,
why take a risk?
Yeah, you don't really want to. It's the last game of the World Championships, and you don't want to put yourself at risk at all. And as we've seen previously, so many of these hoops have been rejected or stuck in, or so it's not easy.
So 20 minutes is still quite a long time.
Oh, it is. You can
a lot can happen.
Absolutely.
So Gabrielle's going back to her partner ball to move the ball away from 4 back, so that it reduces the chances, because she's
hit a fantastic shot.
A lovely shot.
And from
4 back
Debbie's perspective, that's exactly why.
So if she makes 6 hoops, that would give her 6 and 5 is 11, but Debbie's already on. 12 and 5, which will be 17. And if she was
Debbie's on 18.
And Debbie's on 18. If she was to peg a ball out, it would be 18 all.
Yeah.
And she'd have to give a contact, because none of her
And she would
balls
have to
have
give a
gone
contact, that's right.
through- None of her balls have gone through
Yep.
one back.
So, given Gabrielle's incredible escape,
we work out it's about 2 minutes per hoop. So if she makes 6 hoops, that's about 12 minutes, and we've got about 17 to go. So
this is like watching the chase, really, isn't it?
So she's certainly got a chance of actually getting to the peg and laying for red before the time runs out, I think.
Do you think she'd split it up though and only go to 3 back?
No.
Oh, no.
You think she'd go to the peg at this point?
She needs the points. Well, the other thing is just to make the 3, and that would be enough, and then lay for the red, and then she could do it that way as well.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Hang on to this one. That one. No, you're right. Yeah, the thing is there's not really a risk in going to the peg at this stage of the game, because pegging her out is there's not enough time attached to. God, that's a rush and a half, Nelson.
That's a decent rush.
That's fantastic. that's the word for that.
Given where she was.
That's a brilliant rush.
She's going to have to do a reverse takeoff to get hoop position.
And she's on that green lawn again, which is well, that can help. You know, it's like
hold the ball up a bit and stop it rolling away.
True.
She's checking the time.
That's that lady's name.
Yes. Vilnikov.
And that looks lovely hoop position for 1 back. Hoop 7.
Stop it. We're not doing that.
And she's missed it.
Another rejection. They just go in and spit them out. These hoops are really, really tough.
And once you get outside 4 to 6 inches,
that's right.
There's no real guarantee you're going to make them.
Absolutely not.
So Debbie has that roquet.
My gut feeling is that was a fairly pivotal moment.
A very pivotal moment. It's turning in, I think.
So Debbie's left yellow down in corner 2.
We're just outside here.
I think she's playing on the basis that she's keeping Gabrielle out of scoring positions.
You need to be careful where she puts red because of the potential lift after.
I don't know that she's going to be making the lift.
I don't think she will either. I think she'll set up.
She has to be, you can't be too negative in the situation, because Gabrielle is quite capable of making those hoops.
Yeah.
And
it's a pretty long roquet she's left her.
Yeah, but have you seen them hitting? They have been hitting phenomenally.
To some of that.
But I think you're right, Peter. I think she's going for to set up, and she'll probably try and take
the two balls up towards her, up the line towards her hoop.
She's left that a little bit short. She's running across shadow there, which again will slow
the launch down. So we're now down to 12 minutes.
This has been a phenomenal day for these two women. It's been a very long, extraordinary, tense day for them. And I think all of us would have a huge amount of admiration for their ability to just hang on in there.
Yep.
She's got that Croquet.
As we were saying earlier, these hoops have been set only 0.6, so they are really, really tight hoops. 0.6 millimetres.
I'll sign off now and leave it to you guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. So she's taken the balls up towards her hoop, so she'll probably set herself a nice little rush to fullback, and she's left yellow and red basically in corners 1 and 2, just slightly out, but Gabrielle has a very long shot, whichever one she decides to take on.
Shooting? Do you think she'll be shooting at those two balls, or coming back?
She's obviously decided she's shooting red at yellow. I suppose she feels that gives her the most chance of getting a reasonable break.
If she connects, then red and blue and black are quite available.
No, it's missing. Down to less than 10 minutes now. So Debbie has a dolly rush to fullback.
Shot that's played after this will be entirely dependent on the success of this shot.
Absolutely.
If it's a difficult approach, she'll come over here.
Yes, she's nicely in front. And she's through fullback, and looks like I think she collected blue on the way, didn't she?
I'm unsure.
Yes, she did. Yeah. So she'll be taking off to these two balls in corner 2. You do, absolutely. Which is not that difficult. I mean, she can just do a thickish takeoff. Have the lawn slowed down a bit?
I think they have.
She's got onto the green patch, and she sent blue about sort of south of the peg, yes. Yep, so she now has both balls in the corner. Yellow. She's just going to get herself a small dolly rush. Yep, very nice little dolly rush she's got. She's got yellow out of her way. And she rushes them beautifully to Penalt. Absolute perfect rush to the hoop. She's literally 18 inches away from the hoop. She can do a little stop shot approach and really
at this point, basically Gabriel's faced with having to peel balls in order to get sufficient points to win this game. So, and particularly if Debbie carries on to the peg, and she may well peg her black ball out.
I would think that's absolutely 100% she'll peg her black ball out. With only 5 minutes to go. In fact, I think this she may not. She may even be no time left at the end of this turn. So, and she's got yellow. That's why she actually left yellow up in the second corner here. How can red get enough points?
Well, red can get one more than yellow.
Still not enough points. That'd be a lot of peels. Yeah. Yeah. I think with only 3 balls on the lawn, I think that might be a little bit of a big ask.
We're getting down to what are the possibilities.
That's a bit of pie in the sky, really, isn't it? Yeah. And Debbie's husband is prowling on the side. I'm sure he's feeling very anxious. I'm sure he does. So she's just doing a little takeoff to the blue ball and taking the blue ball to Rover. She's got a nice little dolly rush again, and she can rush that nicely to Rover. And I'm sure she's going to put that blue ball so she can rush it over into the 4th corner.
At least the west boundary. Sorry, the east boundary.
Yeah, if you can get it into the 4th corner, that would be really nice. So a little stop shot here. Yep, nicely done. And we are at 3 minutes. And she's nicely through. I think she will. Well, remember, no, remember, Gabrielle's got a lift.
Yeah, but it goes into the fourth corner.
Oh, the fourth corner, yes, sorry, yeah. Yeah, she doesn't want to overcook it, she doesn't want to go out, so, she's just going to, we are down to a minute and a half. But I think she's going to rush it to yellow. Uses up time. No, she's not. No, she's not. So a little take off there. She's going to probably leave red more or less where it is. Well, okay, she's sending a little bit infield. And she'll go towards the peg. Yep, very nicely done, and she will be pegging out her black ball. So Debbie is now on 22 points. Well done, Debbie. Gabrielle plays her ball down near her other partner ball.
Does the ball have to come to a standstill, or do I just need to...
No. As soon as you hit. I'm not sure if the clock's gone or not. I'm not sure if the clock has gone or not. I didn't hear any.
That was the tone on Gabrielle's phone that announced the 3 hours.
It may have been a warning for a couple of minutes, perhaps. I don't know. So I'm not sure whether the time has gone or not.
We're looking at 7 hoops, 4 peels and a peg out.
Yes. It would be the most remarkable turn.
So I'm assuming we'll go to blue, roll that infield and attempt to get hoop position.
So that she might...
This comes off. This will be the shock of the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, there's no point of her just making 6 there. I mean, it was not going to, she's got to be more aggressive than that.
She needs to leave yellow in the proximity of one bag so that she can peel it.
Yes, Gabrielle sort of asking, when is the time called? Is it when she's hit the ball or when a ball comes to stop? It is when she's hit the ball. The moment it makes contact with that's if she was then to very, very running position. Wow. Oh, fabulous. What a fabulous shot. That really is an amazing shot.
I'd have to say I'm impressed with the way she hasn't just conceded.
No, absolutely. Oh. So Debbie Lyons is the new reigning women's world champion, AC world champion. They go to shake each other's hands. I have to say the spirit of this game was absolutely amazing between the two women. A nice hug between them, and that's just typifies how they feel about each other. Great match, Peter, wasn't it?
It was a wonderful match, and up for grabs probably until the last half hour.
Yeah.
When Debbie kind of put pressure on, and Gabrielle, struggled with some hoops from time to time. But as I said, nobody here knew who was going to win this game until pretty well the last half an hour.
No, absolutely. It's been an in and out, an interactive game. I had to get that in again.
Too many computer games.
So we're now going to have the presentation. I'd love to get some words from Debbie, but I'm not sure that's possible.
Nelson, I spoke to Greg about that.
Yeah. Don't bother. No. Okay. Yes, still more commentary. I've got to fill the gap now, have I? What story can I tell you? Anyway, the presentation will take place shortly, and it will be for the Charles Jones Memorial Trophy, which is in honour of Charles Jones, who was a New Zealand president and a WCF president. They will also be presenting the shield, the bowl and the plate. And also the 4 medalists, both semi-finalists, get a bronze medal. Gabrielle will now have her second silver medal, which is still a remarkable feat, and I'm sure she would love to have had that gold medal, but I'm sure she'll go home reasonably happy to have been a medalist again.
And in keeping with, I guess, almost the traditions of the game, the players are clearing the lawn, which seems almost a slightly menial task for players at this level of the game. But it's a well-known tradition, really, that you clear the lawn after your game. Debbie's over at the side of the lawn receiving congratulations from all and sundry, plenty of hugs, and in the meantime the workers are clearing all the seating away and all the jobs that really have to be done. Nelson's vacating the scene shortly just to find out what's going on, and I guess what the signal is for when the presentation is going to start, because that's the next event. So I'd have to say we've been treated to, well, certainly the commentators have been treated to 4 days of wonderful croquet and some very, very entertaining matches and a variety of styles. It's probably fair to say that the top 5 players have stood fairly head and shoulders above the others, but it's really great to have people aspire to, I guess, reaching the same levels. I'd also like to thank all our guest commentators, particularly today when everybody seemed very keen to do it, whereas previously everyone was quite reluctant. And I'd have to say this is my very first time commentating in any form whatsoever. I've enjoyed it enormously, and it's a bit like sitting on the sideline playing your best croquet and being able to tell the world about it. And I'd like to thank Nelson for, I guess, his I don't know, the way we've basically cooperated really over the course of the commentating. I didn't really know quite how it would work, not having done it before, but we seem to have been able to fill the gaps in, individually as and when required. So I'll pass this mic over to Nelson now, and he may well have some final comments.
Many thanks, Peter. Yes, it has been a pleasure, and even though my flight was cancelled, I suppose the benefit is I've been able to come back and see the end of this match, which I must say has been a real pleasure to watch. Shortly we're going to have the presentation, and I'll introduce the people who are going to do this presentation. We should have a big thanks also to Chris Clark, who is the manager of this tournament. He's done a sterling job, and I think all the players will be very grateful for all the work that he has done. And also all the referees, which I think the quality of the referees has been fantastic, and just a wonderful event. So the hoops are now being taken up, and I think there will be a lot of players, or not players, helpers, who will be having a big lie-in tomorrow, because they have been up for the last 8 days up at the crack of dawn, setting the hoops, mowing lawns, getting all the tables and chairs and everything out, and preparing the lawns and the camera crew and the technical crew. And it's been these events are a lot of work, and people do not really appreciate how much time and effort people have to put into it.
It seems to me that in behind these tournaments, and a bit like theatre, the backstage crew and people organising things are just about as large as the field of players themselves. And we have women in the kitchen, we have, as Nelson has said, referees and people setting hoops, people mowing lawns.
Okay, I'm going to now just to introduce the two people who are going to do the presentation. First of all, it is Vilna Goff-Jones, who is the chair of the Women's World Organising Committee, and also president of the Canterbury Croquet Association. She will do the presentation, followed by John Yarrell, who is the tournament director of the Women's Worlds Committee. So I'll hand over to them and say goodbye for now.